Hello and welcome everyone to week 7 of the Oceanic Pro League. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me tonight will be Jake Spawn Tiberi as we count down the final week of Split 2 of the OPL.
Yeah, and some huge games coming up, Pastry Time, and a lot on the lines. A lot of team can still make playoff contentions. You know, 4th place currently being grabbed from AV, but Sin, Immunity, even Absolute, all right behind them.
Yeah, they're so close here in the standings. It's just been absolutely insane. I think we've come this far, so close to playoffs, and already we've gotten just a couple more games to go to decide who's going to get to make that top 4.
Yeah, exactly right. Only 2 locked in currently. The top and the bottom, everything in between up for grabs.
Yeah, let's have a look at today's games now as well. Remember, only 2 more days of play left. We start things off here. Dials and Absolute, and then Chiefs versus Sin.
Yeah, then Legacy going to be taking on Sudden Fear to see if they can solidify their second position, and Immunity will round out the night against Avant.
Yeah, so lots of tough games, lots of great teams and players playing as well, but we'd like to know who you guys are backing tonight as well. Get on Twitter and use that favorite hashtag, IamOPL.
Yeah, and if you need any of the information from the previous games or you just want to check out the standings for yourself, head over to the website oce.lolesports.com.
And as we said, week 7 here, the last week of the regular split here, Spawn. And we've sort of seen 2 teams really be on top. It's once again Chiefs and Legacy.
Yeah, exactly right. Both Chiefs and Legacy playing phenomenal League of Legends. Legacy just narrowly meeting out from delivering the final defeat to Chiefs last week coming. But we'll have to see whether they're able to finish the split strong.
We will, and with that, let's check in with the standings and see where all of the 8 teams lie. Right now, we said it already, Chiefs and Legacy right at the top. They're locked for playoffs right now. The Chiefs are locked for first as well. But it gets interesting in the next 4. Dials, Avant, Absolute, and Sin are all really fighting.
Yeah, exactly right. And if you are Absolute Sin, you just can only win and hope Avant finally do slip up. They've got that 1-game buffer between them. And Team Immunity, they can still make playoffs. They need a couple of planets to align in their favor, but they're looking to make a late push.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Sudden Fear, sitting at the bottom of the ladder, that's where they'll stay for the rest of the season. But they do have to think about relegation now. They're going to be facing probably the strongest challenger team, and OCS is just around the corner as well. They'll need to be prepared and get momentum with their last 2 games.
Yeah, exactly right. It's about putting in some big efforts for the final week. See if you can get any form of momentum heading into that relegation period, because you mentioned top team going to be coming for them, and Sudden Fear, they've looked on the rise. We have to see whether they can continue that improvement.
We can, and all the teams have really stepped up towards the end of the split. This is crunch time. This is almost playoffs time. So we expect teams to really put their foot down, and we said already, top 2 almost locked in, top 1 locked in so far, but the rest of it is up for grabs. 3rd and 4th, our last 2 playoff spots, 4 different teams at least are fighting for them.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, Direwolves, they can go into some 4-way tie situations. Weird stuff can happen everywhere, but looks like it will be a lot on Avant to see whether they can clinch that 4th position.
They can. And with that, let's start with our first game. We'll have a look into what we will be getting for our opening match. Like we said, lots of playoff dreams on the line here. Just so important for these teams to make sure they do the right thing and get those wins.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, Direwolves up in our first performance. We have to see whether they're able to continue to build any momentum and come through with that victory. Because, as we said, they can clinch 3rd right now if they're able to win.
They can. It's just a matter of, can they do it? So we're going to see Dials versus Absolute. It's going to be an opening game. And this is their playoffs of the stand. We look at the Dials. They want to secure 3rd. They still have not secured it yet, though. So they do need to eke out those last few wins.
Yeah, they haven't even secured a playoff spot. If that weird situation does happen and they drop the last couple of games, Absolute, you see on the other side, they are 1 game back. They've made a late push coming through here. They're still in the run for playoffs. They can place anywhere between 3rd or 7th, but 7th isn't where they want to be. Lost tonight reduces their chances significantly to be able to make that run.
Yeah, all the teams pretty much at this point have to win out no matter what, especially if you're still in contention for playoffs. And Absolute have honestly made a late surge here. The fact that they're even in contention for playoffs just speaks to how well they've done in the last few weeks.
Yeah, exactly right. And they came through. They're playing new AD carries. They had a mix-up in the mid lane, and now they're back with their starting roster. They seem to be playing a little bit more consistent League of Legends, and Corky is a huge pick for them right now.
Yeah, first mate, that sub AD carry. Not sure if he'll be playing tonight, but not a bad man to have on your roster. And we look over, he is back. First mate, going to be playing once again as we get into Champ Select here. Dials on the blue side, Absolute over on the red, and Chippies is back. King unable to play tonight, so another substitute AD carry for both teams.
Yeah, Chippies had an okay game last week, picked up the Civil, was able to at least contribute to the late game team fights, got picked on a little bit in lane, you have to say, but he's teaming up with Nada in the bottom lane. Experience coming through there for the Direwolf support. recently joining the roster, but a very integral member, you feel, if they are going to make that late playoff run.
Yeah, Nada's been looking good on the dials. Like we said, do need to secure a win, start to get towards that third playoff spot, because we do see the bans have already started. Now, Kalista, Gragas, the first two there for Dials, and Cassin in the ban for Absolute.
Yeah, don't want that one to go over to Perfection. Very target ban coming through there for Absolute. Maybe they have something in mind that they want to run into the mid lane. We see that a lot of people actually like to take the Cassid into Victor at the moment, see if they can shut him down throughout the mid game. So maybe mid base trying to prioritize that champion.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to see. We actually saw Twist of Fate from both these players recently, so that could be a thing as well. Sivir, though, the ban from Absolute, going to be that AD carry we saw Chippy's play. And Rise, despite the change, we're on 5-12. Don't forget, he has seen a couple of changes, couple of nerfs. Rise still very strong.
Yeah, exactly right. And Sharp still not wanting to pick that guy up in the top lane, so they blue side ban it yet again for the Direwolves. Don't want to give that one over to Jack Attack. He was the first player to bust Rise out in the OPL. Had a decent performance on it, but not going to have the chance tonight to prove that he can definitely play.
And Azir, actually, the last ban there does leave that Twisted Fate open, but for now, we are going to start with Rek'Sai in the jungle.
Yeah, Cyber, just a very aggressive jungler, wants to impact lanes early, get in there and really try and catapult Perfection ahead where he can start impacting the lane. So I like that they've gone with the gank-heavy jungler first.
I like it as well. Sybil's definitely been, like you said, aggressive, looking at the best of times. So absolute a nice response here. We are going to have Alistar, a very popular support, a big pick for Nada, but Midbeast just takes away Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Twisted Fate gets picked up by Midbeast, and that's a huge pick away from Perfection. You have to say that when he was playing it, sacrificing his own lane to getting his teammates ahead, this time a lot of pressure on Midbeast. You have to make the Destiny work early, otherwise it's not going to be I guess, strong enough pick away.
No, we saw it from Midbeast. Looked okay, but not the same aggression that we usually see from Perfection. That man just ultimate's on cooldown to try and kill people.
Yeah, exactly right. And you see that right now he's hovering the Fizz. That would be a huge pickup if he's able to make that one work, because Fizz just able to take out the TF at every stage of the game.
Yeah.
We've seen it a little bit in the top, little bit in the mid lane, but I would expect Perfection to launch himself onto that champion.
Locked it in there as well, I believe. So Fizz going somewhere. Strong counter pick to Twisted Fate, if that's what they want to take away. Considering another pick, though, looking at the Morgana potentially as their pick away here for Sybil. They've already selected their jungler, so of course that's going to go over to Sybil, their jungler, but it is going to be Morgana, probably for Nada in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and you know, it counters a lot of the aggression that will come out of Alistar, at least in lane. So we'll see whether he's able to make that work or potentially roam around the map, look for the picks. Maybe they'll lane swap, see if they can get Chippy's a 1v0 and secure some all-important farm on their new AD carry.
And I guess, yeah, Chippy's being the addition here. He is a sub. We've only seen Sivir from him. He was playing support, I believe, and I think jungle or top at one point, top lane actually, for the Dolph. So he's done a lot of work here as a substitute, but we've got Jack Attack's marker locked in. First mate takes away Corki. Absolutely zero surprises.
Yeah, 100%. I'm surprised it wasn't on the ban list, to be honest. He's got something ridiculous like a 33 KDA on the champion coming in here. Absolutely huge for him, and he showed with 2 victories last week that that is his preferred AD carry. Goes a more auto attack build, likes the Berserker's Greaves coming through there, gets an Infinity Edge after he goes Trinity Force Blade of the Ruined King. So a lot of standard DPS comes out of him for what should be a spell weaving AD carry, but he just doesn't like to play it that way.
Just much more of a carry player, to be honest. Even on a champion like Corki, that's what First Mate brings to practically any team. But Direwolves, considering their next few picks here, Chippy's does need an AD carry. I saw Vayne ever so briefly. Probably not going to see that one here, but we have actually got Shen locked in for Sharp. He'll take that into the top lane.
And you know, I actually like this because it gives a lot of dive potential over to Perfection. He can dive in there, doesn't have to use the Playful Trickster to avoid spells, can use it purely for damage, because there's going to be a huge shield coming through to keep the assassin in the mid lane safe.
You can keep it, honestly, purely for transport as well. Can just ride into the mid lane with the Stand United, using that Urchin Strike and get work done, as we do have the Jinx picked up for Chippy's there as well. Absolute, now considering their final pick.
Yeah, see what they want to go with. They are hovering a very aggressive jungler right now for Malik Jarvan, seeing a little bit more play around the world. Primarily in the top lane as maybe a pseudo-assassin, but we'll have to see. They do go for it.
Yep, they lock it in. That should be, you have to think, Malik's champion. And you look down the Absolute lineup, and one thing comes to mind, Spawn. It's just pure comfort right now.
Yeah, exactly right. Absolute able to secure some very nice picks for themselves. I mean, excited to see Mattress back in the lineup. We saw Strawbella last Thursday, and whether he's able to continue the aggression. Strawbella seems to be the good defensive support player. Mattress definitely more in your face with the aggressive pickups. And when you couple an aggressive AD carry with someone like Mattress, you would just expect fireworks from Day Dot in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and First Mate aggression, that's a very easy and obvious way to describe him. His Corki, aggressive Valkyries forward, lots of damage, living for a long time in team fights and carrying his team. He is the sub player here. We've seen him for a while in the competitive scene. If you're kind of familiar with Oceania, you'll definitely have heard his name before. He's a fairly good AD carry player.
Yeah, exactly right. Used to play a lot of Draven. He is that big carry for the team. He was also at one stage a top laner coming through there as well for Team NV. So he's played a lot of positions. He's one of the veterans of the team, and he's come back in emphatic fashion, continued that strong play. And this game is so important for Absolute. They need to win this to continue their run towards playoffs. Otherwise, they're just counting on Avant to lose. And that's not a situation you want to put yourself in. Avant being very strong in the last couple of weeks. Had some up and down moments as well, but you would expect them to try and close hard.
Yeah, I don't think I would bet on Avant losing right now. That team looks excellent in the last few weeks. Again, also trying to secure their playoff spot, which we'll talk about more as the night goes on. But we can see the team comes on your screen, and let us know. It's pretty interesting stuff between them as far as the picks go, but let us know on Twitter who you think is going to win. Use the hashtag DWin for the Direwolves or ABS win for Absolute.
Yeah, and we've spoken a lot about what Absolute get out of this win, how they still continue their run. Direwolves, if they get this win, they secure themselves at least third spot, and that's so good for them. Means that they don't have to go up against the Chiefs. Their scary side of the playoffs is number 1 and 4, so we'll see whether they're able to continue this run without their star AD carry. King now noticeably absent for the second game in a row, and will we see whether Chippies can continue that performance that he had game 1, or will they try and focus him out with some good Jarvan ganks early in the game?
I mean, you have to think, you said it already, the aggressive bottom lane here coming through from Matchups and First Mate. You have to think they are going to be looking at Chippies. He saw a lot of attention in the last game they played, but Perfection and Sharp and Sybil sort of all stitched it together and managed to find themselves a win. If I'm Absolute right now, I'm absolutely targeting this bottom lane out.
100%, and Sharp did show up last week. He proved that he can be the carry when his team needs him. Perfection is playing incredibly well, so cannot overstate that you might have to give some attention to the mid lane. Mid Beast will struggle with Twisted Fate. If he's ever caught in transition looking for that Destiny, maybe he's just not paying too much attention. Perfection has legitimate 100 to 0 potential from level 6 onwards, so this is a lane that Perfection should be able to win. It's rough level 1 to 5 because of the stacked Harak that does come through, but onwards from that point, it's very easy for Fizz.
And that for me just feels like the Fizz thing in general. Like, before you get your ultimate, things can get a little shaky.
Yeah, it certainly can. There are some matchups, like Melee especially, where you can bully around. I'm looking at like Yasuo, where there's not really a bad time for you in the lane, but definitely against a lot of ranged champions, you just have to kind of weather the storm. You use your health as that resource. Get a flask, get some potions, make sure you stick around for the last one so you have 4, and then just continue to trade CS for your health pool until you can go back, get some boots, as well as the Sheen, and just try and kill everyone.
Yeah, and that's Perfection to a T. He loves to get aggressive. We've seen him roaming around. He's played some scaling mid laners as well. The Vladimir and Azir sort of come to mind as picks that he's quite proficient on. But if anyone's going to have a good idea of how to counter Twisted Fate in a lane, it is going to be Perfection.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's one of the 3 legacy Twisted Fate players that we talk about. Perfection, Swiffer, and Kenzie, all there in the mid lane, all play a really good Twisted Fate, and they've all been around for so long. So we'll have to see whether he's able to continue that. And now playing against one of his mains, this is a really good feeling when you know the matchup inside and out. I'm sure he's been fizzed multiple times on TF from the other end. He's going to be able to look to deal some punishment of his own.
Yeah, and look, Perfection's a player that he might not be the best Twisted Fate in Oceania. That's, I think, up for contention, but he's certainly the scariest given the number of bans the man draws on the champion.
Yeah, 100%. People think that he has a limited champion pool. I think he's done a lot to dispel that myth. It was only a week ago, I think, that teams were throwing 3 bans at him, and he was pulling things out like Vladimir and doing a lot of work. So, yeah, pressure is on him, especially with the sub AD coming through and a new support player. Nada has looked like he's his aggressive self. Nada is one of the people that if he falls behind, he will single-handedly try and win or lose you the game as quick as possible because he is just such a playmaker. We saw that against the Chiefs. And, with a safe top laner, with Perfection in the mid lane, that was something you felt they needed in Shuffer's absence. They needed the return of the Flash Bros down to the bottom lane to really give them some danger. Otherwise, Sharp was just getting picked on, camped out. We saw Legacy do it time and time again and just punish the top side of the map.
Yeah, 100% agree here. And it's been nice to see the Dials with Nada sort of playing a little bit more like their old selves. But I look honestly at both team comp spawn, and it's just aggression across the board. Both these teams love to brawl in the early stages.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it's about, on the side of Absolute, to catch them off guard, make sure that they have the team fights on their terms. But in a raw 3v3, 4v4, Direwolves just have so much strength.
Well, they do indeed. We'll have to see if they can leverage that at all as we're going to get into the game. Hop over to the caster desk with Atlas and Rusty.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk. This is going to be massive going into this game. And look, Direwolves just focusing out this Twisted Fate pick, saying you're not going to get anything done. But I'm looking at first, mate. This guy's got his Corki again.
Yeah, that guy, man, his KDA is through the roof right now. Has had a ridiculous amount of work done on Corki. Corki is a champion undefeated in the OPL right now, up against the Direwolves, looking to continue that winning spree. And on the back of first, mate, from what we've seen so far, is a pretty high chance it will.
Yeah, first, mate, actually with the highest KDA for a single game in the entire OPL. He's only played 2 games, already made them count. But, of course, we'll see whether he can do it again. That was against different competition now up against the Direwolves. They're going to be a tough opponent. And, look, I like to see Chippies on the lineup, but they might be missing King another week in a row.
Yeah, that's right. Up against first mate in particular, as we have just mentioned. Maybe Chippy, he's not an AD carry mate. He is a top main, so not always the most ideal scenario to have him playing that AD carry role. We've only seen him play Siva, so can he put it together in this game?
Well, we'll see whether he can, ladies and gentlemen, as we hop onto the rip. Direwolves against Absolute for our first game of the night. Perfection taking the Fizz into the Twisted Fate matchup, and Midbeast must be pretty annoyed about that one and pretty ready to level up some wild cards and try to stay out of the lane.
Yeah, we might see that cooldown reduction to Twisted Fate where he just doesn't want to be a part of the lane, and we're actually looking at Direwolves potentially face checking.
Yeah, there's the gold card. Nada's going to get knocked up as a 3-man knockup with the pole rights. First blood already to first mate, sorry, is Sybil. He's going to have to flash away. Absolute. Pull the trigger very early.
Nada walking directly into all of them. A very easy trigger to pull, and they find a very simple first kill right there. A little bit of over-aggression there, placing 1 ward down. Actually, not even placing a ward, just straight walking in.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's interesting. There. And first mate's going to go back. Decides to go with the longsword, of course. Could have picked up a Ruby Crystal if he wanted to, but going for the aggressive start. Grabs an extra potion there as well, and already this lane a whole lot harder for the Direwolves.
Definitely a lot harder. Most likely see that lane swap, though. Definitely do not want to be a part of a Corki lane as a Jinx when he has a longsword over you.
You almost don't want to be part of that Corki lane anyway, even if it's even, especially paired up with Mattress on the Alistar, of course. The Alistar Corki, that's a heck of a lot of burst and a lot of CC potential there as well. So, Absolute. Not going to be able to get that 2v2, and Chippy's just hanging out by himself there in the top lane. And Nada nursing his wounds. Going to be coming back into this one. Perfection just hanging out.
Throwing his wounds into their face.
That's a very good point that you bring up there, Rusty, because of course Nada just wandering through the enemy jungle. He's not done yet.
So he's got
to go. There's the Dark Binding. Jack Attack is just getting bullied. Of course, these, in fact, 2 champions with the highest base damage, auto attack damage in the game for their respective melee or ranged.
And you know what? It was not only obvious that Nada won that, the fact that he got all of this extra gold just from auto attacks as well was wonderful.
Midbeast taking a little bit of damage there from the playful Trickster. Perfection just going to be chugging through these flasks as well. Any harass from Midbeast is going to be wearing off, and already towards full health once more. So Perfection well and truly in control of this lane, but that's what we were expecting.
This is a very interesting jungle path to be chosen here by Absolute. Looking to make it hurt, but going for the Krugs instead of their own red. You can see Direwolves have a ward on that red buff from the aggression that's been placed there, and they've conceded themselves a 3 buff.
Yeah, and it looks like the fast push potentially on here on the bottom side of the map. Malik, he's coming through. He's going to have that standard there to boost everyone up, and Nada stealing away a red buff here, as you were mentioning before, but might be in trade of a turret. Who necessarily wins? I mean, Malik is going to be behind, but they're going to lose an early turret.
Yeah, so it's going to come down to if Rek'Sai, if Sybil can make an impact by having that 3 buff start. He's got his top laner working around with him, of course, so direct experience not directly favoring the side of Direwolves. They are sharing it, but in saying that, the tower's going to be worth a lot more gold than a red buff.
Yeah, Absolute already with a slight advantage as far as that gold is concerned, pulling ahead to close to 1,500. 20 CS to 15 as well in the mid lane, but Perfection with quite a few minions to clean up. As the Direwolves, they are going to answer. Absolute going to be taking a dragon at the same time.
Seemingly one step ahead right now, Absolute, of course, finding themselves the dragon and the tower whilst Direwolves are left to respond. But again, we have to touch on the fact that the jungles of Direwolves are going to be far, far more ahead. If they can make this dragon work, it's not a direct money amount that they're going to get from it.
Yeah, we'll see how they're going to transition into the next stage of the game as well. Absolute already with quite a few advantages picked up for themselves, but that may change as we move forward. Direwolf's going to even out the gold somewhat here by picking up this top lane outer turret, and it is going to be within 400 gold once more.
Yeah, Jarvan quite good at this 4v0 style that we are currently looking at. Of course, having the E that you can put down the flag, benefit the rest of your team, give some armor to everyone, some attack speed. So all in all, a very good pick into this draft if that's what they were looking to do with it.
Yeah, and of course Jarvan sort of pulling himself back into the meta just a little bit. Why is that, Rusty, now that we're on 5.12?
Well, he just suits it a lot better, I find, that just the way that he goes around the meta is a lot more suited to the rest of the team comps, the play styles that we're starting to see now. All in all, he's very strong again, but it's mostly for that reason.
Okay, and of course, moving his way towards the top side of the map. Looks like the fast push is well and truly on as First Mate now building towards that Phage. Was unable to pick up too much more as the pickaxe is going to be gathered there by Chippy. So a bit more auto attack damage available for the Jinx. But it's going to be absolutely fine as Absolute just going to be pushing with this Corki all day.
Yeah, they're looking to get towers down. They're not looking to fight directly just yet. And it's interesting, of course, they're doing this against the Jinx, which is not something you're often used to saying or seeing. But they are making it work so far. And it is also worth noting while we're looking at the mid lane, the difference in their items as their first buy.
Yeah, of course, completely defensive start here from Midbase picking up that Negatron cloak. Is very interesting. Perfection decided to grab a book and, of course, a ring there as well. Midbase started to actually do a bit of hurt there with the turret auto attack. Of course, that one's going to hurt.
Of course, it is going to be doing a bit of damage, but having the Negatron
Whoa,
first.
Ignite down in the bottom lane. Direwolf's looking for a dive here. Sibyl's going to pick up some turret aggro. Immediately flashes out to Jack Attack, but Sharp's teleported in. Picks himself up a kill, and they might be able to pick up the turret as well.
Jack Attack thinking it was making a play to get out there, but the fourth member appears in the background, picks him up, and they clean themselves up a kill. Most likely the turret, but the answer is already here from Absolute again.
Yep, able to take down the outer in the top lane as well. These turrets very, very similar on health, and Absolute, they grab theirs. Bottom lane going to fall down as well, but the kill goes over to Direwolf, so slight advantage.
Only very slight, though, the advantage, of course, around 300 gold. Not worth mentioning, but whilst we have a look at the actual map and the fact that it has completely opened up now, keep in mind that they've got a Twisted Fate from Absolute. Now, there's no tower to run back to anymore. His ganks are a lot more potent.
That's a very good point. We'll see whether we're going to see a little bit more from Midbase, sorry, as this game goes on. Of course, Mattress did play mid lane for this team once or twice. It does get a little bit confusing, of course. I think it's probably about the 4th or 5th unique lineup that they've brought. Absolutely. Definitely utilizing their subs this team.
Most definitely. They've found themselves in a lot of interesting positions. Seemingly have made it all work, though, so it's nice to see them back in more of a standard team style.
Yeah, it seems like First Mate here to stay as well, playing his 3rd game on the Corki. We'll see whether he can have another breakout performance. Only a kill going down a piece so far. And who does this suit? As this game sort of calms down a little bit, is this better for the Direwolves moving forward?
If the lanes come down to the point where standard lanes do start to break out, it may start favoring Absolute just because of that Twisted Fate. Jack Attack still having his teleport available, of course. If the game continues to slow down even further, finds an advantage in terms of drag and control, which isn't available just yet, but it will be up most likely before the teleport from Sharp.
I like how decisive you sound.
Yeah, so it's completely decisive right there.
I feel completely fine, but Destiny's going to come through. Sharp is going to be the focus, does use the Shadow Dash. Midbeast able to get the card off in the end, though. Forces the flash out of Sharp, loses about half of his health, but he's going to be fine in the end. Direwolves now with an opportunity to make some plays. They don't need to play around that particular spell, as First Mate forced Valkyrie very quickly.
Yeah, feeling the power of Fizz right there, but the teleport, the taunt in particular from Sharp, very important and clutch from him there to save himself, distance himself apart from that Maokai who had the Twisted Advance ready to go, but could not find himself in range without using a summoner, and that summoner wasn't up.
Not quite yet, still. 500 gold now, approximately the lead for the Direwolves is Absolute. We're going to get something done. 1:20 on the Dragon as Jack Attack's going to clean up the top lane. Direwolves, after that first blood went down, definitely been able to normalize this game quite effectively.
They have definitely slowed everything down, and you can see even the difference between junglers right now needs to be respected. Sybil able to bully completely Malik out of his own jungle. If he looks to do that, of course, the rest of Absolute looking to stop that from happening. But the difference, a Cinderhulk compared to a Health Crystal with the makings of what is going to be a Cinderhulk, not even close.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that Chippy's able to pull ahead by about 11 CS here as well. The sub top laner picking up the AD carry role and making it look fine. And they won a game with Chippy's in the AD carry position. He was playing that Sivir, a little bit more utility-based, but now looking perfectly fine on this team.
Yeah, he's looking good, and I have to admit, though, the longer they stay in this lane as a 2v2 style lane, but it's Perfection and Chippies, the more time they are effectively wasting in terms of that farm. You can see First Mate was here, now Midbeast is here. They've been transitioning between, and they haven't actually managed to push much onto the turret here, Direwolf. So finally both recalling, but at the same time, everyone's starting to push into it. Or are they? No, they're going bot side. Dragon in 5.
Yeah, it looks like Sharp has just prepared the bottom lane as well. Looks like he's frozen that one out there for Chippies to just pick up, farm it out as he sees fit. Midbeast's going to be able to take down the Rift Scuttler and Absolute start up the Dragon immediately as soon as it's spawned.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Direwolves looking to contest this one, though. They're going to have to earn this Dragon if they do want it. Sybil has himself a sizable health discrepancy between the two right now, so Absolute respecting the kill potential.
Yeah, Direwolf's much more healthy now as well. Malik down to half health, of course. Mattress as well, trying to use that Triumphant Roar to get himself back to the right position there as First Mate's going to clear out that minion, that ward, sorry. Midbeast here in the mid lane, just clearing things out, making sure everything's fine. But Direwolf now with vision control perfectly around this Dragon area are going to start that one up. Malik, yeah, he's figured out what's going on. That's a very good point. Nowhere near perfect. Dark Binding not going to find Malik. He wants to come through for a steal. Going down quite low. Teleport comes in. A little bit of miscommunication there from Absolute as Chippies is going to lock down the Dragon. Perfection now down to about half health.
Wow.
Lots of damage. The exhaust comes through. Is going to go down. Mattress picks up that kill. Lots of damage here available from Chippies if he can get these auto attacks off. But Sharp, he's been picked as well. First Mate picks up a kill. And Absolute, they're going to back away. Trading the Dragon there for just a few kills.
Oh, they're still going.
Well, actually, yeah, big fight here as Sybil's going to start this one back off once
no.
more. Jack Attack is going to survive for now. The Zap not going to find anyone, and Absolute say, okay, this is about enough.
Yeah, they found all of the kills that they could from that. They take Perfection down, control him with rapid succession of spells. A phenomenal combo between all of the Absolute members to ensure he goes down before he can even use that Troll Pole. Absolute looking to push, but they're not going to find it. But on the back of a Dragon trade, 4-2 kills, not bad considering it went on to Corki again.
Yeah, and it's a big deal as well, but we're going to see it again.
So the Jinx and Fish both missing at the start of the fight. So Jack Attack able to commit very hard to ensuring that happens. Perfection not having a chance to do anything, and Sharp overcommitting, hits a great taunt, but it's not going to be enough to save his own life as he does go down. 2 kills here for Absolute, but they did lose the Dragon.
Yeah, so 1-1 in Dragons now. Absolute able to pick up that very early one, but does mean if they are going to go for that sort of 5-Dragon rush that a lot of these sort of mid-game team comps want to do, it's going to be unavailable for an extra 6 minutes.
Yeah, a very interesting item decision here from Midbeast on that Twisted Fate, looking to go straight for that Abyssal Scepter, make up for what is lacking by the Sorcerer's Shoes, and most likely going to go for the Lucidity Boots instead because he's got that extra early game Magic Pen that he has already needed.
The other thing that I was thinking was he could potentially go for the Mercury Spreads at the same time.
Yeah,
of course, you do want to be able to get away from a lot of the CC potentially coming in there, as Chippies might be able to lay down some Flame Chompers, anything like that. Dark Bindings coming down, taunts from Sharp. There is sort of a lot of CC that's mitigatable with that tenacity if he wants to.
Yeah. Twisted Fate, though, very, very frontline centric when he uses his ultimate, generally speaking, to get into the fray. So not a bad decision when you have a look at what they do have to offer on Direwolf. So we'll see what he wants to go, of course. Does need a bit of cooldown reduction. Morello's Lucidity are the standard to make sure you get that.
Yeah, Midbeast is going to be able to lock down that blue buff. Now, only down by about 6 CS. First Mate doing his very best to try and pick up some farm. Has been falling behind, actually, in comparison to Chippies. And it's exactly what you were saying. It's the fact that First Mate and Midbeast have been sitting in a similar lane for quite some time.
They have been kind of transitioning between farm, taking every second wave each, so you can tell the amount of farm and the way that the dial has been working around their minion control in particular, though. They've been giving Chippies farm on a silver platter.
Yeah.
Every other lane, letting
point.
it push and then leaving so Chippies can farm it.
Looks like the siege is well and truly on here for Absolute, though. Down to about half health is this outer turret. Lots of poke coming in from Mid-Beast and First Mate as the Corky Rockets starting to do a little bit of work. Almost with the Trinity Force.
Doesn't have the Trinity Force or the Sork Shoes yet himself. So between Mid-Beast, Jack Attack, First Mate, there's a bit of poke, but it's not going to be an overwhelming amount. The big scary factor here is the Direwolves, in terms of their direct wave clear, are looking exclusively at Chippy.
Yeah, absolutely. Now going in for the final push. Everyone bunching around this one. Of course, with 2 members missing from this fight, not going to be able to keep the turret of the Direwolves, and it just goes down here to Absolute.
That's right. As we say, looking at Chippies for wave clear, there's no way a Jinx can get that close to too many members of Absolute without having a threat of dying. So a very easy tower pickup there from Absolute, exploiting the numbers advantage, and I guess the general lack of wave clear that is present from Direwolves.
Yeah, it was nicely timed as well, because now First Mate can head down to the bottom lane. That wave just pushed back after Sharp had frozen that one out, so Absolute sort of losing the minimum, making sure they grab that turret. Not a lot to trade here for the Direwolves.
No, they might be looking at going mid themselves. Of course, Sharp Nada sitting here, and there is a Chippies on the way to push, but 3-on-3, it's going to be very difficult for them to push anything. And you have a look at this Direwolves side and what they're really looking to do with their comp. I don't think a whole lot of it revolves around pushing unless they've already found kills. I'd say that most of it revolves around successful skirmishes and translating that into kills.
Well, Destiny's going to be popped, looking for perfection here on the top side of the map. Gold card does get locked here by Mid-Beast as the exhaust comes through. Jack Attack up here as well. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to find anyone, but there's the fish on a Mid-Beast. Does manage to get out the gold card, but it's not in enough time as Jack Attack does pop the ultimate, and he's going to fall as well. Beautiful use of the Stand United, and Direwolves managed to pick up 1 kill.
And Shen, commonly known as a pick to take out a Twisted Fate from the game in terms of his ultimate and his gank capabilities. We see it right there. Perfection can split push. He can 1v1 anybody, and then if Twisted Fate tries to come in, instantly the Shen uses that ultimate and gets into the middle of the fray. So the fact he teleports in, doesn't have his card selected, has no blue buff and no mana, is a sitting duck. The exhaust pops instantly to ensure Mid-Beast doesn't die, but Perfection saving that fish for as long as possible, ensuring he does go down.
Yeah, really nicely played here by the Direwolves. Just calm and collected. Destiny's coming through. Okay, just use the Stand United. Everything's going to be fine. So absolutely back to the drawing board just a little bit. I just don't think that ganking the Fizz is necessarily the best idea, just because he's so tricksy, able to get around from everything. As Mattress looking to try and grab Sharp. Out of range of the headbutt pulverize for now, though. Absolutely just going to be smacking it.
Not exactly easy to gank Sharp at the moment. He is very difficult to kill, super tanky. But they do try. Mattress just trying to make something happen. More so just get a little bit of control of that top lane. The teleport available for both. No Shen ultimate available, so they're both going to have to use that to get into this next fight.
Yeah, nice dragon take here by Direwolves. They were already in position as Mattress is coming through, but it's already down to about half health. No vision, as you can see, available for Absolute. There's the ultimate from Mattress, but Dragon's already dead. Sybil able to teleport out if he wants to. Tunnel out, sorry. It's Absolute. Oh, they're trying to start this one. There's the flash on Burrow. Mattress getting taken down very low. He's going to die. Mid-Beast, he's almost dead as well as Sharp picks up a double kill. First Mate completely zoned out of the fight. The Rockets coming through. First Mate with a really interesting play. As Perfection going to go down very, very low. Jack Attack trying to trade kills. Gets it with the Arcane Smash. He's pretty tanky on this Maokai, but Chippy's able to pick up the ace for the Direwolves.
And Chippies did so much work in that fight. It was ridiculous how well he was playing. For someone that's a top main, he never ceases to impress in this AD carry role. But you have to look at how that fight started, and it's Sybil. The fact that he can get that flash engage, they're now going to be able to get the tower on the back of that. And this game's starting to turn on its head a little bit.
Yeah, Absolute beginning to lose control, but we're going to see it again. That flash on Burrow.
Yeah, the flash on Burrow was great. The fish at the same time, Sharp at the same time also. They get the perfect engage. First Mate starts to get a little bit hypey here and over-aggressive as Chippy's hitting some nice crits, takes down the Jarvan. Jack Attack makes a trading in, picking up Perfection, but he's only soon for this world, not long for this world.
Yeah, he's definitely not long for this world, Rusty.
It's hard.
It is tough, especially when it's not your native language.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because I speak Queensland, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So look, I can completely understand. Jack Attack. The top side of the map is just going to be clearing out that one as Absolute finally get rid of that pink ward. Sybil takes down a Rift Scuttler as well. Absolute just licking their wounds, wondering what to do next.
Yeah, the entire vision control around that Dragon area was in favor of Direwolves. They were ready to do that, and the fact that Absolute essentially committed to looking for the Dragon, it was a big factor for them, taking that super early one. They've at the very least got one Dragon though, so irrespective of how the next Dragons do start to fall, they've got that 6% bonus.
Well, we'll see whether Absolute can hold on here, because of course you're looking at their lineup and you're thinking, okay, fair bit of sort of mid-game power with the likes of the Jarvan, the Twisted Fate, the Corki as well, but haven't really been able to make that execute. But I guess on the side of Direwolves as well, they do have a great comp, especially now that this Jinx has 2 items strong. That Phantom Dancer came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of items for Jinx right now. In a very comfortable position, of course. Chippy's going to be able to do a lot of work for his team after that last fight, still having this flash available, a very good spot to be in. Of course, the Fizz starting to ramp up, working towards that Zhonya's is not too far from it now. And the rest of the side of Direwolves just looking for tanky items to be that big brutish frontline.
Yeah, already Sharp just going to be ignoring Jack Attack and mid-base in these fights. Of course, First Mate deciding to go for the Sork Boots this time around. Now has a Vampiric Scepter on top of that, but
yeah,
Sharp is going to take no magic damage whatsoever. And I sort of understand that he's going for some extra poke damage with the Rockets and Phosphorus Bomb, but I think Berserker's Greaves might have been a good idea here too.
So he could have itemized directly into attack speed based auto attack oriented build. Having the Trinity Force is looking to spike a little bit more now, and it's going to be weird to say this, but based off the build that Midbeast has, his damage is negligible and he's almost bridging Midbeast to the later stages of the game by making himself stronger immediately.
Yeah, doing his very best. We'll see how this game continues to form up for Absolute, because Direwolves have been team fighting very, very well. Not really looking like they're noticing the lack of their star AD carry. Sybil and Mattress are going to knock each other around. Sybil not going to get headbutted over the wall though, as Firstmate is here. Malik's around as well, as there's the Destiny. Direwolves might be caught out just a little bit, as in comes Jack Attack. Stand United used as well, but Sybil's going to die. Firstmate grabs that kill. Fish goes wide as the double knockup comes in. Perfection! Knocked over the wall, exploded at the same time as Chippy's trying to get some damage down, but Mattress right on top of him. Firstmate able to Valkyrie out the flash forward. Chippy's misses the zap, trying to get some more rockets as Mattress comes in through the backside, but a little bit suicidal there by the support player.
And after all of that, Direwolves not finding many kills at all, only getting the 1 and a 1-for-2 trade total. So a very interesting fight, considering that Absolute were the ones starting that up. The fact that it was that close is commendable from this Direwolves side. Nada already starting half health. They actually catch Perfection here on the Fizz. Knocking him over the wall is Mattress, which is very smart. They take him down very quickly. Malik actually using his ult to escape the Morgana ultimate. And this is where it just starts to implode from this Absolute side. Midbeast putting down a lot of damage, but not finding the zap, not finding enough kills. They do pick up Mattress for their troubles, and that's where the trade comes from. All of the beeping health bars of that Absolute lineup, they played the fight as well as they could, but considering they were that low, a very risky position.
Yeah, it was, and it looked like if Mattress hadn't have sort of caught himself in the wrong position after securing that fantastic headbutt onto Perfection, if he had a move background with his team, they may have had a few more bodies in there to bully out Chippies and sort of at least threaten with that Pulverize and make sure that the Jinx unable to go off towards the end of the fight, because that could have gone a whole lot better for Absolute. But in the end, it is going to be a one fight. Jack Attack continuing to try and get massive, and we're looking at this Maokai, and I'm thinking that if he gets to a point where he's unkillable, these fights will look very different for Absolute.
Yeah, and you can see prioritizing that armor, making sure the Jinx does as little as possible. Of course, the tank's not going to be able to touch him, and there should be no time where Fizz has to blow up Jack Attack on that Maokai. He should be going for the carries of this Absolute side. So smart itemization here from Jack Attack. We'll see if he can make that work, though.
Yeah, and Chippies as well. He's decided to pick up a Vamp Scepter, so going most likely towards that Bloodthirster as the third item. So not going to have the Glass Whisper just yet. See whether that helps out Jack Attack as far as staying alive against pretty consistent DPS of a Jinx if she's able to get off that minigun damage.
Definitely a lot of consistent damage that can be put out. Absolute again, prioritizing this Dragon area, looking to control some vision around it, but Direwolves not too worried. They've got 2 wards in very key places to see the side. They know there's only 3 of them there, so just waiting for the rest of their members before they consider a fight.
Yeah, they've got 2 teleports available from their top laner as well. Sharp able to get in here as quickly as he likes, as Jack Attack just going to defend this mid lane. Direwolves moving forward. Yeah, Chippy's going for the zap. Oh, Malik just body blocking the Dark Binding, making sure that no steal's going to come in. Mid-base going to have a lot more wild cards to throw out now. Already had, of course, 40% cooldown reduction, but just wants to be able to have the mana regen, keep things going on. 3 turrets each, as the outer ring has completely gone for both teams. So a lot of extra space here on either side of the river.
Yeah, a lot of space, and you have to question what Midbeast can do on this Twisted Fate by having that space available. His build only now starting to ramp up with that cooldown and reduction. The damage not necessarily there, so very difficult for him to make things happen, considering Sharp on that Shen can just press his ultimate. Even if it gets cancelled, it negates the Twisted Fate damage.
Yeah, Chomp is going to stop Absolute from being able to get in here, though, as the Dragon does fall down. Malik unable to get anything done at all as the Fish just gets out of there. Jack Attack now trying to start off this fight. A lot of AoE already down on the Direwolves now as mid-base. He's going to get exploded. Sharp picks up that kill. Jack Attack still zoning 3 members, but First Mate finds himself on his own against 3, trying to turn it around. Urchin Strike going to lock down the kill for perfection, and he just hops his way out. Again, another fantastic fight for the Direwolves, and Mattress once more on the run.
He's going to be sitting there for quite a while, maybe try and push a turret down whilst they start the Baron up, because that's just Mattress things at this stage. In saying that, the fight itself, again, Malik trying to make things happen.
The back has been stopped.
That's adorable. The fact he has that available, though, on the back end of that fight says a lot about how the fight went again. Malik trying to go for the Dragon, prioritizing it so highly that he commits so much and dies during the Fish's eating phase of the cycle.
Yeah, and you look at Malik, and I mean, I guess he got zoned out of that fight, but he's 100% kill participation at this point. 0, 2, and 8, so has been involved in this game, definitely getting stuff done, but he's getting out-farmed now by Sybil. Just the Jarvan just not looking that impressive in the team fight phase. Multiple backs to come through as Direwolves are able to get out of here, just trying to buy some items before this next Baron attempt by this side.
It's not even that, though. Malik's trying to make things happen almost a little bit too hard in the way that he's doing it, forcing things he doesn't necessarily need to do. There was no way the rest of his side could back up going for that Dragon. It was already going to go down. They were zoned out. They were stuck in a choke point, first and foremost, against a Shen and a Fizz and a Rek'Sai and a Morgana. There's all of those champions you do not want to be caught in a choke point against. The rest of the side of Absolute all have very high kill participation, 7 or 8
very good point
between them all, and only 6 for Matches because he's spending most of his time dead. They can't actually turn that around and get a good engage when they're skirmish heavy and they're against a very strong skirmish side.
Well, Banner of Command is definitely a contagious item as Minkuel starting that one up. Sharp is going to head back on that bandwagon, grabs that one for himself. Not quite first item, decided to grab the Spirit Visage first up, but now has that Banner of Command. Big old minion heading towards that bottom lane in a turret. Going to attempt to be dealt with by Midbeast.
Is the key word right there. Midbeast not going to be able to do a single thing to that cannon minion.
Stack deck, you know, stack deck still does some damage. All right. But Jack Attack, Preyseeker's going to find him out here. Sharp continuing the push up, but Midbeast with that Destiny is going to be able to get himself into a fight, but Sharp with multiple ways to follow up.
This is only bad things for this Absolute side right now. Perfection can deal with Jack Attack. Midbeast has no mana.
Oh, there's the flash, and Chippy's getting taken down very, very quickly. Nice flash to get him out of there as Flame Chomper's here as well. Malik gets the dunk down, but in comes Sharp. First Mate's going to get caught up, but the shutdown onto Chippy's. First Mate just wandering around trying to escape, can't find a good position. He's going to eventually fall down as Dark Binding and Fish both don't find Midbeast. Perfection is going to get headbutted out of the fight, and Mattress once again sacrificing himself for the greater good. Oh, the flash on Burrow. Midbeast going to get caught up. He does get missed by the Dark Binding, but he's still going to die there as Sybil locks down that kill. Nada just paying attention here, watching Perfection and Sybil rip this tree down. Jack Attack is going to get dived after the flash. Perfection takes down the kill, and he went from 1-3-4 to 5-3-8.
I just want to point out during that fight, this is the longest chase that I've ever seen in my life on this minimap. They've done about 17 circles around the red buff before finally he might look like he's getting away, but on the back of a 1 fight, Direwolves have rotated.
Oh, cheating! Malik is most definitely going to die. He'd be riding right now. Okay, that was a 1v1. Sharp and I were racing.
Yeah, that wasn't fair.
And I was about to win, and then you took all my fun away.
So we're going to see the fight again. Mattress, Malik, First Mate, all knowing they need to make something happen sooner rather than later. Midbeast, as mentioned, using his ultimate, coming in with no mana, so relegated to auto attack duty as he tries his best to make something happen. First Mate completely caught out, playing the numbers game here, Direwolves, and it's in their favor 100%. Mattress, no ultimate available for him, so a slow and sure death is on the agenda for that Alistar. He goes down.
Yep, Sharp going to be backing as well. That inner turret still alive. Jack Attack defending it valiantly. As Midbeast attempting to reset things. But you can just see in the farm, it's just ridiculous. The amount of control the Direwolves have. Rabadon's death cap now completed by perfection. On top of some extra cooldown reduction with those Lucidity boots. And this Fizz, 3 items, 3 big items. And he's ahead by about 70 CS as well.
Yeah, so he's a little bit ahead, especially because Midbeast has none of their team's kills. He's an assist bot at the moment, not able to find a single thing. It's on the back of almost entirely First Mate to do any kind of damage in this game. And then they can just stack resistances because he's gone for the Sork Shoes build. So all magic resistance across the board, nobody from Absolute doing damage. They try and make a pick, but the only time it's going to work is if it is onto that Jinx or Fizz, and they're outright alone.
Yep. Going to be difficult. Oh, and Chippies decides to forego.
Yeah,
Bloodthirster picks up the last Whisperer there as well. So now with that Vampiric Scepter, going to be keeping himself pretty healthy. Now with the little bow and arrow, meaning that he's going to cut through all of that extra armor that Jack Attack has started to build for himself. Frozen Heart completed now for the Maokai. Spectre's Cowl added on top of everything else. So he's getting tanky. Jack Attack doing some things in this game. 3, 4, and 4, so not bad at all. Still keeping up with Sharp as far as that farm is concerned. And that is definitely admirable. Sharp has been all over these side lanes trying to keep them shoved out. Direwolves going for their 4th Dragon, though they're going to get that one for free. The answer is going to be from Absolute. There's the flag and drag into the Cataclysm, but Malik going to find himself caught out here just a bit as the Stand United comes in. Shut down, though, onto perfection. Midbeast getting eaten by the fish. Sharp needs to be turned on. As Sybil going to get the double knock-up. Jack Attack tanking everyone out. First Mate, he's now in the fight. Can Absolute get anything done? There's the little mini equalizer as Chippies is going to get caught. Malik grabs the kill. Flash out from First Mate. He's still alive. Sybil able to get the knock-up onto Midbeast. Double kill for Malik. Midbeast going to fall down. Absolute, they're winning the fight. Nada with the Black Shield running, trying to get out of there. First Mate wants nothing to do with Sybil, who's so incredibly tanky. Now going to get turned on by the rest of the team. Knockups are plenty. First Mate picks up the final kill of this bout, and Absolute grab 4 for 1.
4 members down right now. That is the ideal scenario for this Absolute side. They just turn it on right there, and they get the ideal scenario where Twisted Fate, they catch perfection out. Jarvan, everything onto that perfection. He couldn't even do a thing. He threw down the fish and then he was dead. Shen by himself in the backline after that. They're going to go for this, but Fizz is here.
Yeah, there's a teleport in from Sharp as well as perfection is in there. Oh, Rocket sails past Nada, forced to flash away, but it is going to be Mattress and First Mate falling down. Absolute, they just couldn't do the Baron. It's going to be finished here by Direwolves if they want it. Malik sitting around here wants to try and get some sort of outrageous steal. Not sure whether he'll be able to. I guess there's no smite.
The Jinx is coming, so eventually it's going to go down, as Nada does also.
Everyone is sort of in a little bit of trouble here. A few more dead members of Absolute at the moment, but Midbeast is there.
Baron is the real MVP right now.
Yeah, Malik wants to be able to try and steal this. He's got 2,000 health on the Baron. They've stopped hitting it completely. They're just tanking it up forever. Sharp heads over with the taunt, just trying to zone him out. Chippies grabs the kill after the flash was attempted there by Malik. Midbeast is now going to get caught as well. He's going to flash away. Chippies, almost lands the zap. Nice juke there from Midbeast. Mattress coming around, wants to help him out. Direwolves, they grab the Baron, and they grab Malik.
The longest fight to ever exist right there, as they just consistently butted heads for as long as possible. All in all, it was a 4 for 1, then it was a lot more than just 1, and then a Baron goes down in favor of Direwolves. So finally, Absolute, they get the fight they're looking for, they make it, and they try and get an objective out of that. Of course, the natural transition after winning a fight.
Can't blame him.
But winning that fight took them so long that Fizz just casually walked back from the base with his ultimate available and just threw it in the pit.
Yeah, and they did no damage to Baron either.
No.
30 minutes into the game, and they just didn't have the damage on their side. It was first mate with Trinity Force Bloodthirster. He still did have some available, but it just wasn't fast enough. The rest of the team unable to get through it, and Absolute threw away what was, you know, a decent advantage, but not everything lost just yet. Just a Direwolf side now with a split-pushing Shen that has a Baron buff.
Yeah, and Banner of
deal with
Command
that.
to boot. So it'll be a Banner of Command on a cannon minion, I hope, and we'll see if that can have a big impact as we're waiting for a cannon. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Sharp is 2, don't worry.
Red team's turret has
But,
been destroyed.
yeah, it's over 10,000 gold now, the lead for the Direwolves. About 11,000 in fact, as first mate looking to try and pick up this side wave farm, and Direwolves wanting to try and break the base. And with a Baron buff, it's not that difficult. Nada now getting some forward vision through here as well. Dark Binding finds Malik, nicely aimed there by Nada. Of course, nothing going to come through from it whatsoever.
So he's going to get Nada from it.
Oh,
I had to.
yeah, I make the sound of disappointment. I didn't say it for you. There's the Cataclysm in though. Destiny comes down mid-base, wants to get in amongst this. There's Nada with the ultimate though. Lots of damage from first mate Sharp. He's going to catch him out though, as Chippies has to deal with this massive front line from Absolute. They're running out of options though. Double kill for Chippies as he's just smacking away at Jack Attack, who does no damage. Absolute with the, I guess, attempted last ditch effort to win the game, and Perfection in the meantime, he's just going to be split pushing, grabs an inhibitor for himself. Direwolves now just going to push through, probably pick up the victory off the back of that, but I liked what Absolute were thinking, you know?
Right until the very end, this Absolute side, they knew they had to fight and make picks. They didn't want the game to just end on the terms of Direwolves, so they forced fights, they forced engagements where they could catch someone out of position. They made the trades, but in the end, Direwolves reigned supreme.
Yeah, fantastic play by the Direwolves. Definitely making a very high contentious effort to get to that third place and make sure it's secured for this side. Really beautiful play from them. And look, it looked a little bit worrying at the beginning. First mate managing to pick up first blood on his Corki that he's very comfortable on, but Direwolves just level-headed, carried it out to the end.
A lot of objective focus, but in the end, Direwolves, they're just the stronger side when it comes to that later stage rotational play.
Yeah, still a decent effort there by Absolute, but we are going to throw it out to Pace Your Time and Spawn for some further analysis.
A decent effort indeed. Thank you, Atlas and Rusty. But the Direwolves Spawn find themselves with a crucial win with one more game left to go, and that does, believe, secure them playoffs, I think.
Yeah, that secures them playoffs, and it puts them very, I guess, comfortably in the third spot now. Still the chance that they will be knocked out of there. Potentially, but we'll have to see exactly how it works out. But I like the way that played that game. They had a very solid drafting phase come through. They drafted some different things. We once again saw the return of Shen to Team Comps, and it just adds a little different feel to League of Legends.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Perfection had a good game on the Fizz with the counter pick. Chippy's actually played well, but this is the man right here we want to talk about. Not maybe the player Sharp who did have a good game, but just the champion Shen.
Yeah, exactly right. And he adds so many different things to a team comp. He's a split pusher, but actually he facilitates split pushing in his own right. I think we have a first replay to draw up here. And it looks like on this replay that you caught Perfection out. He's on Fizz. He can 1v1 anyone, sure, but if you send two members, maybe you can deal with it.
Yeah, and they were trying to deal with it. They had the Twist of Fate for a bit of additional pressure, but what went wrong here for Absolute?
Yeah, so you see it. He's up there against Jack Attack, and they think they can catch him out. Even though they have not a lot of mana, they think the persistent damage will be enough and CC to come through. But you can see, as soon as the Destiny's popped and the Twist of Fate flies in there, as we roll it out, Shen also has some ideas to be able to jump in. So Perfection, he gets the ultimate. All of a sudden, they have to turn around. Goes aggressive onto mid-beast. They have all their CC to speak of as well. Lands a fish and cleans up the kill. Could have actually been worse, if not from a roaming Alistair for Mattress. And that just shows exactly how versatile Shen is. He wasn't even split pushing them, but just allowing Perfection to do his job.
Yeah, the fact you got to add another threat there, an assassin who can split push like Fizz into a side lane, you know, he's having fun time, but you can give him back up there as well. They almost got the other kill onto Jack, like just such a crucial moment. But Shen does other things, but he can also help you team fight.
Yeah, exactly right. And he can save maybe one of the important important members of your team. In the next replay that we're going to bring up, it looks like Chippies is in a world of hurt. You know, he's got 3 members closing in on him. It's an Alistair, it's the Jarvan, as well as First Mate there. And as we roll this one out, you see that Chippies gets this huge shield coming through from the Shen. He's able to live, get some CC down. Sure, he ends up falling, but they throw so much at him, 3 ultimates, and then they have to deal with Sharp. By this stage, he's already 4-1 and 8, and he's able to tear apart the team fight.
I think my favorite thing to do with Shen right now is to just count the number of taunts any given Shen gets in a team fight, because that was one of the major changes that sort of saw the champion come back in, and Sharp's actually still alive right now, chasing people down, as you can see, all off in the bottom side, chasing Malik, but he can just lock people up. It's such a potent CC as Shadow Dash.
Yeah, and it allows everyone else to arrive, you know. It just takes so long to get through that shield. He gets the big taunt afterwards, layers the CC nicely, and by that time, Perfection has arrived. Everyone else is still in the team fight. Chippies gets down more DPS than you would have expected possible from a dead AD carry, and able to continue to carry through the team fight.
And of course, there was a banner of command in that game as well that we just missed, which helps that split pushing as well.
Yeah, it certainly does. So 100% win rate on banner of command, top Shen. Definitely pick that one up.
Thanks, Minky. As we are going to get to a couple of questions, we had a competition, or we just asked you guys to give us some questions last week, and you guys have delivered as far as recent questions goes.
Yeah, exactly. We reached out to the Twitter community and told you guys to ask us anything. So here we go. Question number 1, Patrick.
Yeah, if you could pick one of the bottom 4 teams at the moment to make a massive comeback, who would be more likely to do so? That's there from Gub Gub.
Yeah, so right now, for me personally, it'll probably have to be the guys we just saw. Absolute. They've shown that they're able to get it done in some pressure situations. They've got a new AD carry in the situation, and First Mate looks very good, and they just look like they're a little bit more on par with each other nowadays.
Yeah, for me, I agree. Absolutely have looked good, but I think Sin have the tools to make it as a team. They've got the players, they've got the star power, but execution's definitely been their problem recently, but Sin can still rattle off a couple of difficult wins and get there.
Yeah, they certainly can, and you know, when you've got a star mid laner, a lot of support behind him, you would never put it past him to maybe make a late run.
No, not at all. We have another question here as well. As a climbing Silver 5 player, shout out to Silver, what is the best role to play to have the most influence over the game? That's there from Be Maddened on Twitter.
All right, so I'm going to go out there with a
amazing.
different one. Whatever role you play, just play continuously that one role and make sure that it's a role you enjoy, because Silver 5, you're probably going to have to put some hours in to climb your way out of that. In saying that, in my personal opinion, I played jungler when I was new to the game, was able to influence the map early, and I find that it's a lot about attitude. If you get your lanes rolling, people are much happier to play. They start playing a little bit outside of themselves and making plays as well. So I personally go back to jungle if I want to make an impact, although right now, it's kind of a little bit different.
Yeah, I have to echo what Spawn says there as well. I'm just someone that has my set champions. I, tend to play mid and top lane right now, but for me, it's more about playing champions and getting consistent on them and understanding the game holistically rather than trying to carry for one single role.
Yeah, the idea behind that is if you focus one champion, you learn the mechanics to the point that you don't have to worry about that champion. You can worry about the map, and a lot of people will make mistakes. You can catch them out, take advantage.
Yeah, so that's one of the best ways to practice. But why isn't Lee Sin, this is a great question, why isn't Lee Sin being played as frequently this split from My T Civil?
Okay, so I think the problem with Lee Sin right now is that there's so many tanks running around, and he doesn't really have a good way to deal with them. Lee Sin is great early game. He has really high impact when he's ganking lanes. And then between about level 7-ish, maybe level 9, till about level 16, he drops off until about 35 minutes into the game, where one kick can win a game. And that's what they look for, all Lee Sin players. I'm a Lee Sin player included. You just look for the one kick that is going to win you the game. But right now, because of the consistent mid-game team fighting, the tanks running around, tanky supports, he's just not able to get those picks that we're looking for.
And you get those engaged tools from other spots now as well, from the support position, from other junglers, Alexa, Gragas, Sejuani, although she's dropped off a little bit, even champions like Rek'Sai. For me, Lee Sin currently with Cinderhulk being a thing sort of accentuates his old weakness, where he was great early, but he kind of just became a glorified support by the end of it.
Yeah, it's also the change we made to his E, no longer attack speed reduction, and Gragas kind of does what he does in a better way right now.
Yeah, just much tankier, able to reduce more damage. We do have another question here. Why is Poppy not played in the OPL? Is it because Lollipoppy is simply too much of an intimidation factor from Kata Junipun?
So if anyone was going to play Poppy, it would have been Carbon, because he started playing it in solo queue a lot at the start of the season, and we never saw it eventuate, which I myself was very disappointed for. Poppy still has some mana issues, little bit of a clunky kit. You need a wall, so maybe run it with something like an Anivia or a Cataclysm. Woo, I don't know, something like that. But, I think Poppy's a lot of fun. I think that the players that play Poppy consistently, especially if you ever run into them in the top lane, are terrifying to deal with. And you're right, that skin is maniacal. It's horrible.
Yeah, we have another... Oh, never mind. And Ken, to add on to that as well, like, same thing with a lot of melee carries in League. It's just, unless you have a way to get yourself in there, or a good setup from your team, it is hard to do damage. Because you do damage, but getting in there and doing it's the hard part.
Yeah, and it's also how she's one of the legacy champions. Like, is she AP? Is she AD?
Yeah.
How do I build her? She's not tanky enough. I can assassinate anyone. But, you know, it's just one of those things that maybe doesn't fit in the meta right now.
Yeah, maybe not. So thanks, guys, for your questions. Keep them all coming here as well. We'd love to get some more out on Twitter if you guys want to send some more through. But we are going to move into something a little different here, actually, as we come into our next game. So, Spawn, I know we play a lot of solo queue. We just got to talk about, a bit of how to climb a bit more and that sort of thing. Let me tell you, if there is something that you guys want to either play or look out for in your solo queue games, there's an item called Runeglaive that's been running around.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's empowering a certain build on Ezreal. I'm sure everyone's seen it. We're now on the new patch, and I'm really surprised we didn't see it game one, but Runeglaive Ezreal, AP Ezreal in the mid lane, seems to be taking other competitive regions by storm, and it's just such a popular build.
Yeah, and again, you've probably seen it in your games yourself. You've started to see play competitively around the world. Can see play now in the OPL, move to that patch, but what is it about the champion?
Yeah, so we have a graphic that we're going to pull up, and here it is right here. This is the item build that you go with. And Runeglaive is really good for one reason. It actually changes your next auto attack, or in Ezreal's case, because his Q is countered an auto attack, to purely magic damage. Lichbane does something slightly different. It takes your base AD and then adds a magic damage modifier on top of it, which kind of splits the damage down the middle. Runeglaive, no problem with that. Means it procs Luden's Echo, means it's very good with spell penetration, and he kind of has three stages of the game where he's still relatively strong.
Yeah, and I mean, Ezreal, apart from maybe the early game, which is where the problem is, like, AP Ezreal saw a lot of play before, but this build just empowers it on a whole nother level.
Yeah, exactly right. So what Ezreal was missing was a little bit of wave clear. Nowadays, you used to have to max W for trading. Now you can max Q outright. As soon as you get your Runeglaive, you're able to AoE wave clear. You throw on Luden's Echo on top of that. It's even more wave clear. And then there's some variations you can go. If you want a tier for a big mana pool, you can go with that. If you want a Morello's Nomicon, you can go with that. But it's a lot of upfront damage. You've got global presence with your ultimate, able to trim sideways, and you're an outright poke machine. I mean, like, I have nightmares still of old Nidalee. This takes the cake 100%. You get hit by a QE combo late game as an AD carry, you are 100% dead.
Yeah, and even the ultimate in there as well. There's a lot to worry about, but we might see it tonight here, maybe later in the week as we move through the OPL, but definitely if you haven't tried it at home, maybe do. It's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly right. Works out with some other champions. Shout out to Rusty, who plays this a lot. Plays it with Nasus, plays it with Gameplay. Yeah, Misfortune also.
With that, we're going to move into our next game here. Let's talk about Sin Gaming for a second. Sin have one of the hardest roads home I have ever seen for a playoffs team. Sin, we've talked about the hashtag Sin win. Now it's Sin must win.
Yeah, exactly right. So coming into this one, Sin, they have to get in the leaderboard, and against two very intimidating teams. It's the Chiefs, it's the Direwolves. Last Split's finalists coming through, and they've had some problems lately. Jubes has looked up and down, haven't been able to get it going. Trashboat has gone relatively missing. Maybe they'll try and change it up because Ryan Meister needs some support.
He does, and he's a great mid laner, but you're right, does need some support from the rest of his team. And Sin, it's not just they have to win one or two games, they have to win out. And if they don't, it's not even just like, oh, okay, we didn't make playoffs, like whatever. They're at actually a major risk of getting relegated as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll have to see whether they're able to get any positioning if they do fall towards that relegation area, because as we said, so dangerous getting one of the top two challenger teams right now coming through trying to make a name for themselves. And over the other side of the rift, when you have someone like the Chiefs, the team that is still undefeated. By the way, if they were going to lose, tonight will be the night they lose, because historically it's been proven.
It has.
1 out of 1 splits. This is the game the Chiefs drop.
Wheels eventually fall off the wagon, but the Chiefs 13-1 last split, looking to try and make it 14-0. We're going to get into Champs League now. The Chiefs taking on Sin Gaming as the Chiefs continue their undefeated run, maybe, or if Sin can bring it back and start one of two very necessary wins.
Yeah, so we'll see whether they're able to get it done. And as we jump straight into Champion Select, some bans flying through, but there's a noticeable one on Sin's side.
Yeah, so let's have a look here. Rise, Fizz, and Nah there for the Chiefs, and Nunu banned away from Sin.
Yeah,
well, it's an Ezreal ban as well.
Ezreal also taken away from Swiffer. That is one person that has been spamming the heck out of this build, making sure that he has a lot of rotations in it. as we said, it's strong at a lot of areas of the games, but it is a specific target ban for the patch, which leaves open something like a Victor to come through.
Yeah, Hecarim actually banned away there as well, so going to leave now Chiefs with their first pick. You mentioned Victor. We've seen Alistar, junglers as well have had a lot of priority here. Chiefs have a lot open, but Kallista's open. Radier takes it.
Yeah, Radier's favorite champion. He was so vocal about how it's strong, and he will play it until it is nerfed just because he thinks it is outright the best pick in the AD carry position right now. Facilitates a lot of EGM's aggression. He's able to go in whenever he wants, can be pulled back out, and also has that all-important engagement tool to be able to throw himself into the mids.
I feel like Kalista was the champion that all the Vayne players were waiting for. It's like, just give us a highly mobile, outplay-centric champion that we can play competitively. And it is Kalista, who's seen a ton of bans, especially against the Chiefs. And I like what you said about supports. EGM's going to get thrown in, out, wherever he wants.
Yeah, exactly right. He can play as aggressive as he would like, overextend, then able to set up a lot of the team fights. I also like the fact that you're able to control a little bit of your support's movement. If there is ever a miscommunication, you can just grab him back like, no, I didn't mean that, friend. Like, let's try again.
Let's reset here. So we do see Alistar and Corki come through as Sin's first two picks. Corki, relatively good against Kalista. Not maybe Tristana levels, but still a fairly strong pick.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the idea, you kill her within the headbutt pulverize with a big one, the phosphorus bomb and the sheen proc. So you understand exactly what they're trying to do. They want to punish Radier for the pick right now, and that is a strong bottom lane coming out of Sin. Doesn't give anything away from their team comp. A little bit of engage and disengage, some poke coming through there, but just two very solid picks.
Yeah, we have the Chiefs now picking up Rek'Sai and Rumble as their next two picks. So jungle and top lane, Swiper, he's really been feeling the Rumble recently.
Yeah, certainly has, and able to pick it away from Rosie, which you have to also point out. Rosie very comfortable on the Rumble up there in the top lane. Spooks likes the global pressure and the early gank advantage that Rek'Sai is able to give him, so you understand what they've come through together there. Double knockups already. Swiffer doesn't play Yasuo, so we won't mention that. But they have a little bit of zone control in that team.
They do, and I think Swiper's Rumble has been very impressive recently. Solo killing Porky on Aurelia, I believe, which is at least a soft counter as far as that matchup's concerned. He's always been a great player, but it's nice to see him gravitating a bit more towards carry-esque champions and not just pure tanks. So Sin Gaming, considering their next few picks here, don't have very long to select them. It will be Varus and Gragas, though, so probably mid lane and jungle there.
That is brave coming through from Rheinmeister. Varus is a very strong laner at the moment. You know, maybe he was expecting the Azir to come through, so we get the counter pick there, but that is just a lot of immobility into someone that has historically played assassins incredibly well. I'm talking about the likes of Ahri, LeBlanc, Zed. Swiffer had them all, even throw a Fizz in there for good measure. This guy plays a lot of assassins, and to take a mid laner that is immobile like Varus into the mid lane, I'm not going to call it disrespect, but a little bit of confidence coming out of Rheinmeister.
Yeah, clearly valuing the strength of the pick. No Yasuo either can be picked into it, which is not a bad matchup as well. But we'll see what the Chiefs do and respond with. They have to pick, looks like one of their lanes blind. It's actually support and mid lane they're missing. So Sin Gaming giving a bit of extra information over there.
Yeah, they certainly are. So they're able to, I guess, get Rosie, the last pick there, see what they're willing to go with, maybe decide whether they want a lane swap. But Chiefs taking a very long time to come through with these picks, and we mentioned the assassin factor.
Yeah, this is assassination on two different lanes, actually. Annie there for Ejin, which is great with Kalista, but Diana coming through, that's a throwback for Swiffer.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, once again, something that if you've been checking out his solo queue page, he's played a lot of at the moment. They team up incredibly well from the jungle position. You know, we spoke about Shen being able to use his global to help split pushes. Diana, that split pusher in the mid game. Rek'Sai can do something similar if Spooks gets a good enough tunnel network set up, really be able to support that. And initiation for Ejim right now. He's going to grab the Annie, probably rush towards a talisman, and he's going to be looking to start up those fights, and then Radier can just pluck him out of danger if he ever overextends.
Or do the reverse. Just throw them all forward. Use the talisman, use the fate skull, get them all in there, and then just initiate that way. We've seen Ejim like to be aggressive. The likes of his Annie, his Alistar, all really good stuff.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Rheinmeister still keeping the Ignite as his summoner spell here. Would be surprised if that's what he went with. Maybe change it over to something like the Barrier. But
oh my god, that's a Galio.
Galio top lane coming through. It's
all
funny
right.
because the person that thought that this was a good lane matchup was Spooks. Spooks was when Alistar was a top laner and like last Worlds, like, Spooks was so sure that Galio was going to be the next big thing. And who was on his team that used to theory craft a lot with him back then?
It was Rosie.
Rosie, their support player. Spooks and Rosie did a lot of the draft, a lot of the theory crafting. So right now, we're going to see if it works because he's pulled it out against his old team.
Now, important to remember as well, Galio has seen some quality of life changes on this patch. His ultimate significantly buffed in 5.12.
Yeah, it certainly is. It doesn't respond to tenacity in the same way. You get caught up in there a little bit longer. You know, there's no Udyr running around, meaning that as soon as he taunts him, he's going to get broken out of it. So they do have to play this carefully for the Chiefs. There's a lot of wombo combo potential that Galio brings. Also, just a rock in the top lane, not going to be able to be shoved out by a Rumble at all.
Yeah, as far as the matchup goes, like Galio's W's Bulwark is really good against Rumble's Q.
Yeah, 100%. He'll heal from it. Like, straight up, it's going to give him health back as the game goes on. MR stacks incredibly well against what is an AP assassin and AP top laner coming through there. So, yeah, there's some tools in Rosie's kit. It's going to buff up his AD carry a little bit late game with that Bulwark as well. And we'll see what build he goes for. Does he go for something like the Abyssal Scepter? Because that's seen a lot of play recently and fits very well into Galio's kit.
Lots of potential combo from both sides here. We'll have to see exactly who gets the better of it this time, because there are some crazy team comps between these two. But get on Twitter and let us know who you think's going to win this game. Is it going to be the Chiefs with CHF win, or Sin, who must win with #SinWin?
Yeah, exactly right. Will Sin win this game? And you look what they've put together. You question whether there's some synergy mismatches. You know, Galio, Gragas, that doesn't really look like what you want to bring to the same party, but they've gone for it, and we'll see whether they're able to execute a very execution-heavy focus with things like Varus and the Alistair in there. You have to mention the layering of CC, and if they get it right, there is just so much lockdown to deal with a relatively squishy comp.
Yeah, and that's important to note as well. Diana actually surprisingly tanky, but everyone else, especially Kalista, she's the one that can't get caught in the big AoE. And you just think about the Galio Varus ult synergy. That's juicy.
Yeah, it certainly is going to lock him in place for a very long time. I would question maybe, do they have the damage to deal with it? A lot of pressure on Reinmeister in the mid lane to get out a lot of poke damage before these engagements starts up. But if they're ever able to chip people away, Rosie can fly and get those big flanks, flash over walls, and get the ultimate off. Idol of Duran, I think it's called. Throw it back a little bit. I play Galio a lot, I'm not going to lie. It's going to mean a good thing for their team fight.
And again, that ultimate got buffed recently. It's got a better AP ratio. The damage is more consistent. It's higher in general. A little bit, smoother to use there as well. There's a lot to like about the pick. I'm excited to see what Rosie does into his old teammate here, Swiper, in a matchup that on paper sounds reasonable for Galio, but we'll have to see how it plays out. But on the other side for the Chiefs, I just look at Raider and be like, why does he have Kalista?
Yeah, exactly right. They let it get through. They must have known this, because it's something that's been said time and time again. Do not let Raider get Kalista, and when you pair it with something like the Annie, it's just an aggressive lane combo that if you ever get caught out early game, you will die. Want to touch on Rosie a little bit more, because lane swaps might be an okay thing for Galio. We haven't seen it in practice because it hasn't been picked up that much, but I'm looking at the late wave clear that he's able to bring early game especially. And the Bulwark making him so hard to dive, he might be able to withstand a 1v2.
He might. And I like the frontline element there as well, coming in for Sin. Like, you usually want to put a big beefy people in front of Kalista just because she has to get through you with her Ren stacks and like stacking up with the Hurricane usually, or even single target, which takes significantly longer. So getting a nice frontline, we've got Alistar, who's pretty much tanky for free with the ulti, Gragas, who's massively tanky from the jungle, and Galio, who's pretty good in any situation against Kalista. I see what Sin are trying to do with this comp, and I like it.
Yeah, you certainly understand it. You don't have to go huge AP. You can grab something like a Frozen Heart in there as well to get the cooldown reduction going. So we'll add some utility to the team.
Well, you know what? Let's find out as we're going to hop back to the caster desk with Atlas and Rusty.
Thank you very much, Paste Time. And Rusty, is Galio in this game?
There is a Galio in this game, that is true, and it's going to be very interesting to see how the Galio performs. We were just touching outside on the fact that there could be lane swaps, and in saying that, I just wanted to touch on the fact that maybe they're not looking for lane swaps just because it's a Galio into a Rumble. That is the easiest lane you could ever be put in your life.
If you're a Galio.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe not the
Just
Rumble.
making sure that I get that one right.
Yeah.
Haven't seen a whole lot of Galio just recently. But like Spawn said, being able to heal off your opponent's damaging abilities probably going to be helping you.
Yeah, so one of the coolest factors and why it might be the lane swap, as they were mentioning, is because that shield can heal you. Annie not going to be doing a single thing.
No.
At all. Like,
she might be able to stun him for a little bit, and then Kalista might be able to get a little bit of damage down. But I guess we'll just have to see how Rosie's able to play this one out, how often he's been practicing it. Might be a little bit rusty, dust off the cobwebs. But I want to remind everyone the fact that Rosie was a caster main. That's what this guy played all the time. I, in fact, remember when he subbed into the mid-role when he was playing on Team Immunity, of course, then became the Chiefs. But he was in that mid lane. He was playing Anivia. Things were working out beautifully for the side. So Galio definitely going to fit into his wheelhouse quite well.
Yeah, one of the more versatile people. And of course, looking at the top lane of Sin, you have to think to yourself, Rosie is the only person in the OPL that would be so willing and ready to play anything abstract and weird. Throw in that wild card pick, and it's nice to finally see that one come out.
The man that played support Ziggs is now on the Galio in the top lane. And we are under the rift, ladies and gentlemen. Radier and Stealthic's going to find one another. Radier with the deeper ward, winning on the side of the Chiefs. They are going to have one auto attack left on that one. Of course, Radier knew that was going to happen. A bit of a dance-off in the top side of the map. And so far, a very defensive start from both sides.
And of course, I have to give a lot of credit to Galio's dance compared to that of Rumble. It does give him the upper hand in direct dance combat.
Yeah, that's true. Dance combat, definitely something that's very important. Swiper poking his little drill out of the brush as Spooks and Juves going to see each other. Huge start there for Spooks. Juves knows that no Tremor Sense is going to be spotting anyone out in the early stage of the game. And you had an interesting piece of information here about Juves and the reason behind Spooks' potential Rek'Sai pick this game.
Yeah, I know that Juves does like to play a fair bit of Evelynn. He's been playing it mostly in that solo queue, of course, but in saying that, the Rek'Sai isn't the echo that we have seen so much of from Spooks. He's gone for that Rek'Sai, and it's because it's so good against the Evelynn, so almost negating the potential for that pick during Champion Select. A very smart draft.
Yeah, meaning the Juves can't hop onto that sort of newfound comfort, but we'll see. Of course, Gragas definitely a very popular pick at the moment and can impact the map early on as well, which is what Juves likes to do. Likes to be able to help Rymeister get ahead early on, and we'll see whether he can do it this game. Of course, Sin coming off a couple of difficult losses. Absolute and Avant have been their last two, and looking to try and get some redemption, but it's pretty difficult to go up against the undefeated Chiefs and attempt that.
Yeah, it makes it even harder when you do have to win this game to have that contention of making the playoffs whatsoever. So a very difficult predicament to find yourselves in. But they've got the makings of it with this team comp. They've got that Wombo, they've got the Galio-based team fight, their Siege, their Poke. Their draft all around is actually quite strong.
Yeah, Radier and Agim now demanding the respect most definitely here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite a difficult lane as a 2v2 to actually find yourself coming out with an advantage as Radier and Agim right now in this lane. But all in all, it's gonna be quite I don't know, execution heavy from Sin.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can get it done. Juves waiting in the wings for a potential gank here as Swiffer. Ooh.
Having a bad time.
Yeah, a couple of blooded quiver stacks as well on top of this Diana, meaning that that Q did hurt a lot. Swiffer may need to blow flash here. Juves coming through. He's going to flash out of the way as Swiffer. An interesting angle, just making sure he gets out of the way of the body slam.
It's the psych out. Whenever a Gragas comes into your lane, you never know if he's going to use that flash body slam. And most of the time, it's actually really hard to react to in terms of your direct reaction time. You have to predict it. So flashing away is a safety option right there to get himself out of any potential bad situation.
Well, we'll see what does happen. As Agim and Radier just continuing to put pressure on this lane. 21 to 12 as far as the CS is concerned in that bottom lane. 15 to 20 as Rymeister is actually starting to pull ahead there in the mid. And Swiper is getting bullied by Rosie at the moment.
Yeah, very standard and expected, funnily enough, saying that in the Galio lane, is that the Galio will be able to bully you out indefinitely. Swiper, not a chance in the world of dealing a single point of damage to his opposition in the top lane. So very content there, Rosie, getting the 1v1 that I would imagine he was looking for.
Yeah, Juves is going to get Spooks found out here just a little bit as he went quite aggressive. Trashboat coming around as well. There's the headbutt into the wall, actually. Spooks just getting bounced around. Radier trying to get some work done in this fight as well, but Spooks somehow going to survive after using that flash.
Yeah, Spooks getting ganked on after being very aggressively positioned to find Juves. Of course, works out okay in the end. The rest of the Chiefs side, Agim and Radier, made their way up the river fairly quickly to get into the fray, prevent any kills from coming down, and everything is just reset again.
Yep, well, back into the standard lanes here as Radier and Agim pressing forward. About 8 CS, but look at this. Agim utilizing that Sentinel damage as well as Radier able to get a whole lot of harass through. Really making stuff happen. Juves makes his way around at the same time, so they are going to have to back away for now. Agim just continuing to play up here, and Chiefs not scared of the jungler whatsoever.
Juves just playing the numbers game right now, just being there. Stealthic's super low, Trashboat has no mana, so there's literally nothing this bot lane of Sin can do besides give Juves a high five on his way out perhaps, but they're not going to actually get a direct kill threat. Chiefs able to sit there, don't need to respect the damage threat from Juves at all.
Speaking of needing to respect, Swiffer definitely needs to start respecting Rymeister's damage, or he might get soloed out here in the mid lane. 28 CS to 38 in the next couple of seconds. Oh, actually misses that farm. Relying on you, Rymeister. Tail of Arrows is going to come through. Rymeister is looking to try and push this one out as quickly as possible and head back to buy. So a 12 CS advantage here for the Varus, which is something that you would expect until that Diana hits that level 6.
Yeah, of course. And Swiper actually bringing back the CS discrepancy in the top lane to be fairly even, only 4 between them. So all in all, not too bad considering the, let's call it a soft counter matchup. It's just more of a you don't do damage and I'm a Galio matchup.
The I'm a Galio matchup.
Yeah, so every matchup with a Galio when you're magic damage is just the I'm a Galio matchup. Really.
Sorry, I'm a Galio.
Yeah.
We'll see whether Spooks decides to go full damage this game, just to say, sorry, I'm a physical damage dealer.
I am immune to Galio being Galio.
The natural counter to hi, I'm Galio. Well, I think we've said Galio enough times.
Yeah.
Just don't need to say it anymore for the rest of the cast. The freeze going to be began here for Swiper as Rymeister going to get caught by the ultimate there of Swiffer. Resets it with the Q, but Juves is in here at the same time. Looking to try and turn this around is this Diana. Trashboat coming in as well. Spooks finds his way in, gets the knock up onto Trashboat. No unbreakable will for this Alistair at level 4 just yet, but Swiffer did take a lot of punishment.
Yeah, so
far, yeah.
Rymeister being level 5 kind of removed any real kill threat from this lane. Swiffer being 6, a lot of mobility coming out of the ultimate use there, actually saving it, only using it once at any time, so still has it available now to be used offensively. And you can see Rymeister starting to respect the lane a little bit more. Dana naturally with that kill pressure of just being level 6 up against what is a tier from a Varus. So this lane has completely changed around.
Yeah, the fact that 2 sort of offensive-based items have been picked up from Swiffer when he did only have that flask from before. So a little bit more of a power shift. Tons of pings onto the map here by the Chiefs as Juves is spending some time checking out their jungle. And already just organically, the Chiefs with an 800 gold lead.
Yeah, nothing crazy, no kills on the board, but the big difference, you have to look at those AD carries and just take a second to really let that sink in, Atlas, to the fact that the difference between them at 7 minutes is that big.
And again, lots of damage here. Ejim's going to get the stun off as well. Level 5, so no Tibbers to come down, but Sin pressured out of this lane once more. 66 to 38, just ludicrous is the power. And I like the early sort of boots 1 pickup here by Radio. Of course, one of the only ways that you can make Omarka's boys hop you a little bit further is by grabbing that flat movement speed from your boots level.
Yeah.
Noting that, making sure he can get as far as possible.
Yeah, he's going to be able to hop around at his own will now. And again, the control in the lane has already been in favor of Chiefs since the start. Juves coming in to give some high fives and say, I'm sorry, but your lane is completely wrecked at this stage. And it's going to stay that way for quite a while.
Wow, look at that harass damage. Radier and Ejim, they're just so good at playing this lane out. Radier's always on top of it. Every time Ejim manages to land an auto attack, procs that passive from the W, make sure that he gets the extra % health damage off.
That's the cool part between this lane, of course, and his super high auto attack range, and Radier able to play aggressively knowing that Ejim will have that stun. So there's no threat of the Alistar turning it around because Annie will be able to stun him and stop that from happening. Corki does have a lot of base damage and tried to make some trades, but you cannot compete with the Kalista Annie auto attacks, and especially not once they start putting in spell rotations to boot.
Unfortunately, Swiffer unable to find the Q or the cannon creep. Very, very sad there from the mid lane as this Diana struggling just a little bit. Rymeister picking up a whole bunch of farmers that minion wave crashes into the turret as well. But we'll see whether Swiffer can turn this one around now that there isn't quite as much attention in the mid.
Yeah, it's definitely closer to a 1v1. You can see Swiffer kind of stalking around the outside, the edges to try and make something happen. And meanwhile in the top lane though, you have to admit, Rosie's starting to hurt, doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, Swiper though, keeping up in farm, most definitely. So that is good for the Chiefs, but it's going to get to a point where this Rumble's going to stop doing anything. We'll see whether Sin make any moves with this Galio. Make sure that they can get that Idol of Durant to the right position. Start affecting how this game is going to go. Because also there's the fact that, you know, his E, you're able to get that gust down like the river, something like that. Make sure that your whole team can get into position a whole lot faster.
Yeah, it's very good as an enabling spell, almost like a mini Sivir ultimate in terms of that relative, that relative instant speed boost that the Galio can provide. not even taking into account that it actually does do a fair bit of damage. So
Yeah.
a very good summoner spell to be in the face of the side. You look at the rest of the Sin lineup, they've got the Alistar and Varus even needing a bit of extra move speed while he's channeling the Q maybe to chase people down.
Yeah, Stealthic's actually forced into that Sapphire Crystal
Yeah.
pickup as well, instead of being able to grab sort of that Amp Tome, get towards something like a Sheen, but a little bit difficult. We are going to have a slight pause, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we are on your screen at the moment. We are going to get back into the game ASAP. But for now, let's just take stock. Have Sin done enough to try and get themselves sort of through this stage of the game? And, of course, Radier is very far ahead.
Yeah.
We can say that.
Yeah.
But is having a Varus in a good position in the mid lane and the fact that Galio exists in the top lane, is that going to be enough for Sin?
So Sin, because essentially the Corki is in a very awkward position, you have to look at the rest of the team and say, how are they going to perform? How are they going to go on the back of this Varus, this Galio in the top lane? They've got a very strong mid game. They've still got very good siege and poke. They've got very good counter engage as well. So you sit there, you siege down turrets, poke down turrets, and then suddenly the Chiefs want to turn it onto you with a Diana. You're going to be in the face of a Galio, and that's not necessarily a position where you want to find yourself. So based off the team comp alone, they've done enough to get through 2 of their key members, but you have a look at the bot lane. This Corki is in a very rough spot that needs to get that Trinity Force around the same spike.
Yeah, he really needs to start getting to a point where he can really get things done. And at
Yeah.
the moment, you just flat out can't. Trashboat there on the Alistar trying to make things work, but he's just been sitting there spamming Triumphant Roar. Hasn't really been able to get too much else done.
Yeah, he hasn't had a chance to do anything really. Every time he starts to rotate, tries to roam, things don't really go in his favor, of course. Last time we saw him go mid, he just kind of threw down a Pulverize and walked away.
Yeah, did I guess save them from a potential 2v2 that the Chiefs very used to handily coping with. But as we talk about it, Swiper might be in trouble here. May need to use the teleport, but of course you can't with an Alistar there. Gonna get slowed down for now. Pulverize is there, but flashes out of it. Swiper, that was the only thing he could do to save himself from that one.
Yeah, Alistar actually saving his combo for as long as possible to essentially either say flash out or die, because he was prolonging it for long enough to let the rest of his side rotate. But you can see, speaking of rotations,
Yep. Radio's going to be able to lock that one down. Uses the Rend, picks up that Dragon very, very easily here. So the Chiefs able to trade what was a gank attempt, so a flash for the top laner for a Dragon. So very, very well done.
yeah, very easily traded, in fact. If they don't get a kill from the top lane because there's no flash available, then that's a very big mistake from this Sin lineup. Of course, good pressure to place in the top lane, but an instant reaction from the Chiefs secures them the Dragon, and they've got complete control of this bottom lane.
Yeah, Swiffer actually deciding on whether or not to pick up that arm guard. Decides instead that he wants more damage, grabs himself a big old rod, and he's going to head back to the mid lane.
It's just mid laner's curse, isn't it? You go
Yep,
back,
I've
you've
got 1600
yeah.
gold, oh no.
You could buy anything in the world, but you can afford it near the large rods.
Yeah, so that's the only option.
Yeah, exactly.
Understandable.
And he's
I
got
feel
one.
your pain, Rusty. Well, Stealthic's able to use those rockets now to keep farming up. He's 40 CS down, but that gap has not exactly widened. So that is good news for this Corki, who wants to be able to grab some more bits of this Trinity Force if he can.
Have a look at Galio's item build.
Interesting.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Is this going to be the Galio of Command?
Yeah. The Galio banner flying on the minions as they still push. Beautiful.
Spook's going to find Juves there. A little bit of a prey seeker. Swiffer going to help him out, clearing out this pink ward. So Rosie's going to poke his head down the river just a little bit, but he's going to head back into his lane afterwards. Rosie utilizing that passive to great effect at the moment. He wants nothing if it isn't magic resist.
Well, funnily enough, yeah, using the passive to give himself some extra ability power with that. Doesn't even really need to use his shield in lane right now. You can see, not respecting the damage of Swipe, actually using the shield to push minions because it gives him extra ability power also.
Yeah, that's a good point. Is that, you know, a fair amount of ability power, or is it just a bit negligible and may, you know,
As someone
wanna
that
hold
doesn't
on to
ever
it?
see or play Galio, I couldn't tell you the exact amount. But
if
in
I could
saying
just
that,
have a breakdown of the numbers per level, that'd be really cool.
in saying that, it's enough to give you wave clear on the melee minions opposed to just the range minions.
Ah, okay.
So that's how much, as someone that has played it once.
Wonderful. I like it. No, that's actually very, very important. Making sure that you're as spell efficient as possible without having to move towards that minion wave. As sort of a melee but caster who has a lot of range in his kit, it's pretty important to be able to finish off creeps with your abilities as opposed to having to auto attack.
Yeah, so Galio, in a way, doesn't want to be a melee caster, just wants to throw out spells as much as possible without having to auto-attack. Because the second you're in range to take raw damage, you need to have the shield on. And that's when you're using 3 spells to actually waste all of your mana to ensure you get last hits.
Yeah. Well, that Righteous Gust almost able to kill the backline minions. One thing I do like about Galio is the fact that his ability names are really cool.
Yeah. Idol of Durand, Righteous Glove.
Bulwark.
Yeah. In saying that, as we were talking about Galio's spells, they stole the blue away here, denying it from Varus. That is a very big factor considering
And
the CDR.
Stealthix is going to get caught up there.
Wow.
Radiant with the 1-2 punch. The Ren coming down. Stealthix feeling like he never wants to come back to this lane ever again. Oh, Rymeister just missing that Q.
Fancy.
Yeah. Nice little footwork there by this Diana. Who are we heading forward? Resets the ultimate there as Swiffer actually gets ulted by Rymeister here as well. Misses the Q to Swiffer. Rymeister trying to turn this one around. A few more auto attacks. If he lands the next spell, it's going to be bad news for
That damage is
Swiffer. Spooks coming in. Swiffer somehow surviving as the flash on Burrow comes down. Swiper teleports in. Rosie still in that top side as the equalizer comes through. Juice will have to walk through it. Just body slams over the top. Nicely played. The Chiefs saved their mid laner. Nothing else really working for them at all.
No, they actually do still save Swiffer, and that is a big factor.
Oh, he
Hello.
did. There's the flash. Tibbers. Radiant looking to try and pick up first blood. There's the Fate's Call. Radiant wants to find the kill.
Radiant.
There's no spears in that guy, though, so this Kalista not going to be able to find it. Man, they're just using everything, trying to get a kill, but still none for the whole game.
He wanted it desperately, wasting
yeah.
that flash when he wasn't in range to ensure that there was at least a chance of it. They don't find it. Trashboat wants to grab.
Radiant grabs it.
Stomps the ground in anger as it actually gets taken by the Kalista.
Yep. Torn from his grasp. Swiffer going to fight 2 pink
No,
wards?
he only found one because it was outside the bush, but they were both placed to find him as he was running away in the previous fight.
My goodness. Well, another pink ward there. Back up there for Sin. Of course, Swiffer not actually entering the brush. He just does head back home. So he's going to be his on his hourglass completed. Somehow Swiffer actually finding himself with completely even farm on Rymeister, who was in control of that lane. Definitely looking like he was able to get things done, but sneaky Swiffer able to pick up the farm when he needs it. Egypt picking up the damage when he needs it as well.
Yeah, I don't think he needs the damage, but certainly picking it up. That is doing a lot right now. Not even really having penetration items. It's just the base health of Annie is just ridiculously low.
Yep. Radiant, though, he went back to base, picked himself up a Runar's Hurricane outright. His farm is completely ludicrous, almost above that 10 a minute mark.
Yeah,
Swiper going to lose his turret though.
Swiper going to lose the turret mostly on the fact that he had to use his flash earlier and then teleported in about 2 minutes after that. So Sin finally finding a way to capitalize on being in top a lot. They lost their first dragon for that, so all in all, getting the tower for it is not too bad of a trade. Swiper not having his teleport does need to rotate for this dragon that is up now. And of course, Galio having his. This might be the fight we're looking for if you're Sin.
Yeah, Radiant looking to try and get something done. Oh, actually getting caught up there by Juice, but Tibbers comes down. Celtics needs to be careful. There's the explosive cast because Radiant needs to... Oh, he gets caught by Rosie. 3-man first blood goes down for Celtics as he's getting punished by Swiffer. Burning down as well now. Bulwark not going to be enough to help him, but Rymeister now in amongst this fight. The Chief members are so incredibly low. Spooks, very cheeky tunnels going to get him out of there, but it's not going to be the same for Swiper. And the Chiefs trade 2 for 1 and grab the dragon. So, oh, actually... No, dragon still not dead. That was the one from earlier. Ejim gonna find Juves.
Not going to actually find Juves though.
No, not really. And they've discovered Swiffer now as well. He's completely out of mana. Doesn't have a flash. Not doing anything. Rosie just grabs the kill.
He tried to bait a flash as well by like making that sudden juke towards the wall, but none of them actually being baited into that.
No.
Funnily enough, if they did get baited into it, they would have found Spooks on the other side recalling. So unfortunately, none of them actually flashing to find that Rek'Sai with no health on the other side recalling.
Some cheeky play there by the mid laner of the Chiefs, almost donating the jungler, but definitely a fight going slightly awry there for the Chiefs. And Radier took a whole bunch of damage and then found himself with a big old circle and a scary gargoyle in the middle of it.
Yeah, so Raider actually tanking the dragon at the same time as the flash ultimate from Galio.
Yeah.
A lot of damage came down all at once. They pick him up. Of course, the Varus, the Galio, as we were mentioning beforehand, the fact that those two can still carry them through fights, and that Swiffer's focus was on the Corki. He's not doing anything right now. So focusing him, potentially a big mistake. The Varus, of course, the more highly prioritized target, if you were to compare, but again, if I was Swiffer, I wouldn't have walked through a Galio ultimate. I would have gone for Corki anyway.
Yeah, probably would have done the same thing. But of course, you know, Stealthix now picks himself up first blood in amongst all that, so the Corki feeling a little bit better.
Yeah, Corki finally getting some gold to back up what he didn't really have to begin with.
No.
Going to help him a little bit in terms of that direct fighting capabilities, but Raider is just carried away so much right now. His gold difference is unbelievably high between the two. You cannot compare AD carries even after that kill. You have to look elsewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely true, of course. 60 CS in the lead does mean definitely more than even a few kills coming down for this Corki. A little bit unfortunate as far as that matchup is concerned, but around the map, Rosie definitely looking good in comparison to Swiper, of course, picking himself up a kill towards the end there against Swiffer, and things looking okay. 1-3 now in favor of Sin. We'll see whether they can carry it forward. This is something that we've spoken about as far as Sin is concerned, is the fact that they look a bit sloppy as far as sort of their late game decision making is concerned. We'll see whether this is something that they've managed to patch up over the break. Now come into week 7, definitely a time when they really need to get everything together. And against Chiefs, if they manage to, it's a big deal.
Yeah, and this is the game where the Chiefs lost last split, so everything on the line for Sin. They do need to find a single win in this game. There's no way for them to be able to lose this game and have their spot in the playoffs. So we are back in.
Well, we'll see whether game number 13 is unlucky for the Chiefs or whether it's just Rosie.
That's true.
Because Rosie, of course, on the other side now, so we'll be able to once and for all see whether or not it is sort of his bad luck or whether it's going to be the Chiefs' unit. Ejim actually going to get a nice double stun here as Trashboat and Stealthix trying to come through, and Chiefs able to take away the dragon. Second one goes over to them. Oh, Ejim gets caught. There's a change of corruption. Nice my God. Use of the ultimate there as Radiant.
No!
He got headbutted to safety. What the heck, Trashboat?
Trashboat.
You silly Billy. What was that? Oh my goodness.
Oh,
no.
He'd be so salty.
Oh, no.
They do still get a lot of damage onto Annie. The Kalista ult is no longer available, and they've got control of the mid lane. So they are going to be able to find themselves a trade for what was a very big mistake. A little bit of an oopsies there from Trashboat.
Well, look, maybe just zoning them away. The zoning headbutt into the turret take. So they do definitely win the trade there. So taking all of the health off Ejim was helpful.
Yes.
So, look, can't take too much away. Radiant now going to be hanging out towards this bottom side. Does have the Berserker's Greaves, and with that Rend stacked up, Renan's Hurricane there as well. Makes short work of these minions. So we'll see whether he continues to stay here. But with 3 members
he should have
towards
his
bottom side.
Now.
Yeah, doesn't want to do it. But yeah, you're exactly right. 2-item spike here for the Kalista at 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's going to be very big if he does have that. We're not entirely sure just yet. No, not enough. Very close, I would imagine. In saying that, the rest of this inside, they are starting to hit some big spikes. You can see the Banner of Command finish from Galio. It's weird saying that's a spike, but it is a Galio who works well.
The Banner of Command power spike. I like it.
The infamous Banner spike. But he does work well with magic resistance, so it's going to help him out a lot. It's going to make it very difficult for Rumble to try and deal with that split pushing that can come through from a Galio. So it's actually a very smart pickup here from this in lineup. You've got the Trinity Force from Corki. Does not have his boots upgraded. And we don't have the Last Whisper just yet from Rymeister, but working very well towards getting that. So,
Swift are going to get caught out. Chains of Corruption on top of him. Uses the Zhonya's, turns it back around. Spooks, he gets the double knock-up on both of the carries. That equalizer was fantastic from Swiper. Everyone has to move out of the way. Juve's going to die for it, and the Chiefs turning it on in the mid lane. And I thought Swiffer was most definitely dead.
That was sick from Swiffer just then. Using his ultimate to get in range to knock up all of them with his E. All 3 members dodging the Gragas ultimate at the same time. Wonderful. And then the rest of the Chiefs lineup came through. The cavalry arrived. The equalizer connected with Spooks, knocking them up.
Well, Ejim looking to try and help Radier out by clearing out some vision. The top lane outer turret does fall down. Swiffer going to be backing as well. So Rymeister going to clear out these Raptors. Trash Boat just backing on away. So a little bit of a lull here, ladies and gentlemen, as Celtics is going to clear out this bottom wave. And who's the onus on at this point, Rusty, as far as who wants to be making the plays? Who wants to be putting on the aggression?
So it's definitely Sin looking to make the plays right now. The fact that they've got the team comp to work around their mid-game strengths. When I was seeing them go through that draft, the Varus and the Corki said to me, mid-game enough. They've now got the Gragas and the Galio, sorry, I always forgot his name. That's how often we see him, to actually bolster their forces and their poke potential.
Yeah, well, we are going to have another pause, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're chilling out here. And the reason I asked the question, of course, I saw the Varus and I was thinking, okay, yeah, not exactly a late game option. Definitely spikes there in the mid game. But Galio, I just don't know where to put him. As far as, like, when's this guy strong? When's this guy not strong? It seems to be like if you're against a team with a whole lot of extra magic damage, then he's just going to be super strong all the time. And if you're against a team with, 2 AD damage dealers, he's going to be basically useless.
That's not exactly. The way that Galio works is similar to the Mundo of the world, where you just stack one type of resistance. The difference is, if they're a magic-heavy team, you do damage also. So that's the key factor right there, is that the Galio always going to be relevant, but against a very magic damage-heavy team, as we are seeing the Diana and the Rumble, he's going to be very relevant because he can use that Banner of Command to continue split pushing and then stack an Abyssal Scepter with that Chalice, most likely going to go for that Athene's Unholy Grail. And then he's going to be impossible to kill for everyone except Rayder. And even in saying that, if his shield is available, you probably won't see Rayder killing him anytime soon. Yeah, well, this is the thing with the fact that Rayder hasn't gone sort of that tank-busting build with all the attack speed where he can get sort of damage done quickly. He's more this, I'm going to AoE down everyone with the Hurricane and the Bloodthirster, which is now completed. A different option there. 80 CS in the lead, though, for this Kalista. Still pretty dang far ahead. Swiffer entering split push mode. Going to be ulting around here. Man, he's missing cannon creeps like you would not believe this game, but still has a lead as far as that farm is concerned. Relanonicon now completed for the Diana. And Radier in a different lane to Swiffer. And this is something that we were talking about as far as Direwolves and Absolute were concerned last game, was the fact that they were sort of sharing a lane with 2 carries, and Chiefs definitely opting out of that. So Chiefs have actually made a really smart adaptation to play right now. The Banner of Command was used in the top lane before Rosie recalled to go bottom, completely negate any opportunity of a 1-3-1 split. They've sent Rek'Sai top lane, the physical damage, to take out that Banner of Commanded minion, and they can just have Diana splitting in the bot lane against the Galio. Of course, kill threat kind of low, but in saying that, they've now got the Rumble mid lane to negate a lot of the mid-game strength of this Sin side just by throwing down the Equalizer. Sin can't engage, and it's not that Rek'Sai was really able to. Was that an ultimate?
That was a Chains of Corruption. Bit of a blood rush to the head there for Rymeister as he threw out the ult, but not going to find anyone with it. Spook split pushing now on this Rek'Sai. Actually does have the Fate as well. So possibly looking for that Black Cleaver and shredding through armor. It's going to be very, very handy here because Radier is going to then have a field day with doing basically true damage.
Yeah, it's going to be very potent between them. Of course, the magic resistance stacking is very evident as he wants to defend his pink ward so desperately.
Oh, Egypt almost. That would have been half of his health. Just ridiculous. There's the flash tippers, though. Rymeister, a whole host of trouble. Swiffer finds his way in, but it's going to be Radier that grabs the kill. In goes Egypt one more time. Equalizes down as well as Rosie's teleported in. A double kill now as Swiffer is super freaking deep on this fight. No Idol of Durand available for Rosie, and that's an ace for the Chiefs.
Yeah, the Chiefs find the fight they're looking for, and one of the funniest interactions I've ever seen. Swiffer picking up while Sonya's the shield, spinning around and connecting to Gragas, who body slammed through, and then that killed the Corki. So that was a little bit crazy. The rest of the team fight, you can see Rayder just jumping all over the place. The Galio not able to find the engage they're looking for. The chains from Varus were not available, and he got flashed onto by Egypt. So a very convincing fight. They're going to be able to get the dragon now, and they're going to have to recall afterwards. but they've just found themselves in a commanding position.
Yeah, so many wards so far up the map here as well as the Chiefs starting their stranglehold. Blue buff is going to respawn. Sin will be able to grab that one, but 3 dragons to 0. This is something that the Chiefs always do. Admittedly, they lost a fight around Dragon this game, around that second one, but still able to pick up all 3 of the first ones. And no team in Oceania has yet managed to find out how to deal with how oppressive they are with this Dragon vision control and controlling this objective in general.
You have to give a lot of credit to the bot lane, though, in that respect. The fact that EGIM and Raider are always winning lane, it is so hard for your duo to respond. That wasn't even warded. He's just saying, get out of my jungle.
That wasn't even shoutcasting. That was just giggling. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, as Baron is going to get mad at Spooks and Rosie's going to make his way to the mid lane. Doesn't find any minion waves, though, and a lot pushing in here for Sin.
Yeah, they've actually got a lot of pressure on this bot lane turret. Rymeister does have his core items, but he's opting into that split push because there is a free turret for the taking. So that is going to go down in favor of Sin. Chiefs looking to make a trade, though. They're running up mid. Yeah,
running up the mid lane looking for the inhibitor turret because they've taken the inner already. Only a couple of inners remaining, but that's going to be the other lane.
They've also found Stealthix.
Yeah, Stealthix. Oh, dear. I don't know whether he got the reset.
He didn't.
He didn't. No, Lunar Rush still on cooldown. Only for another couple of seconds, though. Stealthix is going to throw some rockets here against these minions. Going to clear that one out. So mid lane not going to be where Chiefs find any joy, but they've got a ton of vision around Baron. And that might be the next place that they look for a fight. Swiper going to be clearing out the minions in the top lane, seeing whether he can get to a point where they can push down that top inner turret.
Yeah, you say they have a ton of vision around Baron. They just have a ton of vision. You look at where they've just done the Dragon, of course, not too long ago. All of the residual vision that has been around that area, still very evident. And then the pressure, the pinks are starting to gravitate more towards that Baron area as Sin trying to weasel their way back into their own jungle.
Now Spook's able to get a knock up here if he wants to. Chiefs sort of hanging around the side. We'll see how they deal with Rosie, who does have that ultimate back available. Distortion is there, like we mentioned before. But doesn't have the flash just yet. Chiefs, what they're going to do is take down an inhibitor turret. Oh, Rymeister flashing forward. There's the ultimate. Spooks is going to die from this one. Oh, actually not. Survives it somehow. Swiper and Swiffer now caught as the equalizer came through. Flash out of the way from Swiper. Does need to be super careful. Rosie not going to find the Q as Swiffer decides instead to tank up a turret and take it down. Interesting stuff. And I don't know what just happened, but no one... Oh, Juves died. Okay, Juves died.
Yeah, they just completely out-rotated Sin. They ran them around like headless chooks. Rosie still has his ultimate available, but could not pick a single target to use it on. Because they were changing directions every which way, and he couldn't actually keep up. I think his head was spinning by the end of that one.
I believe so.
You could see for no particular reason, Swiffer realizing the top turret was low, tanking that one up himself. And they do
He was looking for a way out, and he's like, oh wait, we didn't take this turret? All right, I'll deal with it, and then we'll move on.
I've got this.
Yeah, well,
Swiper doesn't have that, that's for sure.
No, but he does silence himself. Probably would be auto-attacking that annoying minion. Oh, actually, the extra silence damage doesn't do anything to it either. Oh my goodness. It's a sad day to be a Rumble in this lane, but does deal with the banner of commanded minions.
Yeah, it's going to be quite alright. Of course, the Rumble scaling very well, has his 3 magic penetration items and has enough magic resistance to deal with, at the very least, the Galio and somewhat the Corkio is quite mixed. So the biggest concern, if you have a look at this Sin lineup, is going to be that Varus. If he can make something happen, we saw the engage from him in the last fight. Even Spooks, the tanky member of the side, getting extremely low.
Yeah, this is his power spike at the moment. Rymeister's not going to get a whole lot stronger than this. Mirror Mana is there, Ghostblade as well as that last Whisper. Probably wants like a Mercurial Scimitar, something like that. Maybe even the Bloodthirster is his next option if he wants to go something more sort of flat out aggressive. But Swiffer's waiting in a flanking position. And Swiper can teleport in here as well. Swiffer has been turned on though, can use the Zhonya's if he wants to. Juice taking a lot of damage actually. Moonfall goes down. Radier though is going to take down Rymeister. Trash Boat with the Unbreakable Will, making it look a little bit breakable here are the Chiefs as they now stream up the mid lane. Rosie does have Idol as Duran, but uses the flash defensively. I was expecting him to go straight in on top of that one. Spooks, in fact, is going to do just that as Juice gets over with a body slam into his own base. Turret falls down. Oh. Swiffer diving in. Does still have the Zhonya's there, of course.
Oh, yeah.
What?
No, he doesn't anymore.
Yeah, I think he thought that he'd used the Lunar Rush, but it was on cooldown. Little bit sad.
Yeah, look, they still found the inhibitor after
They
that,
did.
so they've got a very big advantage like they didn't already. The Chiefs finding themselves in a very commanding position, even more so than they were 5 minutes ago. 3-0 in Dragons with the next in 40 seconds. The Baron available, all of the control around that Baron area. The only exception being mid lane is in favor of the Chiefs. And now that's just up to them to try and systematically close out the game. And I just wanted to quickly touch on how Rek'Sai is actually really good into Galio.
Oh, yeah.
You just stay burrowed, and he
Oh,
taunts
yeah.
you, and you pop up.
So it's basically like Udyr.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness, his own personal bear stance.
it's just good.
How very upsetting here for Rosie. Can't exactly make it work just yet. Has decided that he does need to have some of that armor. Frozen Heart's going to be built up. Of course, cooldown reduction also a fantastic thing. We'll be able to get a whole lot of extra cooldown
That's a
reduction
lot of
back.
farm, by the way, on Galio. Compare that to Rumble. He doesn't have much.
No, it's hard to see
Oh!
it. But yeah, there's the Idol of Duran. So much extra damage. Heal down for Radiant, but he's killed now as well. Rymeister's going to be traded. Swiper in a whole bunch of trouble. Swiffer coming in. There's the move for all under 4. Instantly removes Stealthix from the fight. Juves, he's going to have to body slam his way out as Trashboat gets a decent rupture. Pulverize. Double kill goes down for Swiffer, and they are going to be able to head back to this Dragon. It's a decent attempt there by Sin, and Rosie, he's still got some fight left in him.
The big issue is, of course, the fact that Rymeister went down. They initiated the fight super well. Galio hitting exactly what was required of him. In saying that, and that's a very low Spooks, they didn't get the follow-up from that. Of course, all of the damage placed, but the trade immediate. The Chiefs finding Rymeister, the key source of their damage right now, and he just did not have an impact from there on out. The mid laner of Chiefs comes through, the cavalry arrives, and Swiffer just plays cleanup.
Yep. Easy as you like. He's going to be able to get that one finished off. Might be able to head back, and we'll see what he decides to pick up, whether it's a Luden's Echo, whether it's something else. Decided to go for the Merc Treads here as well. So wonder whether he did actually know about the Galio boss, or whether that was for something else here. Of course, Chains of Corruption also something that he probably wants to remove. And he is going for what looks like a Rabbidan's Death Cap as that third item.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt as well, because
Yeah.
he's Swiffer after all.
That is a very, very good point. I was not meaning to take anything away.
No, it's just the questioning is something that I do need to second guess every now and then.
Well, Swiffer now with that Blasting Wand. Wouldn't mind if he turned that into a Void Staff before finishing off that Rabbidan's at the same time, considering the fact that there is a fair bit of magic resist, but Rymeister clearing out this top wave, and the Chiefs' positional advantage most definitely around this Baron.
Yeah, they're looking for the Baron or to force a fight near the Baron, of course. They've got complete control when it comes to relative 5-on-5 team fighting. You can see Spooks again split pushing, and I just love this change in their strategy to keep Swiper nearby, have Spook split. He's still got the tunnel system to get back into the fight. He can just place a tunnel nearby. You can see one in the mid lane on either side and be relatively close, and he can deal with the banner of commanded minion that Rosie has put down there.
Yeah, he's already got the Black Cleaver in his build as well. 30% cooldown reduction as far as that's concerned, so really nice here for Spooks. He's going to be very happy with how his build's working out. He's throwing barrels into this Baron pit, trying to make it angry at Ejim. Actually, Baron's still eating through. Oh, Radiant not going to get caught on the right side of that one as Ejim flashes forward. There's the Tibber stun. Swiper lands a wonderful equalizer in amongst it as well as Rosie. He's getting chunked down, but Radiant not in it this time around. There's the Ren. So much damage. Swiffer is going to lock down Trashboat. Rosie's super low. Double kill as the Diana comes flying around the side. And the Chiefs now, they've already taken down the inhibitor. They'll go straight to the Baron.
A big mistake. Of course, you can tell Sin trying to make something happen, but they just can't do it. They stuff up the engage by the smallest amount, and they just turn it around. Egypt using that talisman. They've turned onto the Baron now. They're going to be able to get this uncontested, and now their advantages have just skyrocketed. Rymeister's just going to try and get some minions in their control to slow down this push. But it is going to be so hard to deal with this Chiefs team.
Yeah, Swiffer now completes the Rabbidan's Death Cap as well. But look, I take it all back. I don't really mind about the fact that he hasn't picked up a Void Staff because he's just going for squishy targets. Rymeister and Stealthix, there's no hint of any magic resist. Just now as Rymeister managed to complete that Hex Drinker. So if he just continues his focus on these champions, then doesn't really matter too much.
Well, in saying that, even Rosie did not go for the Abyssal Scepter first. He went for the Frozen Heart to have some armor to deal with Rayder. So the relative magic resistance is somewhat there, but Diana's got enough base damage to get through that very easily.
Yeah, and he just doesn't really want to be killing Rosie anyway, so he
No.
doesn't care all that much.
But it's just an added side effect of winning a team fight here and there.
The double Aegis might help out just a little bit as far as Juice and Rosie are concerned, but we'll see what does happen as we move forward in this game. Last Whisper now completed by Radiant, looking at his 6th item, which will be, of course, that Mercurial Scimitar. Pretty standard stuff here as the double lifesteal has already been completed. And the QSS being available going to be very helpful against Rosie's Idol at Durand. That one comes down. Swiffer, though, in split push mode, going to take down the inner turret. And Spooks, look, they're mirroring each other. They might be not on the same side of the map as Swiffer takes a whole bunch of poke. There's the Ghostblade, actually, as Rymeister.
Okay.
Looking adorable with that skin. My personal favorite Barret skin, ladies and gentlemen. There's Spooks is going to be able to take down the top inhibitor turret. Swiffer going to do the same in the bottom lane. Bottom lane.
A mirror image almost. The Best Friends Club doing their thing just in other lanes this time. Sin,
He's trigger happy with that ult, most definitely. Chains of Corruption are going to go wide one more time. A few rockets and arrows flying through as well as Swiffer looking to try and take someone down, but Junes just runs in. The hero play not going to pay off just yet as the Chiefs now transitioning into all of the inhibitors. Baron just smacking away at everything. The Sin members just getting choked out of their base. Banner of Command was used on a minion here from Sin, but it's just not enough to keep the Chiefs at bay. They need to try and get a fight working in their way because otherwise they're just going to lose this game.
Chiefs are completely in control right now. There's no way for Sin to look for a fight. They've got to have a desperation attempt. The last tower still standing, but slowly being chipped at by minions. They're going to have to go for it sooner rather than later.
That's another ultimate out from Rymeister as well. It's on pretty low cooldown. Ejim might actually die from this as Trashbro came through onto Radiant, but not going to find anyone here as Rosie. He's going to fall down. Trashbro going to get destroyed through the Unbreakable Will. Swiffer down as well. Picks up the kill under Stealthix. Dances onto Rymeister at the same time. Are they going to finish the ace? Radiant looks for it. Doesn't get it onto Rymeister there, but the Nexus is going to fall down. Sin fall to the Chiefs in game number 13. Chiefs managed to win it this time around.
Yeah, they find themselves the victory. Of course, Sin giving it a valiant attempt with that sort of a cheese top laner pick there to really round out their team comp and just give it to the Chiefs. They couldn't find a way to make that one work in the end, and Chiefs just reigned supreme.
Yeah, Chiefs once again undefeated, 13-0, but let's throw it back out to Pastry Time and Spawn for some further analysis.
Thank you very much, Atlas and Rustian. Wow, what again there from the Chiefs Spawn. We seeing once again, we just don't give Radiant Callista.
Yeah, 100 CS up, finishes the game 7-2-7. Once again, more control over those neutral objectives. Didn't pay off for Sin, but you know, they tried to throw something different at the Chiefs. See how they dealt with it. They've been so formidable during the regular season. You can understand why they would go with a curveball. Just didn't work out.
No, it really didn't. And the Chiefs continuing undefeated streak. Now 13 games straight. Looking to the last game of the week thinking, you know what? 14-0, this time we can do it.
Yeah, exactly right. They want to be that team that sets the history in the OPL, goes through a regular season split undefeated. Looks like they're in a good area to be able to do so. Swiffer playing fantastically. Multiple unique champions coming through. Radius so solid in the bottom lanes. Everyone on their lineup is just looking great.
And I feel like they didn't give anything away, which is important for the Chiefs. You know they're moving into the number one seed, into those playoffs, so want to make sure they hide strategies, especially if they've got something maybe juicy cooked up. But let's talk about Sin for a second. We talked about them needing to win here. Let's have a look at the standings now and just see where Sin now sit after that game.
Yeah, exactly right. You see Sin down there 5-8 along with Absolute, both of them losing today. That gives Avant that one-game buffer to see if they can secure. But the big one so far is Direwolves. They're now locked into playoffs. Cannot fall out the back end. The tie that we were talking about no longer exists. So they're still in contention for the second, third, or fourth spot.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to seeing which four teams, are going to be into playoffs. So we've already got the Chiefs locked in. Legacy were in starting off this week here, and our Dives have locked their spot. The actual position, not set just yet, but that's three very strong teams in the playoffs.
Exactly right. And let's talk what that means for the bottom of the table. Now, if Immunity able to sneak a win, they can join the other teams at 5-8. Try and avoid that relegation series by securing the 5th position. It's going to be so important. You don't want to get one of these challenger scenes in the relegation set. So everyone now looking for some wins.
Yep, just as a reminder, 5th place, a safe spot. You don't make playoffs, but you get promoted back into the OPL for the next season. So that's a safety spot. 6, 7, and 8, though, you have to play. You get to choose the highest seed you finish. So even if you're going to finish bottom 3, it's better to finish towards the top. So as it turns out, we'll play tiebreakers if necessary for every seed because every seed matters.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll see how it happens on the back end of the split. All the teams, one game left apart from Unity, who've got a couple to play there, but we'll have to see how it works itself out.
We will. We're going to answer a couple more questions now. So we love the questions you guys gave us in the first round. So let's have a look at some more questions now again. As we start off, to be honest, how do you style your hair? Lol, like what do you ask for at the barbers from DJ Sticky Fingers?
I'm going to let you take this one first.
Me? Actually, if you haven't noticed, by the way, my hair pretty much gets cut always the same way. So short back and sides, long on top.
Yeah, I'm the exact same. I asked for shabby chic, a little bit more shabby than chic, but, then just get a whole load of hair product and dump it in my head.
You know what? I kind of want to find out what Alice and Rusty think, so let's throw to them and see, how do you guys do your hair?
Rusty, I'll let you go first. I think mine will be a bit longer.
It's complicated, but
Yeah.
I usually just say do exactly what it is now, but take off a little bit and try and make it look the same. Doesn't always happen like that, and that's why I go to one barber every single time. They know what to do. I never ask for it.
Yeah, I need to pre-condition my barber for quite some time. So I actually have to travel an hour. There's a very good hairdresser just around the corner, but I have to travel an hour to get my hair done because they know what to do. Takes a while, but of course I can't go into the nitty-gritty. I then use a little bit of product. So then we'll throw it back to pastry time because I think he needs to stop me from talking.
You know what? I'm going to have to get the nitty-gritty sometime after the show.
I know he also gets a beverage with it as well.
That's true.
That's why he travels the hour.
Very good stuff. We'll check out our next question now as well. And this one is, of all top laners in the OPL, which of them has the best overall impact on the game in comparison to the other leagues? That's from @Sefter.
I have a sneaking suspicion Sefter is a code account for another player, so I'm going to answer it the way I always do. Porky, for me, is the top laner in the OPL that has the biggest impact for his team. Don't get me wrong, I think that Swiper is fantastic. When Perfection was up there, you can make a big case for him. But Porky, time and time again, when Avant are playing their best League of Legends, it is when Porky is at the top of his game. Really impressed with what he's been able to do.
Have to 100% agree. Porky, just such a big playmaker. You can maybe look at Swiper, but he's just a very solid player, does have outstanding moments from time to time. Jack Attack's another player that for his team does a lot of work there for Absolute in the top lane, but as far as impact from other leagues, it's definitely Porky.
Yeah, it has to be, and that's not taking anything away. It's just that teams balance themselves the other way, so Porky gets more carry potential for his team.
Yeah, great player there. As we move into another question here, this time, Rusty last name is Pie, so I would like to know what kind of pie does he like. That's from an Uchiha. We're going to have to go to Rusty to find out.
What's your favorite kind of pie, Rusty?
I like all pies.
You like all pies?
Yeah, I don't know.
You've tried
if I
every
had to
single
pick
pie.
a favorite pie to be a shepherd's pie because the potato on top's pretty nice, but I mean, all pies are great. My favorite pie is probably when you go down your local servo. You grab a 4 and 20 on the way. It's the best.
Okay. Chuck it back to pastry.
Well, makes sense there. Servo pie, everyone's favorite pie, and apparently Rusty's as well. So all of you are looking for a late night OPL snack can now consolidate in the fact that Rusty likes exactly the same pie you do.
Yeah, I hope it has a lot of tomato sauce on it though.
Yes, that's for sure. We're going to get to our last question of the evening. Now, these have been great so far, so keep them coming. But what is the routine for casters and broadcast team to make OPL happen? That's an awesome question from Dargon. I'm awful at names, by the way. Apologies. But where do you want to start, Spawn?
Yeah, so I guess you can go from two different areas. You got the casters and you got the production. I'll let you maybe speak to casters because I know you put a lot of work into that. But for the production, we get together, we decide what War Room segment we want to do. That's what we call it out here, by the way. We decide what graphics we want to have. Then we give them all over to our producer. That's Benji. He helps us put it all together, really consolidate the show, tosses them back when they're not so good. We figure everything out, and I guess that happens maybe a day or two beforehand. Then we run through, have a rundown, make sure that we're comfortable with everything, go through the show, and then a little bit of a rehearsal, make it happen on camera.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. So for casters, we actually meet in the morning before OPL, make sure we're all together, have the storylines down for the teams, know which teams and players we want to look at, we want to highlight, make sure we're going through our graphics, we're all together, and we've got practice during the week as well, just to make sure everyone's on top of their game. And, if you got any problems, you're trying to eke out or try something new on the the cast, then you've got that opportunity as well.
Yeah, exactly right. The other thing that the colors like to do, I'll speak for Rusty here, is jump into solo queue. Make sure we're on top of what is the new secret OP. You'll see him running around with AP Gangplank. I play a lot of jungle Shackle at the moment. We just want to make sure we're ahead of the curve.
Everyone's got that comfort solo queue game, I feel like, before the broadcast. They're just like, you know what? I just want to win, feel good, and come into the broadcast.
Yeah, and if I lose, I go on tilt. So,
Yeah, he
you know,
does.
that's why I'm like this tonight.
You'll know when he's lost. So you're going to get no next match. Again, thank you so much for those questions. Keep them coming. Well, let's talk about our next matchup here, Spawn. And it's another big one. Legacy secured that spot against Sudden Fear, who, again, both teams sort of locked in at this point, but still momentum's important for both.
Yeah, it certainly is. Legacy get this. They're number 2. They dodge the Chiefs. They get blue side advantage in the finals, or whatever side they would like. And, you know, Sudden Fear, we keep talking about it. They need something going into the back end of this split. It's been an absolute horror so far. You know, they've had to give up games. They've won, but hasn't really been what they're looking for, and they've finally started to gel together. They found a Jace comp, and they need to be able to push that through.
Yeah, and you know, if that gets taken away, potentially I could definitely see Christmas Trees getting a Jace ban now. They have to, you know, do they have something else? Because they're going to know all the other OCS teams, they'll have watched them play. They'll know that comp's there. I guess we're going to find out right now. We're into the draft. Legacy on the blue side, Sudden Fear on the red, and the first ban's a Maokai, followed by Alistar.
Yeah, and one thing you have to point out, a couple of members from Legacy Genesis joining the Legacy main roster today as some subs. Claire Impaired filling in for the mid lane and the jungle position. And if Sudden Fear do finish last, which they will, that is a very real potential team that they're going to meet. So this might be a prequel to something in the future.
Might just be, as Siva's going to be the ban away there. I love that you mentioned that. Yes, Legacy Genesis or Lego B, they've been tearing up the Challenger Series so far.
Yeah, they certainly have. And, you know, listening to rumors from Scrins performing well against top teams. There's some good Legacy players in there. I mean, old players coming through. Impaired, fantastic jungler. Also a great top laner. I really like his top lane play. And Claire, the old school immunity mid laner. I've always called him a prodigy. Very young. Awesome mechanics on this guy. And if he can ever pull it together and get the whole package going again, he is just so strong.
Yeah, we do see more bans. Kalista actually over to Taliwaka. Fizz banned away there as well. So kind of keeping some of the more meta champions. We saw Minky's Fizz recently, but clearly respecting the power of the champion as Ezreal, and that Runeglaive gets another ban.
Yeah, exactly right. We talked about it earlier tonight. I'm not expecting to see it. If you play it, it is definitely ban-worthy. But this leaves up a contested pick. Jace. Claire played it. Christmas Trees loves to play it. Might be something that they'll look at for a first pick.
Certainly would be a good pick away here, but still strong junglers open. Alistar probably the most common first pick, notably banned away in this one, so can't take him.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, maybe something like Gragas will go across to Impaired. Echo is available. We have to talk about it. It's locked in.
Yep, they're just going to take Echo straight away. You talked about Impaired. Strong player, good mechanically, good in the top lane. If it's his pick there for the Echo, he's very practiced on it.
Yeah, certainly would be. I also want to see whether Claire plays it. He was a good assassin player when he was on the immunity roster, so we'll have to see if that is something that does come through, because it's always interesting with Echo. Is he a top laner? Is he a jungler? I play him in the mid still, so we'll have to see.
I think Claire's a great highlight here as well. He can absolutely play this sort of champion in the mid lane. You mentioned assassins. Let's just maybe paint a bit more of a picture there. Claire was like a Fizz Riven only player at some point in his career.
Yeah, exactly right. It was to the point where I actually thought he was going to make the transition top lane because of how good his Riven became. And he was really like someone like a Taliwaka who, you know, you looked at as a huge lane bully, and he was able to get that through. People were scared to play the likes of Cassin into him just because of how well he performed.
Yeah, nice to see Claire back into our roster again. He's definitely been playing well on that B team there for Legacies. We do see Sudden Fear. They go with Hecarim for Robo Center, and actually going to take Caitlyn there for Energizer.
Yeah, you know, it's an easy Freudian slip to make there, Pastry Time. Kadra did bring it back into competitive play, and Robo gets an aggressive top laner. It's something we speak about a lot of the time, but if Sudden Fear are going to perform at their best, he needs to be on a playmaker, someone that can take over the mid game.
Yeah, with the Maokai banned away, makes sense that they're going to go for Hecarim, in particular, one of his other big comfort champions that we've seen pretty much all split long. 30 seconds left, though, for Legacy to decide what they want to take away. We talked about it. Lots open still. Junglers especially wide open right now.
Yeah, bottom lane also open. You know, we have seen a lot of resurgence of Corki in the bottom lane. Taliwaka's Kalista is still available if he wants to be able to pick up that.
Nope, no one's banned away.
Banned. Yep. So
his
that's
Sivir actually got banned as well,
yeah.
so we're going to see a different champion from Tally.
Yeah, maybe he will default back to something like a Corgi, especially to go up against a lane bully like the Caitlyn. It's going to be difficult, and they've only got 4 seconds left.
Yeah, Flying Jew considering the Braum is going to look to take it away, and it will be Corki there for Taliwaka. And I like this Braum. We've seen Aegian play it a couple of times, but he is another champion that got a buff, actually, in an interesting way for this patch, but just kind of got an old change reverted.
Yeah, Braum is just that weird pick that he always existed. We tweak things in and out, and then he kind of drifts between metas, you know. Got the door that he can shove up there in front of people.
The chair.
Yeah. Oh, the chair, yeah. takes a lot of damage away. Stand behind me is a good repositioning.
And the nice thing, the chair now does a lot more damage. So we'll see if a Flying Jew, of course, the one who came in to replace Ejim, has been playing a lot of that Braum. They even give some people the chair today.
Yeah, we'll see whether he goes for the skin even, you know.
Please,
it's not
please
my
do it,
favorite
Flying
skin.
Jew. I know, but
Yeah.
it's so great. You can't have to open up for Atlas. He has to be able to say, give him the chair as he walks
He does.
in.
Like, Atlas loves that stuff.
Well, we'll see what Suddenfield want to take away. Looking at Nautilus as a hover, could go maybe in the top side. A support pick there as well will be not too bad against the likes of Corki. Not too long left, though, for Suddenfield to make these picks here. 6 seconds remaining, actually, as they're taking their time with these picks. Christmas Trees, again, does still have that Jace. You have to think he's going to go for it, but it's going to be Gragas and Nautilus here.
Yeah, especially with the likes of Caitlyn already locked in. That's a good siege comp coming through. Maybe don't want to commit to all the AD damage. Need some balance in there if they do go with some AP, but so far they've got some good disengage, some people to keep Energizer safe there in the AD carry position, be able to kite back through the Nautilus Riptide, through the Gragas ultimate and the barrel, so you can see what they're putting together. It's very hard to get to the Caitlyn.
Yeah, and I wonder what Claire's going to pick here. He does have to pick the mid lane blind. I like that they're giving Christmas Trees the choice of counter picks there in the mid lane, but we do have that situation where you mentioned Claire plays Jace. Probably be fine with it as a blind pick right now.
Yeah, especially when you team it up with someone like Corki. Corki does a lot of mixed damage. That's where Jace got his popularity from. They have a similar mid-game spike coming through. Brutalizer, Manamune coming through at the same time as maybe the Trinity Force and Boots too. And then they can just group up, siege down turrets, poke you out of all these objectives. So that's where the popularity started for Jace. I feel that it has fallen away a little bit, but now seeing a resurgence, and we'll see whether that's what they go for.
Yeah, Gnar being an option. We could also have Echo in the mid lane. It's the other thing to think about here. But it is going to be Jace and Gnar taken for Legacy.
Yeah, all of a sudden they have a good team fight. Gnar, Echo, that's a lot of layered CC. Throw a Braum ultimate across it even further, and, you know, some solid damage as well. Everyone dishes out AoE damage on this team, and if they get ahead, they have the kind of champions that can run over the top. Very high base statistics on both Echo and Gnar coming through there, meaning that, yeah, they're going to be able to dominate the top side of the map if given the chance.
Yeah, and Echo's damage was something that did get toned down a little bit in this patch. Got a mana cost on that ulti now, so got to be a bit more careful, but still the same, very sticky, very tanky, very annoying jungler.
Yeah, it certainly is. And like 100 mana, like, it's just a big reset. Get out of the team fight. It's a very good use of the ultimate. Also helps with turret dives early on the game, so we'll see what Impaired can do to get himself going, and looks like maybe Chris is hovering in his ear here. He'd be picking himself into a pseudo bad lane. You know, I'm not convinced it's something like the Varus just as much, because you can hide behind your creeps, but we'll have to see how he plays it.
Yeah, actually, might be swapping things around. Patu late swaps to Janna, which means I have no idea which champion they'll be putting in the mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a mid lane Gragas. And this is something that I've been speaking about a lot, because no, maybe not. Maybe it's going to be a mid lane Hecarim.
It is going to be mid lane Hecarim. I mean, let's give them 40 more seconds to sort of clear things out, but this could be the Keen special potentially coming through.
Yeah, it certainly could. You know, we haven't seen a competitive Hecarim in quite some time. I got the pleasure of being able to shoutcast the first ever one when Keen brought it out over in the Challenger series of the North American split, so we'll see if it works.
I mean, Christmas Tree is certainly a player that has his own champion pool. He likes, you know, when he's comfortable, he plays much better. We've seen that on the Jace. I like it. It's something different. That's what Sudden Fear need.
Yeah, exactly right. They've got some disengage coming through now with Janna as well, so they've got the double reset ultimates, and we'll see whether they're able to siege up and just split push with the Hecarim and try and get it around the map.
Well, on the other side, though, you mentioned it already, Legacy's team comp, just so good. So much mid-game strength.
Yeah, maybe that's why they went with it. They didn't want to have to team fight against it, so they went with a split pushing option there in the mid lane and try and use part 2 to reset the team fights. It's something that we're going to have to be aware of as the game goes on, because in a 5v5 scenario right now, it looks like Legacy have a much stronger composition.
And you kind of highlighted already that double AD carry with the mixed damage Corki, but still having the AD damage from the Jace. Just so much pushing power, so much strength. We already talked about Jace as being a mid-game power champion. That's going to be augmented wonderfully by the Corki Trinity Force.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, that's where the siege comes through. It's a poke comp that can come out, and they take turrets very well. The overdrive, hyperdrive, I think, that comes out of Jace's CW, as well as the rockets and the Sheen procs from Corki, just means that they're able to rip through those structures, rip through neutral objectives, and if they ever catch anyone, they still do a lot of burst damage.
And excited for what Legacy are bringing, especially with some of their subs and just the comp they put together here. Impaired in the jungle there on the Echo is going to be something nice to watch. But you know what? We want to know what you guys think that back at home. Use the hashtag LGC win for Legacy or SF win for Sudden Fear.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, if you think that Sudden Fear with, once again, a different team comp, some disengage, a split pushing threat, that huge tank up there in the top lane, Nautilus, we're seeing a lot more play come out of him. You know, if anyone can win with something different, throw a curveball, especially when you have some subs in, maybe test the communication coming through from Legacy. Why not try it now?
I think that's a kind of a great thing for Sudden Fear to be doing here. Again, they need to show something else. I think if Christmas Trees just shows Jace moving into relegation, like, everyone's going to know, pick or ban the Jace away, and what does he have? So showing another threat's really important now.
And the other thing to point out is that Chris is a top laner. Like, he plays the mid lane now, but he plays a really good Hecarim. So watching him bring that into the mid laner, I'm sure he's still got the Hecarim mechanics up pat. Like, get the helicopter going, spin that scythe, what is it, around your head. And I'm hoping he has a really impressive performance.
And I think that actually does leave Robocenter in an interesting place. He's been the main Hecarim player for Sudden Fear, bringing him into the roster for this split. But he's going to be on Nautilus now. This is the top lane champion we've seen a little bit of worldwide, but still kind of don't really know what top Nautilus does.
Yeah, so he survives 2v1s really well. He has great consistent CC. That's why you see it a lot with Gragas, because Gragas brings a lot of the damage into it, and Nautilus just keeps them there, and they continually CC. The slows come out from the rip side. It's a spammable ability. It can hit you 3 times. Rusty loves to point it out. Also clears out minion waves very well. So I like what certain parts of Nautilus do. The bit I'm confused is if he ever gets behind, what does he contribute to a team fight that a support Nautilus couldn't do? That's why you see him quite heavily swapped on, but we'll have to see whether Robo's able to make it work.
And I think in general, the comp here for Sudden Fear just seems to be make a big front line, have a massive back line, and like you said already, just split push.
Yeah, 100%. They've got Energizer down there. They can keep him safe, power him up with the Janna and ensure that he's getting a lot of damage done. Try and get rid of the mid-game spike. I want to see whether they sit on a Zeal and go straight for the Last Whisper to skip some of the late game, mid-game damage control that you normally see. And then Christmas Trees, he's good at flanking, can get in around the backside and try and delete the carries, or if he's allowed to, just stay in the side lanes and continue to split push.
Yeah, and on the other side there for Legacy, playing with their substitutes, we sort of highlighted already, lots of good pushing power, good mid-game power, lots of great team fighting here as well. So I want to talk about the new players here, Claire and Impaired. They're both fantastic players. Let's start with Impaired in the jungle, because he is on Echo. Recent changes now, very complicated champion to play. How do you think he's going to do in this game?
Yeah, so Echo, we hit him a little bit, and it did feel like it hit mid lane a little bit more than jungle, so I'm expecting Impaired to still be okay. I think you have to take attack speed 100% of the time now if you do want to get around the jungle nice and healthy, but Impaired throughout the mid game still should be able to go Cinder Holt Sidestone, provide a lot of utility, use that W to shove people off turrets, be able to phase dive in for some good ganks. So I like where Echo's at, and it kind of fits Impaired. He's always been a skirmish-style player. His Shyvana is what made me first time pay a lot of attention to him, plays it incredibly well. So we'll have to see if he's able to contribute and farm up and get into the team fight stage.
Yeah, and then on the other side here, we've got Claire in the mid lane, a long-time player like you mentioned. We could go through the history probably all night long, but needless to say, fairly young player with a lot of experience, probably a little bit older now, but still, like he started playing when he was like 10 or whatever. So he's got a lot of experience in the scene. But just so good. I was sad not to see him play this year, so it's great to see him back now.
I 100% agree. A player stuck around for a very long time, wasn't able to get into the OPL split and really mix it up and do what he wanted to do. Claire, for me, has always been all about his mechanics. As far as mechanically gifted players go, he is up there in the upper echelon of all OPL players, like Oceanic players, like throw him out there. Very good in the mid lane. His decision-making at times has been lacking, but we'll see whether he's been able to mature a little bit of a player and get it together and make it work.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. Let's go back to the cast. So we're going to get toward the game now. Let's go back to Atlas and Rusty.
Thank you very much. Pastry time. Yes, getting toward the game as quickly as possible. We do have a little bit of a hiccup moving into this one, but we are going to be able to get it to you as soon as possible. We'll just have us chilling here for just a moment, just letting you know some more action. And I'm excited to get into this one. I'm sort of glad that Claire's picked up the Jace as well. Had his best performance in the OCS just recently on that champion for Legacy Genesis.
Yeah. Both games that he actually played the Jace, he solo killed his lane opponent and 1v1 them. Even if he lost the game, won the game, doesn't matter. He's just a very strong Jace. Claire has had a big impact in the Challenger Series in Legacy Genesis. Being the Legacy sub that he is, coming through today, playing that Jace again, expect to see a lot of success from this guy. It does raise a question, though, as to why Jace wasn't picked from Sudden Fear.
Well, obviously, because they wanted to play Hecarim mid.
Yeah.
I think.
They certainly did. Of course, wanting to play Hecarim mid is one of the unique niches that you can actually get from this Sudden Fear side. The fact that they've actually got 2 top lane players or an ex-top lane main in Christmas Trees playing in the mid lane now, they can flex pick very easily with top lane champions. Just put them mid. If it's successful, we have seen, as Spawn was mentioning, success from Hecker in mid lane back in the NA Challenger Series last split. Why not do it now when you are an ex-top main?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you're putting Christmas Trees, who of course was a top main, so he's more than happy there in the mid lane playing the Hecarim, and then you've got the top lane main as well from RoboCenter, as they both came over here. They both want to play top, so let's just put one of the top players in the mid lane playing a top champion. Of course, a little bit more information, ladies and gentlemen. We have to remake the game. Some runes didn't actually take effect, so a slight little bug there. A little bit of an interesting one, but we are going to have the game remade and to you as soon as possible. But in the meantime, we are going to go through this just a little bit more. I'm excited to see Energizer back on the team as well. Of course, was a sub for Sudden Fear. I believe Sudden Fear and Fortnite may have played for Fortnite
I think
last
he played
split.
for Fortnite.
Yeah, Fortnite last split. So stood in there for CNJ.
CNJ, yes. He's in the Challenger Series also.
I should stop questioning myself. I just know. And I actually had high hopes for CNJ, of course. Did manage to take a game off the Chiefs last split, so definite props to them. Just weren't able to pick up any of the other games.
Yeah, he may well be back as well, of course, CNJ. Fortnite playing against Genesis in the Challenger Series, so a mini grudge match in and of itself.
Well, yeah, of course, more people vying for their position in the OPL one more time. But Energizer played a lot of these short-range AD carries. And Caitlyn. That was sort of like his MO.
Yeah.
And he played a lot of the Sivir as well. It's really interesting the fact that they've swapped Shiny for Energizer. Of course, the team very used to playing with Sivir players, so they may as well just move them again.
Yeah, and Caitlyn players alike. Of course, Shiny doing both of those very proficiently. They've now got Energizer to fill the exact same role. Funnily enough, we'll see if he can have a really big impact working around that mid game, or what we have seen is essentially preventing the mid game from happening from Legacy, because if they get there completely uncontested, left to their own devices, even if the game is even around the mid-game mark, this Legacy side have the potential to completely run away with it and just snowball a victory from that.
Yeah, and assuming even gold at all stages of the game, is there a point where Sudden Fear should theoretically win a fight?
So the interesting thing between both of the teams is you have a look at Sudden Fear is that they've got a big overbearing front line of tanks, but they're also very highly capable of split pushing also. So we don't know where they're going to actually go, but relative strength is completely relative to what the team is trying to do, essentially. Legacy trying to group up, trying to siege, poke, get turrets down, get objectives, snowball those objectives into a victory. But then you have a look at the side of Sudden Fear. They want to maybe work around that strong early game that they're going to have, some smart rotational plays, get themselves some turrets, and then kind of hide.
Hide and then pop out and try and take
Yeah.
a sneaky turret every now and again. And do you think the Christmas trees, that's going to be his job this entire game, is saying, okay, look, I'm just going to be on split push duty. He has actually picked up, interestingly enough, teleport ignite in the mid lane.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very split push heavy style of team. Of course, the home guards maybe come back from the base. One of the cool things about Hecker in mid is that though he doesn't necessarily do well in lane, he's very good at recalling with his home guards coming back to lane and resetting. So very rarely will you actually see the Hecarim die directly in a 1v1 trade in mid lane, which is the Claire special that we know and have seen. So it'll be very interesting to see how that dynamic breaks through. But once we actually have a different mid-game scenario where Legacy are trying to push, we'll see if the tanks of Sudden Fear, the two top laners that are going to be top and bottom respectively, I would imagine, if they can teleport in and maybe dual flank.
Yeah, I'm just really scared for the ranged wave clear, or lack thereof, on the side of Sudden Fear. Because if you're going to get sieged in, a Jace and a Corki, probably the champions that you'd want to use to get that done. And they just really don't have very many answers. I guess there's Peacemaker and a Barrel, and that's what's going to deal with your backline minions. But look, it's pretty difficult for Sudden Fear.
Yeah, so that might be where the trade comes in from the side of Sudden Fear. Do they want to even deal with the siege occurring, or do they want to just fight? They've got the makings to do that. Of course, the Hecarim very good at flanking and engaging. The Nautilus very good at initiating fights, has a lot of wave clear. So maybe they just split push until Legacy group and then just all in, engage. They've got the capabilities to do so.
Yeah, and there's the fact that, Tallywacker has had a very, very impressive performance on that Corki. It might be sort of about removing one of the big threats, be it Claire or be it Tallywacker, and make sure that they can continue the fight after that on the side of Sudden Fear. Of course, using that depth charge, following it up with that Onslaught Sword of Shadows and really making things happen as far as those solo lanes are concerned. I'm worried about this power trough of the Caitlyn, though. If they're going to be trying to do that and Caitlyn's sort of sitting back there going, I've got like a little cork gun and I'm not really doing too much here in the mid game, like just may not have enough follow-up damage.
Yeah, it feels like the Caitlyn almost like flicking rubber bands, trying to do damage, not really having an impact.
Is this a cap gun? Oh, no.
The cool thing about the Sudden Fear comp, again, though, the way they work around their team comp is that if tanks are ahead, they stay ahead. They can bridge the Caitlyn trough. They can cover that gap and actually make it a lot easier to transition into the later game, where you'll see the Caitlyn become extremely relevant again and start doing that machine gun-like damage that we do know and expect her to do as the game progresses. In saying that, and conversely to the point that I just made, is that if tanks are behind, they stay behind. And that trough becomes infinitely larger than what it already was going to be for the Caitlyn, and not just the Caitlyn, for the rest of this Sudden Fierce side. So if they can get going early, if they can work around the Caitlyn pushing down turrets, the fact that both their mid laner and their top laner can teleport everywhere, make some big, impactful ganks. Most likely going to see 5 members in the bot lane, turn it into a fast push, perhaps make things happen there. If they can make that happen, get that lead, they're going to be fine. If they can't do that, if they fall behind at all, they're probably going to stay behind.
Yeah, it seems to me like the Sudden Fear MO is like, let's get this Caitlyn to a turret, set up. If anyone is going to come and try and prevent us from taking this down, we need the global gold advantage early on.
Yeah.
If they ever come down there, we're just going to have multiple teleports, everyone heading towards that lane, massive tanks, of course, big horse, and a dude that looks like he's from underwater. Really scary stuff, heading up, smashing people in the face. We'll see whether they can get it done, because it's going to be very difficult against Legacy, who have been on a tear recently. Of course, Minkyuel going off in that top lane now with sort of a slight change in the roster, but it's not all that different. Of course, Carbon, a fantastic jungler in his own right, but Impaired, very, very strong, has been playing around the scene for a very long time. And Claire, I mean, we've thrown around all sorts of pretty powerful words about this guy. He's very good in the mid lane.
He is extremely good mechanically. We'll see if he can make a big impact in this game as they are about to break out.
Yeah, we are, of course, onto the rift for Legacy versus Sudden Fear. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen, as Claire's making his way towards this one. Sudden Fear actually grouping up to see whether they can get anything happening very early in this game.
The greatest J skin ever, too.
Which one?
That's up for
Debonair.
debate.
Did you say Debonair?
Yeah, I love it.
Oh my
Fancy.
goodness. We are getting some very severe feedback from our producer, who's saying Full Metal Jace, most definitely the best one. I think it's the new
As
one.
I said,
you know,
though,
that
to
cool
be fair,
new one?
up for debate.
Yeah, I like that.
Not going to debate it right now as we are commentating
I thought
a
you
game.
said it was up for debate.
Not immediately.
Rusty?
We'll save it till after.
Well, we may actually find some people discovered here, as Robo Santa took a little bit of health there from some cheeky poke. Not entirely sure who managed to get that off, whether it was a shock blast or a Foss bomb, something like that. But Legacy do dodge away from the entire team of Sudden Fear, who just get some early vision down.
Yeah, early vision placed, of course, potentially looking for their own 2v1. I think they'll be content with the 2v2. But Legacy, I guess trying to avoid Legacy from doing it themselves. Very smart and very strong early map movements can actually give Legacy that early game lead. And it also put Christmas trees into a direct 1v1, which isn't necessarily easy by any means.
You can see Robo Santa actually moving over that ward. Doesn't get pinged out. We'll see whether Legacy have figured it out just yet. Legacy, of course, staying towards the bottom side. And it looks like standard lanes may come out of this one. And look, Spawn actually mentioned the fact that, you know, Corki into Caitlyn, not actually that bad, just considering the fact that once you do get in range to get auto attacks off, you can do a whole lot more trade damage. But what do you feel about this matchup as far as the 2v2?
It's definitely like that in the 1v1, but then you have to keep in mind that there is a Braum and a Janna as well. So the interesting part of this lane is that Braum's going to be absorbing damage, whereas Janna is preventing the Caitlyn from taking any. Whilst,
Whoa.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. Speaking of.
Yeah, Claire just cheating a little bit. The fact that he has 2 spells at level 1. Very cheeky. Christmas Trees can only swirl his scythe around a little bit, whereas we've got leaping about shock blasts coming in. And this might be a sign of things to come, as Energize is going to get poked out by that Winter's Bite. Tallywhacker takes a massive Peacemaker.
Yeah, so level 1, you're not really expecting the Corki Braum to have a very good time. Maybe around level 2 or 3, where all of the spells are available, they can start to get really aggressive, work around Caitlyn's Q, and actually put the shield up to prevent any damage from a direct trade. So Until that stage, Caitlyn always going to have that auto attack advantage, and it takes a lot of effort for Tallywacker to make a trade considering Eye of the Storm is available.
Yeah, Energizer just still getting the harass down as RoboSanta here in the top lane. Wet noodle fight to end all wet noodle fights, you have to think, as far as this one is concerned. Claire going very aggressive against Christmas trees, though. Of course, the Ignite for both sides hasn't been used. Claire unable to find it. But, you know, the message has been sent there in the mid lane.
Well and truly, it is not easy for a Hecarim to stay in a lane this early, that is for certain, especially against Jace, who, once he starts getting those levels, has so many spell rotations that he can use. The Hammer form actually giving mana back as well, going to help in terms of relative sustain.
Yeah, Energizer actually playing super far up in this lane, understands that he has a little bit of control here, uses the net, but Unbreakable going to stop the Peacemaker. Energizer creating enough distance for himself there as RoboSanta's taken a bunch of damage here on the top side of the map. Uses the Dredge Land just to clear out a minion and may need to teleport back to this lane. Energizer now has a Storm on top. Flying Dew did eat a cupcake. That is going to be fine. Christmas Trees just makes his way back to lane.
Yeah, teleporting back to the mid lane's not going to recall again until he... Well, they're fighting.
Yeah, another Unbreakable comes down from Flying Dew. Fantastic play. Yeah, well, he's prompt.
Yeah, but he ignited as well.
Well, they are definitely getting some control back in this lane, a Legacy. So Tallywacker and Flying Dew definitely doing some work. Largely on the back of Flying Dew, his Unbreakable has been brilliant, stopping the damage available from Energizer. You land a Peacemaker onto that Corki as a solo target, it's almost like lane over.
Yeah. Oh, a gank in mid.
Yeah, they're looking for Claire here. Pink Bomi, doesn't get hit as the knockback comes through, but first blood as a Pink Bomi just pops him with the W passive. In the meantime, Tallywacker goes in for the auto attack. Heel comes down.
Oh,
the last
Shadow
auto
wants
from
it.
Patu was not enough, as Impaired looking to try and get in here as well. So 2 successful ganks on 2 sides of the map.
Yeah, they find very smart ganks here. Gragas almost going down because of being knocked into the turret. A smart little play there from Claire. Not enough to save himself as his mana was non-existent. Of course, still having the flash available. A very interesting decision all in all to not use that one. In saying that, they do still find a trade into the bottom lane. They get the kills that they're looking for. Caitlyn goes down. Corki gets the kill. A big win here for Legacy's bot.
Yeah, of course, it was still a 1-for-1 trade there on the bottom side of the map with Flying Dew falling down. But like you said, with the kill distribution working out the way it did, things looking a little bit better there for Legacy. Pickaxe is going to be secured by Energizer, and it's going to be a Sheen start for Tallywacker. That's very aggressive.
It is super aggressive. Of course, looking to augment the auto attack from his repeated use of spells, trying to find some advantages in the lane, even making the Phosphorus Bomb do a little bit more damage and just ramping up in his relative strength sooner. Not going for that extra health, being very content for standing behind the Braum, who will tank it all.
Well, there's the flash. Minky Whale's going to use his as well. Gets a boomerang off. There's a cheeky little smite. And Pink Bomi is going to have to turn around. Energizer now just 1v2. Patu's going to clear out some wards. Nice little use of the Peacemaker. Gets some double dipping damage down. That was a massive alliteration. I apologize. Christmas Trees. He's still farming here in the mid lane. Actually, he's ahead of Claire.
Yeah, level 6. Got the extra kill there. The Gragas,
That's
of course, picking that one up. Finds him some experience and advantage. And also the fact that he has the boots finished now, walks to lane very quickly compared to that of Claire. Can find an extra minion wave here and there.
There's the W down again as Patu is going to have to deal with Impaired, trying to get the stun down, doesn't find it onto the Janna, as Christmas Trees, of course, does have the ultimate available. Impaired is so dead now, as RoboSanta finds his way in. Depth Charge comes through. Flying Dew can't block that one out just yet, as Minky Whale's now in on this fight. Tallywacker turns up too. Sudden Fear, they're losing their powerful members right now, as Energizer, he might be a little bit late to this party as there's 4 members converging on him. Doesn't have the flash yet, nor the heal, but Legacy going to give up trying to chase the Caitlyn. They'll just take their positive trade.
The onslaught of Shadows actually completely missing just there, as Claire did flash over it. So they find themselves with a very good trade here, Legacy. All of the members rotating and grouping up to make it. Minky Whale having to teleport to the middle lane onto a minion to get to the fight. And we're going to see it again, of course, Impaired being super aggressive to try and find a kill. Christmas Tree saving his ultimate. killing him with auto attacks, and then wasting it just here as Claire walks away and then flashes behind Flying Dew with his shield available. Very smart play from Legacy. You can see Minky makes it, misses the boomerang, but they've got the numbers advantage here to clean up house. They've got Robo Santa at the end of it, and there's nothing a Pink Bomber can do. He got there a little bit too late.
Yeah, just a little bit. Energizer has reset this lane just a bit though, so still ahead, couple of CS, but 2-0 on 1 now for Tallywhacker.
Yeah, being ahead in farm, not a really big deal right now, especially because she went for that early strength with the pickaxe compared to what Tally is about to buy. Already having the Sheen will be very close to that phase by having the kills and a bit of extra farm to back him up.
Yeah, Impaired going to hand over the blue buff here to Claire as well, so does of course still have the Ignite available. We'll see where the Christmas Trees finds himself sort of immortal enough in order to deal with this Jace poke. You can see that Ninjutabi is doing some work there trying to answer it, but once Claire dives in, he's definitely able to get some health down on Christmas Tree.
Yeah, Claire having the note button as well as they're going top.
Speaking of note, Robo Santa wants none of this as Legacy. Oh, he is able to get at least a huge red line, but Impaired able to clean up the kill in the end.
Yeah, Impaired getting the kill. Minky Whale having a lot of pressure. Of course, the ultimate wasn't available when we did pan up to the top lane. Had been used to catch the Nautilus completely out of position. Now 0-2 and 0 this Nautilus. Robo Santa having a very rough time against the Minky Whale and Impaired pressure.
Yeah, is it that important to get a Nautilus, you know, ahead though? Because
no.
I just see him as being this big tank that just wants to soak anyway, as long as he can stand in a lane and pick up some farm, which is something he's been able to do.
Well, there's many answers to that, but as we have touched on earlier, the tanks do need to be ahead to get Caitlyn through that mid-game drop. So you have a look at the side of Legacy, you see they're getting ahead, and the Nautilus is 0-2. Starting to be a big pressing issue for this Sudden Fear side.
Yeah, well, Energizer is going to clear out this bottom wave, probably looking to go back, grab himself a BF sword, continue his ability to shove waves in, and possibly get to some turrets. Sudden Fear haven't been focusing on it just yet. Oh, there's the accelerated shot blast as Claire takes some damage from the ultimate, and once again, the gank from a Pink Bomber comes out successful.
You know, you almost have to question whether he was even needed just then. The damage that Christmas Trees was putting out is phenomenal. He takes him down, and the only reason that a Pink Bomber's gank was definitely useful there is it forced Claire in a weird direction to walk towards maybe Impaired, who could not get close enough in time. So they pick up another kill in the mid lane, starting to find his advantages as they echo him on Christmas Trees.
Yeah, Christmas Trees making things work. Of course, going back to his top lane roots does not look as difficult as it otherwise could have been. Robo Santa continuing to shove out this top lane, looking more than comfortable against Minky.
Yeah, actually ahead in farm by a sizable amount as Minky's kind of struggling to last hit under the turrets, only having that phage now. His damage starting to phase out a little bit, but he's going to be okay. He's got all of the farm that he could require, but it is a Black Cleaver.
Yeah, going for that Kindle Gem does of course have the phage there, so he's going to be Black Cleaver first, looking for some lane control, some domination.
Lane control is more of a frozen mallet, though.
You reckon?
Yeah, lane control, that's looking to beat your laner outright by having the utility of slowing them down. Let your mini Gnar get all of the autos off and then just go all in with the Mega Gnar. Black Cleaver is more of a, I want to spike with my team in mid game and still be relevant because my Black Cleaver will reduce their armor for the Jace.
Well, Robo Santa not really worried at all about what Minky Whale is trying to do. Staggering blows. It's going to mean that he's stunned up for a bit, but look, wait.
Yeah, it is. Very impactful lane that we're currently observing as a whole lot of nothing happens.
Well, not a lot of nothing's happening here on the bottom side of the map as Flying Dew does have to deal with Energizer's auto attacks to his face. Stand behind me, going to get him to safety there behind Tallywhacker. Little gank there from a Pink Bomber, not finding too much, but is going to help keep this bottom lane safe. Minky Whale does make it to Mega Gnar form as Claire and Christmas Trees dueling once more.
Is that a success as the top laner to make it to Mega Gnar?
Well, I guess so.
You take your victories.
He made it all the way to Mega Gnar.
A Pink Bomber finding himself in all of the right places this game so far. He's doing so well.
Nice Howling Gale there from Patu as Flying Dew's getting a whole lot of pressure put on him. Ace in the hole was used, but just a bit tanky. Peacemaker not going to find any joy there as they're trying to turn it around. You're exactly right. Rockets coming in. Lots of extra damage. Oh, that Howling Gale was stunning as Energizer. Oh, I wouldn't have really done that if I were you. Rocket narrowly avoided there as Energizer just lists lazily to the right. Tallywhacker uses all of his mana to try and get one back.
But the fact that that was a 2v3 scenario, Legacy come out with the advantage almost. Of course, every single summoner spell used from them, they aren't exactly in the most comfortable position as the teleport's flanking.
Yeah, I wonder who it is. Christmas Tree is making his way in, does have the ultimate available, gets it on both. There's a double body slam. Sudden Fear looking to try and pick up 2 underneath this turret, but Minky Whale does have the Mega Knight. Energizing, going to get walloped, smacked into the wall. There goes the kill for Tally as Impaired makes his way over. Big Foamy's just like, I need a drink right now,
he's
guys.
Gonna be all right.
Okay, yeah, he's going to
Yeah,
be fine.
no,
Just
let him
has
go.
a drink, stays in the brush, everything's okay. Christmas Tree is going to make his way out as well. Sudden Fear pick up a kill underneath the turret, lose 2 of their members, but it could have been worse.
That's unfortunate that they didn't find a pink Foamy. He just kind of recalled in the bush.
I
Everyone
thought it was
said-
unfortunate that Sudden Fear lost their entire
Well,
ball.
RoboSanta also having his teleport available. Another unfortunate feature of what has just unfolded is
There are
Christmas
multiple
Trees
features.
made his way into the bottom lane, didn't overcommit to the kills, was content with 1. But the response from Legacy came through hard and fast. They had Impaired and Minky Whale making their way there. Of course, the Mega Knight as he came in. The Black Cleaver finished on that guy, and he's looking to augment the Claire to be some kind of massive beast, like he isn't already.
Yeah. I actually quite like the decision. RoboSanta is going to be able to take this top lane out of turret, so they get the global gold trade.
They
Yeah.
do. Yeah, they're still behind in gold though, all in all. They could have found themselves with
Good point.
potentially a better trade from that bottom lane by overcommitting. In saying that, I've no doubt Sudden Fear made the call to let him stay top lane, not to teleport in. They only had the 1 teleport come through. They didn't actually find a whole lot from it. Legacy coming out ahead in kills, but the gold has, as you mentioned, reset because they get the first turret of the game.
Well, Flying Jew and Tallywhacker will see whether they can get any more aggression now that this Trinity Force has come in. Rocket's coming down onto Energizer as well. Probably does want those Sorcerer's Shoes if he wants to get some meaningful damage with all of these magic-based sort of spells that he has been throwing out as harassment. See what he decides to go with. Of course, probably wants to augment as much magic as possible here in this game just because they're so AD heavy.
Yeah, they've got that all-in mid-game style of comp, so maybe the Sorc Shoes will be the next option. We're kind of just waiting on that Manamune now, and what looks to be a Rod of Ages as well for the Echo.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, as this is a full magic damage Echo. Oh, actually dashes out of the way of
Oh,
the
the
Glacial
stun.
Fissure, but the stun comes in. Oh,
Oh!
Energizer still alive. The Rocket's enough as well as Patu flashes for the shield was unnecessary. And I have no idea how Energizer survived that one.
Dodges everything. Ducking, diving, getting out of all the spells. Braum's Q could not connect.
Did he
and
dip as well? I think he
yeah,
may
he
have
dipped,
also
ducked,
dipped,
and
Rusty.
dove his way through that engage. Legacy, the ultimate not actually connecting with anybody as well from Flying Jew. They don't find the kill, but again, the lane control that is
Oh, yeah.
evident. And
Oh,
speaking of-
RoboSanta going for the big plays. Impaired
Oh, he's
trying to
got
get
it.
in there, but Robo is enough to get this one done. Not going to get stunned up, but what happened in the
He's
top
staying
lane?
as well. He's got Gragas nearby.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Lots of damage from Robo. Probably wasn't expecting what was going to come back from this full AP Echo from the jungle. Oh, Chrono Break comes in, dodges
Yeah.
a lot of what a Pink Foamy had there. Flashes over the top, picks up the kill. Might be able to get his shield up. There it is, the stun. Not available just yet as Patu comes in. Christmas Tree is going to clear it up with a helicopter maneuver. And Sudden Fear, they get a 2-for-1.
But talk about making the best out of a bad situation right there. Impaired getting a kill and making a trade when he was well and truly outnumbered, using his ultimate to dodge the explosive cast and finds a trade. So smart from Impaired, but unfortunate that Minky finds himself 1v1'd by a Nautilus with a Righteous Glory.
Yeah. Look, I don't...
There is a reason, if you would like to hear it,
Yeah.
is that he has a Black Cleaver. He's been completely selfless with his build to
Oh,
try
yeah.
and complement the rest of his team, but that also leaves his laning phase very wanting for more of some kind of lane-relevant resistance.
I just, like, I can't see how that could happen without him taking, like, significant tower damage.
Well, Nautilus isn't necessarily the kind of high-burst champion
No,
that we're used
that was
to.
the problem that I was getting to when I was trying to suss it out.
Oh no, there's nothing right about what happened. But, I do have a reason to justify it though, which makes it somewhat better.
No, I like it. I like it. Thanks for that. Benefit of the doubt. Well, Rod of Ages now completed here for Impaired, as he's got, of course, the not Magus anymore. It is the Runeglaive picked up. Going to be able to get a little bit more damage down there, but yeah, that's exactly right. Rod of Ages stacking up.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision, of course.
We're
Echo
playing for
scaling
late game.
quite well with that AP. And yet, playing for late game when you've got a mid-game comp, it does raise some questions. But they're making it work so far. We'll see if they can continue that, as it's not a very big gold lead.
No, Christmas Tree's actually decided to grab himself a cute little Glacial Shroud. So not sure whether he's going for sort of preempting that Frozen Heart, just wants to get a little bit of extra armor, and then he's going to go into the Trinity Force, or whether he wants an Iceborne Gauntlet.
I don't think he'll go Iceborne unless he's going Black Cleaver with it.
That's a very good point. Black Cleaver also an interesting decision to make.
Yeah, we've seen no success on that in order. So
Quite
we'll
yet.
most likely look for the Frozen Heart with that Trinity Force, a very standard Hecarim build. Does need the cooldown reduction as soon as possible, and of course he's against an AD lane.
Yeah. One thing I do very much like, though, from Legacy is the fact that they've moved their bottom lane towards the top side of the map. Grom and Corki now utilizing the fact that Corki, in his power spike, going to be able to get this tower down. Christmas Trees is going to use the ultimate there. Onslaught of Shadows goes down. Claire has to bunt him away as Christmas Trees wants to get over the top, doesn't. And Claire not going to burn down to that ignite. Such a close trade, but in the end, Christmas Trees with control of the lane.
Yeah, getting control of the lane, forcing the flash out of Claire. He's taking some damage now. He won't be able to dive. And Claire can kind of stay around if he wants to get the minions, but it's a flight risk and definitely not worth it. Impaired looking, though.
Yeah, wants to try and pick up Christmas Trees. Impaired quite strong at the moment as well, as Parallel Convergence not going to find anything. Christmas Trees, you know, look, you're a little, like, man, you're not going to run as fast as a galloping stallion.
This is one of those Lee Sin moments where you hit the Sonic Wave and you want to follow it with the Resonating Strike. Echo with the Parallel Convergence with the sphere that gives him the shield.
Yep.
You need to walk into it when it's there to be popped. It's like a bubble floating in front of your face.
Yeah,
it
you're
needs
like-
to be attended.
Well, Robo Santa is definitely going to be able to clear out some minions here on this Nautilus. Want something most definitely in his skill set. His Legacy are going to position around this blue buff. There's a Parallel Convergence. Explosive Cast comes down. Impaired, able to steal away the blue, I believe.
Yeah.
So Legacy coming out on top of that one and just eking out every advantage on this map. 2,500 gold, now the lead at 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, so the gold lead was very similar before they actually started getting turrets here, Legacy. They've just found themselves with a third turret and an even bigger gold lead as well as a dragon and maybe a fight.
Yeah, looking for something here as Christmas Tree is not going to get tagged by that boomerang, not going to get slowed down for now. He's about 80 gold away from a Trinity Force as well, as Hecarim is about getting to the point where he can do some work.
Yeah. I mean, the side of Sudden Fear is starting to get very big and tanky. They've got 2 Righteous Glories, so they're going to be very fast when running towards the side of Legacy. A big factor in negating the potential poke and siege that they're able to output, as Claire doesn't quite make it over a wall. He belly flops into it.
Yeah, it was a bit sad. Thought that was a Pink Foamy's job this game. But no, Impaired actually going to get a leash on his Gromp. Very, very cute. 1-1 and 4 here for Minkuel as he cleans out the top wave. About 3 CS in the lead. And by about, I mean exactly. Robo Santa doesn't quite have as much of an advantage up there, but double Righteous Glory picked up for Sudden Fear. We'll see whether they can make any decisive moves. Of course, this Caitlyn well and truly in her power trough.
Yeah, beyond well and truly in a power trough right now. Hasn't even got boots too. You have a look at the CS discrepancy. It is around 40, and then Corki has 3 kills compared to 0. So you have a look at the difference between them. Tallywhack is starting to hit that big spike. They can win team fights on the back of almost exclusively Tally right now. Energizer not going to be able to do anything at all.
No, look at this. Wave clear and poke from Legacy that's available. See if they can use it to siege down these turrets. That is what they've got to turn this into now. Try and utilize all of this extra power that they have, and especially the power spikes that are coming through from the likes of this Corki and, of course, the Jace. Jace getting towards that last Whisper, and at that point just going to be incredibly strong.
So Minky would almost want to be with the team because he has a Black Cleaver in terms of how he's going to be able to siege with them. They would almost have to all-in commit. And speaking of,
yeah, Christmas Trees comes through with the Home Guard teleport, gang. Tallywhacker does need to be careful. Claire getting obliterated. Tallywhacker veered out of this fight as well. Christmas Trees going to helicopter up the Jace. Now going to need to run away, though, because Tallywhacker's doing so much damage. The shutdown comes in here as Legacy may lose their jungler. Flying Ju now in trouble as well. Double body slam from a Pink Foamy. Interesting barrel to come through as a Pink Foamy now going to pay for a Tallywhacker coming through. The Hoover that is this guy's Gatling gun is destroying Sudden Fear. And Legacy clean up. 4 for 1.
Yeah, Mickey teleporting in, Legacy getting initiated on essentially Sudden Fear doing what they need to do, trying to get the fights to work in their favor. They've got that home guard teleport that can be used by Christmas Trees, and it was used to great effect. Claire going down very quickly. He is having a very rough game right now. But in saying that, the fight itself just so handily in favor of Legacy on the back of Tallywacker. 5-0-3 right now. He is a beast.
He is most definitely a beast. Now with the Blade of the Ruined Kingdom bleeded almost towards that last Whisper as well. Tallywacker is ahead by about 2.5 items. 1.5 items. So, yeah, Energizer is going to be trying to stall this one out for as long as possible. 6,000 gold, the lead approximately here for Legacy as we move forward in this game. 2 dragons to 0 as well. Christmas Tree's having to deal with this very annoying Minky Whale who's just pegging boomerangs left, right, and center. Just can't get to the lane.
No, he's looking to farm, just get some gold in his favor, but Mickey doing his best attempt at preventing that from happening.
Yeah.
It's not going to result in kills at all, though. Of course, the Trinity Force completed from Christmas Trees. His dueling potential has increased exponentially. He's in a very comfortable position for laning phase. When Minky Whale is mini-Gnar, though, it's very difficult to actually impact the lane.
Flying Jew also has a Warmog's armor.
He does.
So
that's a lot of health.
that is a lot of health, Rusty.
That'd be like 2,600 health on a roll at 24 minutes.
Yeah, that's about pretty similar to Robo Center. It's very difficult to kill. My goodness.
He has resistances from his jump, and then he has a shield.
Yeah, and then he's got that move that blocks an entire spell.
Yeah, the shield.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and then he's got the stamina flag. Oh my goodness. Energizer takes half of his health here as Sudden Fear trying to start off a fight impaired right in amongst it. Everyone taking so much damage from the poke, though. Sudden Fear forced to retreat into their base. The ultimate going to be used. There's the ultimate back. Pink Bomi and Robo Santa both going to die in quick succession. Energizer now very, very frightened. Patu in amongst all of that fell down. Tallywhacker's tanking a turret because he just don't care. And Energizer going to answer back with an ult.
Oh my god, that was close.
Just manages to dodge out of the shock blast. But Legacy, they get what they want. They take down the Inhibitor turret. Inhibitor going to fall as well. And these mid-game power spikes that we were talking about, just too strong for Sudden Fear.
Yeah, they don't even need to work around the siege that they are very capable of doing. They can just make a fight happen. Impaired dodging the Caitlyn ultimate with his own, getting straight to the face of all of the members of Sudden Fear. They're already so low. Minky commits, flashes them, uses the ultimate, knocks them all back into his team. Very convenient. And then all of the dashes come through from Legacy. They walk over the wall, and they just clean up shop.
Yeah, now Energizer having to deal with this super creep lane. Not actually there just yet, but are going to be turning up relatively soon. Elixir of Iron now sitting in the back pocket of Minky Whale after he finishes off the Randuin's Omen. And Impaired's got a Zonya's Hourglass on top of that Rod of Ages as well.
Yep.
So he's looking pretty strong on this
Ringglaive
Echo.
too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Ringglaive
it's like
Echo.
a very good position in terms of damage output Impaired. He is able to throw out spells quite often and uses auto attacks as a part of his build, so Ringglaive very good in his build. The fact that he's adapted to that, though, gone for the Rod of Ages Zonias, is a very interesting build, and it's quite unique. It's got a lot of utility behind a Zonias on an Echo. We've seen a lot of mid-Echoes going for that build. It gives him a lot of armor that he does require, and then the Rod of Ages provides that help, still being a pseudo-AP tanky item. So a very smart adaptation here to the new patch.
Yeah, may actually require Sudden Fear to pick up some magic resist as well, as Christmas Trees does need to be careful. Doesn't want to get stunned up by that passive here from Flying Jew. He's going to be able to get himself to safety there, of course. Able to run pretty quick.
Yeah, Hecarim going to be fine, of course, has the Frozen Heart in a very comfortable position for team fighting. It's saying that you have a look at the side of Legacy, and it's not really a side that you want to team fight, whilst Caitlyn having that big power drop. It's going to be very difficult to now bridge the gap that Caitlyn is creating just from her innate champion dependencies of getting to late stages.
Yeah, you just need items, Rusty, and I think he's picked up a Brawler's Glove since we last checked in.
Yep, and then you have a look at Tally, he's got more items than you could imagine.
Probably sitting on a fair bit of gold here as well.
Yeah,
They've been
that's a bit.
Yeah, moving around this map, sieging down these turrets. Haven't taken a Baron just yet.
Don't need a Baron.
10,000 gold in the lead. No Barons taken. Minky Whale about to get to that Mega Gnar point. Pink Bomi takes about a quarter of his health as this turret not long for the world. Energizer tanks up so much damage.
Wow.
Look at the poke from Claire. as that's going to spell the end of this inhibitor turret. The inhibitor going to follow almost immediately afterwards, and Sudden Fear just look like they have no answers. Well, there's a lot of super creeps in this base, and there are shock blasts smacking on the front door. Patu just doesn't want anything to do with leaving the fountain at the moment.
Now, Sudden Fear do have nice wards around the Baron area, so if there's one thing they can fall back on is that they will see them at least going to the Baron pit, and they'll be able to rotate. But with 2 inhibitors down, the only solace, again, that Sudden Fear do have is they have 2 teleports. Yep, that's nice.
2 teleports, Rusty, yeah. But apart from that, yeah, you're exactly right. Not a whole lot more as Legacy are going to position around this Baron. We'll see whether they just take it immediately or whether they're going to bait anything. Looks like baiting has been the call. As Robo able to get some wards down. Might pay for it with his last night. Nice. Dredgeline going to get himself out of here. But Christmas Trees teleports in, ults out because he wants nothing to do with it. Mickey Well with, there's the ult onto Robo Santa. He's not long for the world. Super dead now for 40 seconds as there's the Glacial Fissure. Flying Jew looking to get something started here as Legacy just looking to scrap with everyone. The double knock up from the Howling Gale, but not going to be enough here to save a Pink Bomi. Tallywacker right into the base. Patu hasn't been that dead in quite some time. Actually, no, it might have been a few minutes.
He's been quite that dead before. Legacy have found themselves with a 3-for-0 trade. They've got the makings to maybe close this one out. Corky doing a lot of damage.
Christmas trees! Almost managed to do a lap of the Time Winder. As Legacy now just going to push forward into the base. Nexus turrets falling left, right, and center, but Legacy wants some more kills. Energizer going to fall down. Christmas Trees might be the focus now, as well as Tallywack has just got so much damage as the Nexus is falling down. Impaired might be in trouble. Christmas Trees attempting to get as much back as possible, but in the end, Legacy definitely secure in that second spot.
Yeah, they're well and truly now in that second place spot going for the finals. They're going to be up against third place in a very systematic closeout, even with 2 substitutes in play. You can see Tallywacker of late has really stepped up in terms of his performance, has become that carry for the side that we look to him to be, and he's just gone massive.
Yeah, 8-1 now for Corky in the OPL as well. But let's throw it back out to Pace Your Time and Spawn for some little more on their analysis.
Thank you very much, Allison Rusty. And Legacy really going forward. They're another win. I think that clinches their spot now, but they've been looking good from players, honestly, for the last few weeks.
Yeah, they certainly have. You know, fumbled a game against the Chiefs. It looked like they were going to come through, maybe challenge for it, but in the end, they got overran. But that game looked very impressive. 2 subs coming through from Legacy Genesis and performing really well. I think teams know now why they are such a strong challenger team. Claire in the mid lane, so mechanically sound, but boy, did Impair go off.
Yeah, Impaired's damage, AP, Rod of Ages, Jungle Echo with a Runeglaive. Very different to the Cinderhawk that we've sort of seen, but just all-out aggression from him.
Yeah, I certainly love that you point out the differences because he was using his ultimate offensively in some of those team fights and doing a lot of damage. I think we have a replay to actually show us exactly what this guy was doing. So if we set the tone of it, 24 minutes into the game, they're up by about 7,000 gold. So definitely an advantage. And you can see exactly what Pastry pointed out. The fact he's got a roller, the Runeglaive, as well as the makings of his Onions. You know, still running around with the brown bags. Doesn't need anything in that regard.
And the other thing there as well is we've got Minky has the Black Cleaver. It's going to apply all physical damage. So Wallop, I think those big Mega Gnar abilities. And then to top it off, we've got a Jace, we've got a Corky. Plenty of AD damage to supplement. You kind of see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. So if we roll this one out, you see that Energizer cops a Shock Blast and wait for the ultimate. He goes back. Stop it right there. So you see 3 members just copped the AP Echo ultimate. And it was huge. He also went back through the zoning tool he created, and Flying Jew is doing a great job at the front of the fight, zoning the rest of the damage. So as we continue to roll this one out, you see that Legacy, they want to follow in over the top of that. Big Wombo, Minky leaps over the wall, gets a huge ultimate, knocks 2 people back, Impair goes off, check out the damage, and Legacy, they were doing it time and time again, layering the CC effects, make sure everything comes through on top of each other, and then when you supplement it with the Black Cleaver and the damage Echo, there just was no stopping him.
Yeah, it's just such a different team fighting style. Like we look at champions like Jace, champions like Corky and think, all right, structures, pushing, rotations, poke, but they made it work with a good lead and some very aggressive item choices.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, I'm sure that they would have been looking at that and been like, how did Echo just do 3/4 of my health with a phase shift, phase dive? But that's what he was doing.
Yeah, and as it turns out, Runglaive and an 8-stack Rod of Aegis with some more AP to come there impaired. Really nice looking game there from the jungle sub. But we do have some more questions we've had fun all evening answering. Let's answer a couple more, Spawn. We're going to start with one here. Who is the best poke and tank support in the current meta? I really want to get good at this role. From @SaladHorse. That's a great name.
All right, so I'm going to answer this one with a little bit of a different pick and go towards more solo queuing. I really think Braum has the most impact because you want to set up around turrets with poke. Sometimes your AD carry or your mid laner doesn't really position yourself well, and you're able to stand behind, throw up that big unbreakable and stop a lot of damage going through. He has a great disengage ulti in the fact that it knocks people up, creates a slow area, and is a lane bully, which you need in solo queue. So if you're looking to play this a lot in solo queue, master the role, I think the Braum you can't really go past. Very versatile, but poke tank specifically is just so good.
Yeah, it is. Is there any other support that maybe fulfills that role that we see maybe a bit more competitive or that has a slightly higher skill ceiling this another champion people are aspiring towards?
So Alistair's also really good because you can't dive on top of the your AD carry because of how much displacement the guy has, as well as Nautilus. The reason I don't list them is because they're very much more melee range supports, and they do struggle being poked out by things like Corki, Ezreal that you see a little bit more in solo queue. So you have to watch out for keeping, I guess, better control over your health pool.
Yeah, just don't have the same range capabilities effectively that Braum does that he also brings from the tanky support position. So great answer there. Cool to see how that comes through. Let's go to another one, Spawn. What else do we have today? How has casting affected your personal play? They're from Banned to Ultimate.
All right, I'll answer this one. I actually live with Atlas, so as you can imagine, we play right next to each other at home. I'm going to say I'm a much louder League of Legends player than when I was before I was a caster. Very new to casting, only done it for a couple of years now, and I used to be a very quiet player. Now I am noisy as all heck.
I mean, I was always noisy, so I don't get away with that one. But for me, it sort of worked the other way, where I used to be a player, then I started casting and sort of did that a lot, actually stopped playing a lot because there was just so much stuff to cast, and casting was so fun. I find now that I like to play to help bridge my casting because, even if I understand the game and I've done my research, I know my players and I know my meta game, things don't fit together as neatly. It's not as smooth. The flow is just not quite there. If I haven't played a couple games of League of Legends, just sort of get the gears working.
Yeah, 100%. You also try new things as well. Gets you back on the Rift, allows you to experiment, have some fun.
Yeah, we got another question coming through as well. This time, what do you think is the defining factor in the Chiefs Esports Club's dominating success this season? From Vasily QQL. Vasiliqui? Names are really hard, man. We'll try, though.
Yeah, you tried really hard. I was going to try and help you out, but then I looked at it and I was like, I have no idea. I have an idea about the question, though. Their neutral control, their ability to lane swap now, and their overall vision is unrivaled. Couple that with the fact that the Chiefs have 5 really solid players that don't have to think about micro play because they're just that good. They play together really well. They think about macro a lot during the game. Their comms are really clear from listening to them. I think that they're a complete package, and if you do one or two things well, people can counter it. But the Chiefs, because they do everything really well, teams have to try new things, experiment against them, and then they make mistakes, which the Chiefs are fantastic at capitalizing on.
And you said the one word that I really like hearing. It's together. The Chiefs are just fantastic as a team, whether it's, getting that vision up, getting things together, making good calls, playing together, making sure the lanes are all safe, or just team fighting, honestly. The Chiefs, it's their experience for me that really wins them over.
Yeah, it certainly is. But if you go back, watch their games, vision wins game, Chiefs prove it. They ward more than any team in the OPL.
Got to get some vision, man. Yeah, we got one more question, I believe, to go. So let's get into our final one here. What was your favorite game to cast, and what made you become casters? From Nionade, I'm going to start with you.
That's 2 questions. Favorite game to cast was actually OPL, not OPL, but the Oceanic Pro League Winter. When we went over there, Minky became a huge dragon. Chiefs got knocked off. It was just so much fun. My first real big game in front of things. What made me want to cast was actually the fact that it just allowed me to, experience League of Legends more in depth, got me back involved in the scene, allowed me to, see all these amazing plays travel, and it's such an awesome job to be able to get up here with Pastry, Atlas, of course, Dom as well in the LPL, and just cast awesome League of Legends.
Yeah, and for me, the short version of how I became a caster is I used to be a player, my team didn't show up to a tournament, got offered to cast someone who was streaming it instead, so that's how we started, but I had some interest in esports before then. As far as favorite games go, for a long time it was a jungle Heimlinger game. If you go back and watch GSG play CJ in a final of the Amateur Korean League, that was it for a while, but it's actually a recent game, IG vs LGD Game 2, from I think sometime in this current LPL split, Echo vs Yasuo, just go watch it.
Yeah, it certainly was an amazing game. It was Rookie versus Godvi and Echo versus Yasuo, especially because Godvi took the Yasuo. That was an incredible game.
Yeah, just literally Dragon Ball Z mechanics flying across the rift. Awesome to watch.
Yeah, it certainly was. You know, there's a lot of good games out there now. OPL making their history, so it's just great to be a part of.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, even just tonight, but in general, the OPL brought some great moments so far. And for me, moving into playoffs now, we did, of course, get a little bit more of a picture now that the Chiefs, Legacy, and Dials have all won their first few games here. We only have Avant left who are really contending. Playoffs are lining up very nice. We're going to get straight into it. Avant versus Immunity. Avant, they've looked so strong recently.
Yeah, they certainly have, and this is Avant's game to win. You have to say it. Immunity started to sort of fall off a little bit, and if Immunity can win Avant can win this, they're going to end Immunity's playoff dream and also secure themselves that last playoff spot.
You can see Sin, who've had really hard time with their last two games. Avant have got a much, given the latter, an easier time as far as the end of their road here goes to playoffs. So they will secure the spot with a win here. They'd love to take a couple and try and shake things up, but Avant, they need to win right now and just secure that spot. Stop thinking about it.
Yeah, get it over and done with. Move on. Concentrate on the Chiefs in the semi-final matchups because that's most likely who they're going to be facing. And Avant, they're this team. We talk about the top side of the map. They are so strong. Kensty, Shelby, Porky, all up there. They've played together forever, and they're all peaking at the right moment right now because it's the end of the season.
I mean, they might as well. They were defending champions for this tournament technically last year, winning it around the same time at PAX in Melbourne. So you have to think they want to defend that finals trophy and see if they can get it done. But they do need to start right here with a win.
Yeah, and talking about good moments, go watch that again because I didn't cast that game, but Shelby played the best 5 minutes of Lee Sin ever.
Yeah, I mean, Shelby's a great aggressive player. Good to see him back on form. For me, Shelby's really been the player that sort of stepped back up for Avant. They are playing well as a team. It's nice to see Warble moving in there with Destiny. That new bottom lane, very consistent, very utility focused, has a lot of good stuff going for them. But Shelby's been the shining light and really the person that's leading the charge for Avant.
100%. He's their playmaker. He gets in there and is able to get things like Gragas ultimates to really start up a fight. He flies in there with Rek'Sai. He just loves to fight top laners on that champion for some reason. I was watching last week and he for 3 minutes in a row just kept trying to fight the top laner. And Avant overall are just a team that's unpredictable to play against because of what you mentioned. The fact that their utility isn't their jungle support, it's their AD carry support. They play a lot of Sivir. When they don't get Sivir, they play Ashe. They look for picks. They play Morgana in the bottom lane or Alistar for the roaming ability that can come out of Destiny. And when you have a team that does not play League of Legends like other players, unless you play against them consistently, it's just not the same because you're not able to get a read on where their strengths are. And a lot of their gold is on their top laner and jungle.
It is. And you have to think that Avant, I'm not going to say hiding strategies necessarily, but Warble is a strong player. He could certainly go full hyper carry if he was required of him, if that's something Avant want to try. Kensty's champion pool, ranges back from every season of competitive league, it feels like. We've seen him play Cho'Gath, Twisted Fate. He's even played standard champions as well. I think Victor, I believe, as well. There's just everything going on for this team. They've suffered some hard losses, I think, for them relatively recently. But other than that, Avant have looked on top of the world.
Yeah, and one thing you do have to point out is how they played against the Chiefs. It looked like they were the first team that really gave them a run. You know, there was some hiccups. Porky getting soloed in the top lane by Swiper. He definitely wasn't happy about it. But, you know, you look back on how they played, and this feels like the season they were able to put to in finals last year when they made that miracle run. They had their bottom lane nice and gelled together. Now they've got something similar there in Destiny and Warble. Maybe not the carry players that Nada and Veritas were, but still fit the team very well. And Kensty has just stepped up. He continues to improve. He shrugged off what the Chiefs were able to do to him last year and just burst back into the scene and become that consistent, I guess, weirdly aggressive in the late game and weirdly passive early game mid laner.
Again, going with the theme of Avant being a kind of a tricky team to typify, I think it's Shelby, the one player we can really nail down and say, this guy's just a playmaker. But even him, who was aggression only for the longest time, he's also rounded up his play. Avant in general have just risen as a team.
Yeah, they certainly have. Shelby went from a linebacker that just wanted to rush the carries to a playmaker. He used to be all up in your face, but, you know, now he's been able to add another element to his game, a little bit of patience.
Bit more quarterback in there for Shelby as we are going to get into the draft. Immunity taking on Avant for our final game of the evening is Twisted Fate. Going to eat a ban there for Kensty. Alistar will join him, but as is the first ban for Avant-Garde.
Yeah, and noticeable to note, wow.
Nice.
Yep, good.
Nailed it.
Moya is in the mid lane is what I was going to say for Immunity. Mizfish back in the jungle. Other's not around anymore, so have to see how they make this work out. Moya, of course, used to play for Fortnite. Fantastic Nidalee player, fantastic Orianna player if you want to cast your mind back. Also plays a little bit of Varus.
Yeah, was on that team responsible for the Chiefs' only defeat in the last season. We'll have to see if they can lose today on Thursday coming up this week. Varus actually the ban away. That's another champion I believe Moya's sort of been training up as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. He plays like poke champions and some control mages, so that's where the Azir is from. That's where the Varus is from. Nidalee is his main pick, though. And always has been.
Ezreal, another ban there. That's funny. I like it. We talk about Runeglaive for a segment, and all of a sudden there's 3 Ezreal bans in a row. You can understand why. It's just so powerful.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's the 100% magic damage thing that it does to your auto attack. It just means that Void Staff is such a bang for buck purchase late game.
Yeah, and Luden's is strong. There's just a lot of good stuff going on there with the Ezreal. So Rise going to be the final ban there for Avant, which means Immunity going to get their choice of first pick. Which jungle do you want Immunity? That's where I think they have to go with their first pick.
Yeah, potentially they'll go towards that. They might try and secure Ryu something like Rumble, where he's had a lot of good games. Also had a great game on Fizz in recent memory, so maybe they'll try and put him on a little bit more of a carry with Moya in the mid lane filling in. We already mentioned the Orianna pick coming through, so they do have some options available, or they can just take away something in the bot lane, like maybe Nautilus.
Yeah, a bit more time, though, to consider. 30 seconds or so for Immunity to make their first choice. And we didn't get a chance to talk about them much, Spawn, but it's been rough for Immunity recently.
Yeah, it certainly has. You know, T-Gun's been about the fact that they're trying to figure it out. They very much are a team. Losing Soul Strikes over to Korea for a couple of weeks did really hurt them. You felt that with Soul Strikes on the team, this was a very young, fresh-looking team that could make it work. But, you know, they had another hiccup. Now with Cheese in America off the lineup, it's going to be a little even more tough to try and carry this through.
Yeah, and this is not what I really expected. But first pick Kalista actually coming through. It's a strong first pick, but I didn't think Zek would play it.
Zek does play it. He plays Kalista Jinx a lot, so they're kind of his 2 main pickups. He was really looking forward to actually playing against the Chiefs, and he got that opportunity. And, you know, he is a good young player. I think he's 17 years old, like somewhere around there. He's very, very young coming into the scene, so he's getting more experience, listening to T-Gun shot calling. T-Gun really does drive that lane, and we'll have to see how on the Kalista he's able to pull it through. And
of course, the thing we love to talk about with Kalista, which support does it get paired with here? Because I like that Avant are really thinking about stealing away the Morgana, but we said it before when we saw the Chiefs play it there with Ejim. Kalista also enables a support player, and T-Gun's one hell of a player to enable.
Yeah, it certainly is, but you have to get the Morgana away from him.
Yep.
He plays it so well, you know. All the bans at the moment for Morgana, I nearly automatically attribute over to T-Gun in the bottom lane, but Destiny also plays it very well, especially if they get something like a Civil with it.
Yeah, I like the pick away here. Rek'Sai, Morgana are actually their first 2 picks, so Avant-Garde, you know, smart stuff here with the first 2 picks. Like you said, just do not give T-Gun that support Morgana.
Yeah, 100%. You know, Chelby, he's actually gone with the Rek'Sai this time around. Doesn't want to grab the Gragas. A little bit more of a AD, has a global ultimate, not very pick orientated, but very much on the vision control and map control that Rek'Sai can bring late game. I like the pickup there, and also opens Kensty's Yasuo.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't seen at all, I don't think, this split, but something he was made very famous for last year.
Yeah, it certainly was. Maybe infamous in a couple of games as well. But we'll have to see if he's able to make...
Well, Immunity now, 15 seconds left to make their next few picks, so we'll see what they do want to take away for themselves. Again, things definitely being shaken up. Moya joining the lineup, a strong player, but has not played that much in the OPL at all this particular season, although got plenty of work in split number 1. Considering Gragas for Misfitch will be a perfect first pickup for me, and looks like they might mix it up real crazy. Ken and Gragas are the next 2 picks.
Yeah, so that might be a Cannon support coming through here, and Cannon saw a lot of players as support and then kind of fell off the face of the map, and I never really understood why. Maybe it was the introduction of Gragas into the meta that hurt his engage potential, but always has been fantastic with Kalista for 2 reasons. You can pick him up and, like, Pikachu, I choose you. Throw Pokeball inside and Cannon goes nuts.
Yep.
But you can also ult on top of your Kalista, and it means that no one can get on top of her. Very good kite ultimate coming through there, and just allows it to, I guess, hop away and throw spears at people.
I like that you mentioned the Morgana from T-Gun as a big disengage support, because Cannon, surprisingly, is actually a very strong disengage support as well, if that's where they want to play him.
Yeah, 100%. He holds up choke points really well. You can reposition him. Also, T-Gun, one of the support players that's known for rushing Azonya's Hourglass after he gets his boots too, so we'll see whether that is something he continues on what can be an aggressive support as well.
Morgana and other Morgana then, with the Cannon potentially as Avant-Garde, almost done with their next 2 picks here. Saw a Gangplank very briefly from Kenzie, but not going to see it at least for now. But it's going to give Vladimir Sivir instead.
Yeah, so Kenzie, the Vladimir player on, you can already see that he swapped up his summoner spells in there. He likes to be able to scale, turn into that hyper carry, and it unlocks Warble. The Hemo Plague down with all the AoE damage that comes through from Sivir just means that she's a fantastic late game carry with all the crit that comes across from the build. Look for Warble to be very relevant late game. This isn't going to be a Sivir that drops off at all.
No, and even the Morgana combo, to be honest, I think this is Avant that showed us this exact same set of champions now as well. Like, Morgana's good in general as support, but you get a Hemo Plague down and that ulti ticking away, and it does surprising amount of damage.
Yeah, it certainly does. So a facilitator role coming through in that mid lane, and we'll see what they want to go to shut it down. Does Moya have something that he can pull out to really punish Vlad's weak early 1-4?
Or is he just playing Cannon? I guess we'll have to find out later, but with the Xerath being hovered, probably not. Again, Moya, very much of a poke-style player, so it would make sense to see something like Xerath here, although Cheese being absent makes me sad, because his Xerath is great fun to watch as well.
He plays melee Xerath.
He does.
Like, he's up in your face.
Riven
hitting
Xerath.
those. Yeah.
Xerath and Shen are actually going to be the lock-ins as well.
Yeah, so he does go for more of a poke-heavy champion. You know, 4 damage spells coming out of Xerath means a surprising burst as well if you walk into the CC. And Shen in the bottom lane, we've talked about him a lot, facilitates everything. Able to split push himself, also help split pushes around the map, able to save Zenk if he does get caught out. And wow, they might have even flexed us here with a Shen support.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Tigon's got it right now. Not looking to move just yet. I guess we'll have to see. Tigon wants to change that up here. It's a cool flex, honestly, especially with Maokai being the last pick for Avant.
Yeah, and you can generally run whatever you want into Maokai, you know. He's able... No, they've swapped it back, so it is Shen top.
Oh, sad times.
So I'm going to stop my sentence.
Oh, well, there you go. Shen top, Cannon support. I mean, Cannon support's still cool. Works, as you said, very well with Kalista.
Yeah, it certainly does. It wouldn't be the first time that we saw a flex pick come through from Shen this week. We saw Shen Nautilus and a couple of other drafts. So, you know, I like what they've put together. Being able to ult in on top of T-Gun as he initiates a fight as well means that you have a free taunt coming through from Ryu. And he's been the difference in immunity this split. If you're able to get Ryu going, he's shown that he can turn early ganks into a very big deficit winning margin for his team.
Yeah, and it's Miss Fish that does have to get going here and gank that lane. We saw a lot from Otherness and Soul Strikes, actually, when they were on the lineup. Just ganking the crap out of top lane.
Yeah, it was funny. Otherness came in and did his best Soul Strikes impression, like just top, bottom, top, mid, like over and over again, looking to get the 2 lanes rolling because a lot of pressure is on the top side of the map for both these teams.
It is, and you can see the team comps lined up now. Curious stuff from both. A similar look here for Avant, but something a little special here for IAM, honestly, who do really have to rattle off some wins late in the last week here. But get on Twitter and let us know who you think's got the better deal of the draft here with the hashtag IAMWin for Immunity or AV win for Avant.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if they are able to come through Avant. Remember, this locks them into playoffs. This gets them the safety they're looking for and ensures the first round matchup against the Chiefs. Immunity, on the other hand, they want that 5th spot. No one wants to have to battle for their lives through relegation, and a win right now will get them one step closer to that.
And I feel like Avant have put together a very similar looking comp that we've seen them have a lot of success on. It's, you know, basically Sivir just speeding in a bunch of really good divers, honestly. Vladimir, when he gets going, actually dives quite well.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, with Distortion Boots and Sivir Ultimate, he's going to be flying in their top speed. There's no way you're going to be able to keep Kensti out. It's funny because people like Rylai's is the 7th item. Like, you can't get it into your build because it's not that great, but it's the item you always want when people outrun you on Vlad. No hope of anyone getting away from Vlad this game.
The Ghost Vlad's like pretty scary just in and of itself, but Ghost Sivir Vlad, again, augmenting a lot of that latent damage, I guess, from the Maokai, from the Morgana, and just the general AoE from the Sivir. It's like a deceptively low damage looking comp from Avant, but it does actually quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the other thing is, you know, we talk about poke champions and how they're good at whittling people out of lanes. Kensti, once he's able to pick up the Abyssal and the gun,
Hextech Revolver?
Hextech Revolver.
Gun.
He's going to be able to keep himself surprisingly healthy in that lane. Will be difficult to poke him out from about level 7s onwards. So Moya has to put in a lot of work early game.
Oh yeah, look for those boots 4 potions start there. He just wants to dodge all of the poke.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe even Merc Trades coming out. I'm looking at the magic damage and the CC on the side of Avant and thinking... on immunity, and I'm thinking Kensti can afford to go Woda, Abyssal, Merc Treads, stay incredibly healthy through the mid game, continue to scale up, and then be this pseudo-tanky Vlad Terra late.
Yeah, and what about the other side here? We've got, again, a different sort of comp here coming through from Immunity. Cannon support, good disengage. Gragas sort of the same flavor as well. Split push potential there in Shen. A poke mid laner and a pretty good late game AD carry. That's a weird mix.
Yeah, it certainly is. But what they're looking for is Moya to be able to chunk people out around objectives and Zenk to get going. He needs to throw so many spears into people. They need to keep him safe with the peel out of Mizfish, the peel out of T-Gun, then the ultimate out of Ryu. And if they can get this Kalista rolling, it's going to be difficult for anyone to get on top of her and deal with her late game. So Zank, a lot of pressure on the new player coming through from Immunity, but he's shown that he's had some good games so far. Hopefully he can step up.
I've been impressed, and I think, as it almost always comes down to, let's look at the junglers. Chelby's had so many good games so far. Both Misfits and Chelby are going to have a lot of early pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, they certainly are. Gragas versus Rek'Sai. Chelby elected to get the Rek'Sai matchup. We need to see him get in the lanes early and try and affect them.
Well, let's see what happens. We're going to almost get themselves onto the rift with Atlas and Rusty.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. We are, in fact, almost onto the rift here. I'm very excited to see whether Avant can secure that 4th place or whether Immunity can continue throwing some spanners into said works.
Yeah, definitely. Immunity, the ones who need the victory the most right now. Of course, Avant definitely want to secure that spot, but they're in the driver's seat, essentially. They just need that extra and to make sure that they cement their position. So we'll see what Immunity can do coming into this. I do like their draft, though.
Yeah, I like what Immunity are trying to do. Of course, we saw Kennen sort of eke into that support role, but it was a little while ago. Did fall out of fashion just a little bit, but now see whether it's sort of making a resurgence in the hands of T-Gun. And if there's anyone else, as far as our support players are concerned, that are going to do it, it's going to be T-Gun. This guy is pretty powerful in that role.
Yeah, definitely. And the important part is, of course, whenever you saw a Kalista, you always saw it with the Kennen before, when Kennen was popular. So now Kennen having a small resurgence we're seeing in this game. Going to be with the Kalista again, a very potent duo. And as mentioned, can engage, can disengage, can just do so much for the team and really provide them the team fight that they're looking for.
Yeah, I like the potential late game power of this Kennen as well, especially once you hit some higher levels. But we are onto the rift, ladies and gentlemen. Immunity taking on Avant as Kensti launches himself down the mid lane. And we'll see, of course. Looks like a defensive start at the beginning here for Immunity. Kensti gets a pretty deep ward, much deeper than Moya's already.
Action.
Yeah, already a win there for AV.
Damage and stuff, because they just usually recall after putting a ward anyway. It's just so anticlimactic. Like, you know, level 1, everyone trades, but when you're in both teams are in a 5-point start, it's literally just hitting each other to say hello.
Yeah, and you're always going to wander up that mid lane, always going to just put down a ward and then walk away. Well, Zank is going to bind himself to T-Gun. See that, you know, the duo lane bond.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Definitely emphasized by that particular item, as T-Gun's going to get killed by it. Kennen's going to be okay.
Super prolific with auto attacks in laning phase. Of course, one of his spells even working around having an auto attack off. Works super well with the Kalista passive that has that extra damage that can be scaled together.
Yeah, it's a very good point, considering the fact that that W is often taken pretty early on as well, means that they might have some extra help getting these Krugs done. See how they're going to divvy out that experience as well, whether they want to give Zank an extra level as they enter lane, or whether they're going to share it together, make sure that they hit that level 2 at the same time.
Yeah, we'll see how they actually want to go about that, of course. Actually just waiting around is a bit of a patience game for the Krugs, and Spawn is a W start.
Yeah, so they're going to be utilizing that extra % health damage in order to get that one working. They'll be starting over at his red buff. It's going to mean that Porky takes down Raptor Camp as well. Kensi making things difficult for Moya here in the mid lane already.
Yeah, he's got the pod advantage in mid lane as well, so you can kind of even out trades, and then you take into account the sustain that a Vladimir has. A very interesting lane in terms of how comfortable a Vladimir's early levels can become.
Destiny being very frustrating here. Tries to take down Destiny. Yeah, actually Porky making his way here around here as well. Level 1 is the Morgana. Forces the flash
He almost
already.
went over.
Getting frightening. Yeah, was he actually trying to get Porky over the edge?
I think he was about a millisecond off getting Porky over the edge with him. So it was very close. We were talking about the pressure Kensti can put in. It's actually Moya in control.
Yeah, turned that one around most definitely. Kensti has to dodge out of the way of a few of these spells. But that transfusion going to help him out as far as staying healthy in this lane. Looking to try and get towards that gun. Or the revolver.
Yeah, that green gun thing that gives health.
Green gun.
Yeah, that one.
Hextech Gunblade, I believe, is going to be the first item. I say mostly wishing. I believe it will be that Will of the Ancients here
All
first
hope
against
and Now you can see a lot of early pressure though from Avant.
Yeah.
They took away the blue buff. They're now back into their own jungle. Maokai going to go down to that bottom lane. He's got his assist from Destiny, but only level 1. It's going to be a 2v4.
Yeah, Immunity with 4 men strong here. See whether Porky is going to be enough to try and deter this one. Destiny only level 1 still. Dark Binding finds Miss Fish, and Immunity are going to go into full push mode as they try and take down this turret. A lot of ranged auto attackers here as well, so they are relatively safe while they're doing that.
Yeah, the full push strategy.
Yeah, that was the last minion here. And it did get nailed by that Dark Binding to death.
Yeah, so the hard push strategy from Immunity, but now 3 members available from Avant. They've got the answer there. They're not going to be able to continue to just hard push that one down. Too many members. Enough wave clear essentially to stop that. Destiny hitting level 2 also having the black chip.
Yeah, teleport going to be used by Ryu to get him into the top lane as well. So AV able to stave off the early push from Immunity. There's going to be the swap back now as well, as Warble does have about an 8 CS advantage, spending some time on his own there on the top side of the map. And Zenk and T-Gun, slight level disadvantage, but they'll probably have level 4 by the time Warble gets to lane. Oh, actually heading back to the top side.
Yeah, he's looking for a 1v1 at the moment, getting some experience in favor of Warble. Not really wanting it too much, I suppose, or not wanting the 1v1 with the Maokai and the Shen, which is interesting. Maybe it's the bot lane that is a little bit too scary for them. Ken and Kalista, of course, having a lot of impact, but that's not like a Maokai and a Morgana are going to be all that comfortable unless more of those bindings just continue.
Yeah, exactly. Destiny landing a nice binding there. Misfish looking to try and take down Kenzie, who's got the pull. Going to use it to dodge away from the stun there from Moya, but Immunity creating some space here in the mid lane. Yeah,
it's not going to be very easy to kill the Vladimir with Ghost, and now still having Flash available. And while we're speaking of not easy, it's not actually easy for a Sivir to be in a lane, even with a spell shield against Roy. The pressure he can put down, he's just unbelievably tanky, even with no items.
Yeah, he's very, very strong. Of course, that door and shield doing some work there at the same time, but they don't necessarily have kill pressure against this Sivir, and definitely won't be able to stop her from farming this one out, so might just be a bit of a neutralized situation.
Yeah, and in saying that, it's really cool because Sivir has the Avarice Blade, so looking to get some extra money whilst being allowed to repeatedly last hit minions almost uncontested.
Yeah, so Immunity continuing to try and just farm it up here on the bottom side of the map. And is this working out for Immunity as far as this weird swap that's going on, or is this working out more in favor of Avant?
It's working out for Immunity, definitely. Their team comp is based a lot around skirmishes, trying to get some early pressure down. Shen, comfortable in the top lane. Once he hits level 6, they'll probably swap back so that Maokai's there to stop the ultimates. But before that happens, they're just going to butt heads here.
Yep, sure, we're going to find Miss Fish just a little bit. There is the zoning barrel, as Shelby just takes down the Rip Scuttler, isn't worried about that one at all, and Raptor Sense going to give him that ward that just went down from Miss Fish as well. So Ryu wishes he had been able to get that cannon creep, and if he didn't, that we weren't watching, but neither of those things did come through.
No, having a very bad time when it comes to cannons right now.
Yeah, better time when it comes to Dark Bindings, though. Nice stun from T-Gun. He gets some damage back.
Having a field day, but yes, to touch on the point I was making before that anti-action started to occur that required your talking. The fact that Immunity have a very skirmish-heavy side. They've got the Gragas, they've got the Shen, and then they've got the capabilities of even just the bot lane explicitly having that 2v2 strength. They can work around this early game lull just to get some strength, get some items behind them to completely buff themselves and have a very good skirmish stage where you're not having full team fights, but there's still mini team fights where it's not directly fights.
Yeah, and you can also then leave Moya towards that mid lane as well. Got a lot of extra range with that that ultimate, so things are going to be looking a little bit better moving forward for Immunity. I do like your rendition. I'm sorry for having to do the talking in the middle.
Most importantly, Vladimir having that green gun.
Yeah,
that's going to really
man.
help him out in laning phase. A lot of sustain now for the Vlad. You can see Moya having a difficult time, even at a level 6 Vladimir. He does have the ultimate, but it's level 7 and 9 where he starts to ramp up, getting those Q cooldowns.
Yeah, the extra points into that Q, very, very important. Miss Fish making a bit of a rotation down towards this bottom side. They are going to take down the outer turret. There's Moya just heading down to get some vision on this Dragon as he shoved up that mid lane. Down by about 10 CS now, though, and after Kenzie was struggling a little bit in the early game, he's able to move away from a lot of these skill shots, and even if he doesn't, just use that transfusion, get himself back up to full health pretty quickly.
Yeah, very comfortable right now. Immunity trying to make things happen desperately, though. Sivir in the top lane, not going to be able to use her teleporter ultimate, whereas the Shen always going to have that one available. In saying that, do you want to leave that lane ever when there is a Sivir threatening to take down your turret?
Yeah, that's a very good point. But Immunity, they are going to be able to take down this Dragon. Zenk Tried to take it with the Ren, but not even going to be able to do that, as the Smite did secure it there for Misfit. So Ryu didn't have to head out of that lane. And it is going to be Warble heading back to base now as well. So we'll see what he does decide to pick up. Looks like it will be nothing just yet. Kenzie is going to continue pushing out this wave. BF Sword was the option there for Warble.
Yes, much better than nothing. He does find himself with some raw damage. Now, up against the Kalista in this bot lane 2v2 doesn't necessarily make it any easier, because the raw damage output of a cannon and the Kalista is unbelievably high. Just working around that Kalista passive, of course, very hard to trade. In saying that, Immunity have swapped back themselves, and they're now looking to find some fights, as we're actually seeing a whole lot of swapping from Avant.
Yeah, swippy swap.
Like, that's a lot of swapping.
Yeah, everyone just leaving everywhere.
As in Vlad top.
Yeah, Vlad's going on. Interesting one. Warble not going to get hit by Moya there, as we're denying some mana from the Sivir, who has doesn't necessarily work out all that well, but able to clear out these waves very easily. Morellonomicon almost completed by Moya here, already with a 20% extra cooldown reduction, as Kenzie does have to be careful here, even under the turret against this Immunity bottom.
Yeah, needing to respect the damage they can put out, but in saying that, Shelby just waiting around in the wings to ensure his partner's safety, as he's going to be able to farm quite well under the turret. But because he only has utility-based summoners, movement-augmenting summoners, the damage that can come out of the Kalista and the cannon is high enough that he needs to respect it individually.
Yeah, this lane swap does seem to have worked out well here for Immunity. The fact that they've got a whole lot of extra farm onto this Shen, the fact that Kalista not too far behind, not going too badly here.
No, not going too bad, and they're starting to get closer to hitting that stride in their relative strength. You can see Porky has finally broken that freeze in the bottom lane. It started to push towards the Shen once he resets this wave, or it could just be now.
Yeah, T-Gun actually going super aggressive. Warble not going to have enough shields in order to deal with that slicing Maelstrom. T-Gun, though, finds himself in amongst everything here. Stand United on top of T-Gun is going to mean that Shen finds his way in, using that Fate Skull there from Zenk, who got exhausted up. First blood going to go down to Porky here, as Right of the Arcade not going to quite find a kill just yet. T-Gun looking for Shelby now. Everyone on Immunity getting cut down by Warble, though, as Kenzie finds a Hemo Plague. This looks like oh my goodness, the flash from Destiny nets a kill. Immunity all so incredibly low, but in the end, it's a 2 for nothing.
And Avant just have such a strong level 6 comp. Of course, level 9 Vladimir can use his ultimate, augment the rest of the team, but the fact that Zenk died immediately in that fight was such a bad situation for Immunity. Cannon, the one engaging, the one taking all of this damage at the start of the fight, puts him quite low, forces the Shen ultimate onto him, and then they just turn it around onto Zenk. They make his life miserable, as he has to use the Fate's Call to save Cannon's life. Shen using the taunt on exclusively Porky there as well. He just goes down so quickly. Warble almost dying, but they're not having a big enough impact as Kenzie running in the wings, making his way up the river. And here it goes. The Hemo Plague is down. Ryu looking bad, but has the taunt, and then the flash binding from Destiny.
Yeah, the flash binding of Destiny. Definitely looking good here, as Moya is going to continue clearing out this wave. And as the dust settles, 2,000 gold now in the lead is Avant. Looking to try and get to that 4th position, secure their playoff dreams. Although they will have to go up against the Chiefs. Definitely worth it getting that opportunity. Avant looking like one of the teams that have given the Chiefs the biggest run for their money during this split.
If all teams can, if any team can do it, it's going to be this Avant lineup, but they need to get through this game, and only 12 minutes in, the gold lead is still 2,000, not necessarily in a driving seat to finish the game off. They still need to translate this advantage into further advantages.
Yeah, and they have to deal with the fact that, you know, Kalista, a fantastic champion in the late game well. Both of these sides looking to try and take control and get themselves to a decent position. Moya will be able to clear out any minion waves you like and allow for a potential Shen split push as well. We'll see how Immunity decide to play this one out as we move forward. But at the moment, looks like they're pretty content getting some more farm onto Zenk and putting some pressure on some currents.
Yeah, the teleport advantage in favor of Immunity. They are able to split push right now, but Avant are just content with putting the Vladimir into the solo lane.
Yeah.
Porky again into his own solo lane. He can take the brunt of the damage, and then they're just going to put the Sivir and the Morgana mid. They've got the wave clear to deal with any pushes that they make, and they can just quickly rotate. They've got the Sivir there to do so. Morgana very good for disengaging. And there's just no answer right now. Immunity are trying to make things happen, but unless Moya can do that many times, it's not going to be easy to find a direct advantage.
Zank is going to get stunned up there, or slowed down by the sapling, so unable to get some extra damage onto Porky, who's just chilling out under his turret, using that passive in order to keep himself more healthy. And that Catalyst also helping out Mistfish now. Spotted by a ward there as he gets his own down. Shelby waiting in the wings as well. Can see everyone with that tremor sense. We'll see whether Moya's going to get discovered. Not going to. Yeah, Ryu shadow dash to safety there from Kensti is held onto the Hemo play, but you can see there's a stray Morgana. He's getting a whole bunch of vision down here in this jungle. And AV, they've made the decisive move, picking up a whole lot of damage onto this mid-outer turret. It is going to fall down. As Destiny finds his way through as well. Was looking for a cheeky bind. Not going to find Moya this time.
It's almost like everything that Immunity do is telegraphed right now from Avant. They have the answer ready to go. The Vladimir has no way of dealing, the Shen has no way of dealing with Vladimir right now. He is just doing an abundance of damage, outscales in a direct 1v1 by a substantial amount. You have a look at the rest of the side of Immunity. Mistfish made his way top lane. Yeah, T-Gun and Zank sitting there, and then immediately they just rotate mid. They get the turret in response. Now, Immunity are the ones trying to make things happen desperately. They are looking for as many objectives as they can as soon as possible. But every time they try and make something happen, there's seemingly a response ready to go, or at least an answer.
Yeah, Immunity really need to start trying to shake things up potentially, or find an option that's not going to be discovered by AV immediately. See whether they can as this one moves forward. Is there a point where Immunity will sort of gather the power spikes necessary? I'm thinking about something like a Callista power spike, something like that.
So their power spikes are always going to be big. Once the Bloodthirster comes out, Callista has a lot of sustain. She can trade quite well in a 1v1, but her damage still isn't that high. So you're looking at about a 2 or 3 item spike for the Callista to really get going. And then at the same time, Warble, he'll be doing damage, but nowhere near as much as the Callista. But you look to Kensti, who can buff the rest of his team with that Hemo Plague, just place it down in team fights. And then Immunity are a very team fight-based team. They've got the split push, but that split push is indefinitely answered by Avant. They cannot commit to that route. They need to change it up, get a little bit more creative with their plan of attack. And then it almost again plays to Avant's strength of their team fighting comp.
Well, see whether Avant can keep the pressure on. Kensti here on the bottom side of the map, just split pushing against Zank. Close to trying to get all of the farm that she can. 10 CS behind Warble. Has been the case since about minute 5. Zank has been able to keep up very nicely with the Sivers farming movements. AV going to start once again on this dragon. Is Warble going to help out? T-Gun after sweeping that brush, he's going to head over and possibly ward this. Mistfish is going to discover that this dragon's going down. Barrel's going to steal it! No worries, explosive cast, flies in, doesn't even worry about body slamming over and getting the smite off, just throws a barrel. There you go.
Throw a barrel, she'll be right. Easy dragon, taken away right there. Immunity, they do secure themselves the second one as well. So that is going to be very handy for this Immunity side, translating that into a potential win condition and denying the first dragon from this Avant side.
Yeah, no 6% extra stats for Avant whatsoever. And this may actually create a win condition for Immunity that they weren't expecting to have. They lost control of that dragon area. It was just a lucky sight with the vision, with the fact that they managed to get the ward down, and brilliant barrel there supplying that one from Mistfish. So we'll see whether they can continue that pressure as this game goes on.
Yeah, they got there just in time to be able to throw out that barrel. So they do secure the dragon. And again, we're seeing the 1-3-1 from Avant, or it's a 1-2-1 with a roaming Tilby essentially, which has been working out for them. They do get the turret. Shen can't answer Vladimir, and if this continues for a prolonged period of time, you'll see Vladimir start pressuring second turrets.
Yeah, Kensti will just be able to push himself everywhere here, but here we'll see whether the siege is going to be enough from Immunity. The wave clear definitely looking strong, but Sivir taking some damage here from Moya. Dark Binding finds T-Gun.
He's hitting everything.
Yeah, lightning rush and everything. So T-Gun unable to quite get out of that one. Guessing the Jukes is Destiny.
Well, it was a pretty straight line.
Yeah.
To be fair.
I was just, benefit of the doubt.
I mean, guessing a non-Juke, if we want to go that deep.
Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors in the end, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
Sort of. Once you get down to it. Zonya's Hourglass, though, completed for Kenzie. He actually completed Zonya's and the Will of the Ancients both at the same time. That's a pretty big deal here for this one.
Yep, that's a massive deal right now, as if it was not hard enough for the Shen to deal with it. The low base damages that a Shen provides, he's going to be looking to pull his best Twisted Fate impersonation, where he is not in lane at all and just trying to use his ultimate to affect somewhere else on the map, because if he doesn't, as Destiny again, predicting the juke.
Yeah, Arcano Pulse is... Oh, actually finds the stun there as well. A lot of extra poke. Right of the Arcane comes down. The flash used by Warble. Moya not going to find the kill there, but the Sivir is forced out of lane. Man, Destiny, he's hit a whole heap of these bindings.
I just want to know that he's human.
No, he missed a few at the beginning.
Okay, I'll take your word. There we go.
Then,
right.
he's looking okay. Yeah, they're not going to find that one.
Kenzie is big enough that this siege is almost a player risk in and of itself at the moment.
Oh, Shadow Dash makes his way in though. Pull used by Kenzie, still has the Zonyas available. There's the Fate's Call. T-Gun makes his way in, immediately gets exhausted. Wasn't going to do a whole lot of damage though anyway, as Shelby, he's trying to restart this fight. The double knockup comes through. Hemoplague's down. Zhang taking a bunch of damage. Mistfish, I believe, will die as Warble takes down the Shen. Mistfish, yes, did die to the Hemoplague. Destiny, flash binding, gets out of the way of the Pierce as well, just to make it all the much more sweeter. And Immunity lose 3 to Avant's nothing.
And again, after all of that, Kenzie going down super low, still has his Zonias available, was just kiting around the outskirts of the fight before Avant could hit that big go button. Telby, the flash knock-up on all of the relevant targets. They're going to be able to follow that up perfectly. They get the turret eventually after a small hiccup there and indecision. And we're going to see it again. Of course, Kenzie super low from the engage. Mistfish using the ultimate at the same time as Ken, and after it expires to make sure Kenzie not in the fight. Porky definitely is. The follow-up though, Porky hits that twisted advance. Shelby in the middle of the fight, flash knock-up. But there's just no answer as they turn it directly around immediately. Immunity, the flash binding actually to follow this, secures Warbler kill with the boomerang. And again, Immunity try to make something happen. Avant answer that with something superior.
Yeah, 6,000 gold is going to be the lead in the end. 0 to 5 in kills, an advantage of our red side here as Warble's going to continue clearing out the mid lane. Ryu now trying to split on the top side, has actually got a 20 CS advantage over Porky's direct lane opponent, but the fact that there's a 50 CS lead for this Vladimir is the big deal.
Yeah, you know what's hard is that it's 0 to 5 right now, and I actually worry for Immunity to find a kill from here. Is that the team comp of Avant is really hard to kill. And your best chance of killing them was early game, before the Maokai became too tanky, before the Vladimir had too much sustain and utility. You've got a Rek'Sai who's going to be super tanky very soon also. And then you've got the double shield bot lane. So at this stage of the game, the lead's not too big. They can still definitely win teamfights here, Immunity, but unless they execute it perfectly, it's going to be really difficult for them to kill a single member.
Yeah, it seems to me like they want to avoid teamfights completely. They want to find a pick. If they can pick someone off by themselves, they won't have all that extra augmentation of the rest of the team available to them, and they might be able to sort of withstand, say, Kenzie's untargetability for a while, and the fact that Porky's very tanky. But we'll see what Immunity try to do to weather this storm that Avant have created for them.
No, definitely. They're looking to skirmish more than teamfight, but they're being forced into situations because they're trying to make things happen in their favor. So bringing them all together essentially to have a numbers advantage, to force an objective, is essentially their undoing by also necessity.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Well, see how they go. 6,000 gold, as we mentioned, still the lead here. So Immunity not losing out just yet. These waves are just getting shoved in repeatedly. Dragon is just respawning now. An AV with perfect positioning, looking to try and pick up their first. Hopefully no cheeky barrels fly in to take them away.
He's definitely there. There's more than just him this time.
Everyone could flash in and try and steal it. Right of the Arcane is going to be available as there's the barrel. Moya grabs it this time. Immunity, they flash out, and Avant can't get a dragon.
If there's one thing that Immunity can do to find themselves a very easy victory in this game, it is do that twice. They've got 2 more of them to go. If they could steal their way to a 5th dragon, they're going to be laughing. But I mean, the side of Avant might take a little bit more caution, I would hope, with this next one, and not just start it needlessly. They're not forcing fights, they're forcing attempts at stealing it away. And every time they have done that, it has backfired. So Avant, maybe rethink the strategy a little bit, not look for the Dragon as big of a priority as they otherwise are now.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I guess, look, the fact that
It's just unfortunate, really.
It's very unfortunate. It's not quite working out in Avant's favor here. Shelby's probably going to be pretty upset. So my smite button, guys,
A little bit.
it's not working.
It'd be quite
He would be quite. He may be having a tiff with his team at the moment due to how nifty he is. But Immunity now going to be starting off looking towards the Baron, trying to get more vision down. Zenk, you can see he's standing where he knows that he's safe, on top of a pink ward.
It's a common misconception of what safety is, though. So you're on top of a pink ward, it means you're safe in that exact spot, but they could be anywhere around you. In saying that he was safe, he's waiting for farm in the top lane. He was expecting Porky to be nearby him. I believe he saw the ward get placed, so he can quite comfortably farm in the top lane knowing it was only the Maokai, and he's going to be alright.
More than fine. Just wants to try and get himself towards that Renan's Hurricane. Kenzie just tides the blood in here on the bottom side of the map, getting all of the farm for himself. Definitely with the clock now as well.
Yeah, and speaking of all the farm, the difference between mid and Moya, I guess we call it bot mid almost now because Kenzie is not a mid laner anymore. He has a big lead, the Vladimir over the Xerath.
Yeah. Of course, Xerath now with the Morellonomicon and, of course, the Rabbidan's Death Cap, so doing some relevant damage. T-Gun tries to get some cheeky stuns off. Moya looking for an Arcano Pulse, won't find anyone just yet. There's Ryu against Porky. He's like, yeah, I can play up in this lane. This doesn't look too bad at all. Kenzie's actually moved towards the mid lane. Start any skirmishes. Cute little Shadow Dash. Not going to find anything onto either of these top laners, as none of them really feel like dying at all.
It's funny watching their health bars in the
sidebars
actually try and go down as they fight each other, but nothing actually happens when those two fight each other because they're tanky.
Well, actually, Zenk going for the double lifesteal already. Opts not to go for the AoE build. Wants to be able to take down members one at a time from AV. And this is what we were talking about. They've got to focus on getting picks. He's not going to be fighting in a team fight environment. Ideally, they understand they're probably not going to win that. I understand the pickup.
And it's also a good pickup for team fighting because he's going to have the Maokai in his face, Chelby in his face. They're stacking health and magic resistance right now. So he's going to be able to do a fair bit of damage anyway from his base damage. And then he's going to have the double sustain to get through what is almost explicitly tanks doing damage to him. The big concern is going to be Kenzie and that ultimate combo. But then the double lifesteal, the double sustain is a pseudo-tanky response to that again. So a fairly smart itemization here from the Kalista.
I like it from Zenk. Warble takes a whole heck of a lot of damage from that Arcano.
He's really good at timing it to like a millisecond after it hits him.
Yeah. The spell shield?
Yeah.
Yeah, making it look like it probably should have done some work.
Yeah. That's happened multiple times already.
Oh, that Sentinel going to get very upset with Avant-Garde. Ryu once again going to find Porky, the battle of the ages, ladies and gentlemen. As Porky just going to try and auto-attack the Shen, and the Shen not going to really notice and try and auto-attack the tree.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
No.
I wish something could happen in that. It would be really exciting because they always fight, but not really fighting. It's like,
but you can't be locked in an endless battle, you know, and actually have it do damage.
May
it's
as
not going
well
to be very endless.
A verbal argument of some kind would be a lot more exciting.
Oh yeah, take that down. But AV trying something sneaky here as they're trying to set up around this Baron. Teleport available from Porky Teague. I'm going to get caught by the Dark Binding as Kenzie runs over the speedy patch left by the Rift Scuttler. His Blade going to be down onto the Vladimir, but he's looking for the teleport now as well. Yeah, they're looking for the teleport engage. Porky finds his way in. Moya's going to get caught out. That's exactly what they didn't want on the side of Immunity, as that's a whole lot of the damage done. Look at the engage potential as Destiny trying to lock down Immunity. They're forced into an engagement now as well as Zenk. He's getting closed in on by Kenzie. Tides of Blood, so much damage. Hemoplague erupts and does a whole lot as well as Avant just closing in on them. And look, that's a 3-0, and Avant looked like they could have gone for more.
On the back of a Maokai teleport, they find a pick onto Moya, has no defensive itemization, doesn't even have boots 2 at the moment. He is a sitting duck to die, and that is exactly what Avant do. They can go to the Baron now, everyone aggressively flashing forward. finding the team fight that they were looking for, and they just grouped up and came through and wrecked.
Yeah, massive team fight victory here for Avant. They are going to be able to take down this Baron. T-Gun pushing in the mid lane valiantly, but look at the extra vision that Avant have. They've just control over this map is complete at the moment.
Yeah, so we're going to see the replay again, of course. Moya dying instantly, the fact that Porky, Righteous Glory, Destiny using the flash, everyone just being super aggressive in their positioning. In fact, Shelby not even having a part of this fight. He was stuck on the other side of the wall. Zenk gets destroyed by that Hemo Plague. The rest of Immunity left in shambles with no response to this Avant, just running at them.
Yeah, you can see Shelby with tunnels everywhere as well. Is this the Dragon once again spawning?
Oh my god.
And once again, Mistfish in position.
Is it going to happen again? Don't do this to me.
Avant,
they're doing it.
Don't start it again.
No, they're doing it.
He's still got flash. Mistfish has flash
Now,
again.
the smart decision here was to not care about the drag, but to bait them to steal it again, because it feels like it's becoming its own mini-game.
Yep.
And then fight them.
Well, Porky looking to be engaged. Righteous Glory's pop. Shelby looking to try and tunnel over. Does get in there. Mistfish going to get caught up. No steals today. Mr. Gragas, man, as Warble's going to lock down that kill. Avant moving back now. Ryu decides, nah, no stand united for you. I'm trying to take a turret. And Avant might be able to grab their first dragon.
You can almost feel the tension between Avant trying to get this next dragon. They did not want it to happen.
Oh,
my god.
Oh, man, I thought it had happened.
There was still the option there. Moya, see you later.
Yeah, no, you are so dead.
Duke, whatever you
like. Kenzie's just going to lock it down with the Hemo Plague. T-Gun trying to run away as well, looking to try and find that Lightning Rush back off cooldown. Doesn't. As Porky and Ryu again.
The tower did go down though.
Yep. And now once again stuck in the endless battle. As Avant able to actually get some work done here, taking down the inner turret on the bottom side of the map. Inner still alive on the top side, but they're looking to push through onto this inhibitor turret. Warble with so much AD at the moment as T-Gun gonna get Fate's Call back, wants to possibly go back in, decides to, just heads back out.
Oh, wow.
Mistfish gets caught by one bind and gets obliterated. Destiny now going down very low. Soul Shackle's looking to try and lock up Ryu as they haven't even taken the turret down just yet. Kenzie looking to take down Zenk. There's the Tides of Blood and the transfusion to lock that one down. Not even getting through the black shield is Moya's poke now as Warble launches himself forward with the auto attack reset as well as the boomerang. Takes down T-Gun. They're looking for the game.
God.
Destiny lands another one. Knocked up is Moya and Ryu. Trying to get something, but Warble's got a bloodthirster. He can get himself back up again, but that is kill number one. Destiny did it. Falls down.
They did it. They got themselves a kill. Moya the substitute coming up massive, bolstering their statistics. The inhibitor has gone down though. Avant looking insanely strong. The tanks of Immunity being destroyed by Siva, which is a scary sight to behold, that is for certain. They finally do get a kill. Shelby almost giving them the second kill of the game to the jungle camps.
Yeah, the Crocs almost
close.
looking like they were going to get as many kills as Immunity this game.
That's a very scary thing to be a part of.
It's a sad prospect.
Yeah.
So you're going to Mistfish. We're going to try and help Zenk into a position to carry, but it's difficult. Still actually relatively kept up as far as farm is concerned. Looking for that Renan's Hurricane after the couple of lifesteal items that he already has.
This Avant side is so big right now that it's basically on them to just try and close out the game as methodically as possible. The bottom inhibitor's gone, there's no Baron available, but they're far enough ahead that it doesn't matter. They can just look for towers, try and siege their way through. That doesn't really feel like an answer from Immunity at all. This should be a very simple closeout if they can do it.
And as far as Destiny is concerned, normally is a support that doesn't get a whole lot of kill participation. Right now he's on 100%. His average has been about 60, lower than that.
Yeah, he's doing very well. All of the bindings connecting this game essentially, or at least when they count, he has been hitting those. The rest of the side, of course, Shen split pushing in the bot lane with that Trinity Force, trying to clear some minions as fast as possible. But Avant are essentially, their time bomb's about to blow.
Yep, it's looking very frightening.
And it's a scaling time bomb for reference.
Yeah, you can't really see too many of these champions falling off. You might say Siva, but not really.
Not when a Siva is
this
this big.
Especially not in this comp either with the Hemo Plague available. Shadow Dash not going to find anyone here. Black Shield onto Destiny as well. He's going to avoid any extra CC as Ryu takes a whole bunch of his health. Tides of Blood actually still affecting the Spirit Visage Merc Treads of Ryu, who's now got a Trinity Force, actually. So,
yeah,
you know, a bit more damage. 70 CS ahead of Porky, so that's something to write home about. Now is Zenk trying to clear out this minion wave. Warble takes a rend, but Black Shield is going to be enough to save his life, and Immunity trying to hang on.
They're trying their best, but you can see the slow bleed out from this Avant side, just waiting on the bind to connect in an ideal position. Kenzie got enough sustain to be able to poke his way through with the Morgana Black Shield.
Oh, Zen getting hit by another binding here as well. Boomerang takes off half of his health.
Oh, thank you, Wards, for the
Yeah,
sustain.
lifesteal, not bad.
Yeah. Stealing life from
Another one! Destiny, what the heck?
Oh, there it is.
Kenzie over the top deletes him from the map immediately. Does get stunned up, but it's a double kill straight away. Both of the carries just handled by Kenzie in that fight. Now everyone else getting cleaned up. Immunity getting destroyed in this game. And Avant, they have got something to prove, securing their spot in the semi-finals, making sure that Chiefs are going to be looking at this side with newfound respect.
Yeah, and this one thing Avant has done is they've proved it right now. Every member of Avant stepping up in that game in what felt so easy for them to do against another pro side like Immunity.
Yeah. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Again, another Vladimir performance from Kenzie where he looks completely unstoppable. I'd be excited to see whether we're going to have any bans towards that champion moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. He's had a very formidable Vladimir. It's done a lot of work for the side, and Avant just looks so strong.
Yeah, Avant looking fantastic, but let's throw it out to Pastry Time and Spawn for the end of the night.
Thank you, Atlas, and what a way to end the night with Avant just storming through Immunity for the victory to clinch their playoff spot.
Yeah, finishing it out with style points, a flash over the wall from Kenzie, and, you know, they're arrive into playoffs with that fourth spot clinch for them and up against the Chiefs first round.
Yeah, they look insane. We're going to check in with the day results to see who else are the big winners for today. You can see that Direwolves actually getting their win. That clinches their spot. Chiefs continuing their undefeated streak. And what happened in our last two games, Spawn?
Yeah, so Legacy able to come up huge over Sudden Fear. The two subs were just way too much. And then Avant take it out against Immunity, also clinching.
Yeah, and that does mean that the four big teams there, the top four, is now clinched. We don't quite have the audio, but let's have a look at the standings. Chiefs still on top, undefeated, but those top four teams that are our playoff teams, we don't quite know the order yet. Chiefs number one, that's the only thing we know.
Yeah, exactly right. Everyone else can, I guess, shuffle themselves around a little bit. Legacy are going to be second because they own the head-to-head against Direwolves, so it's about whether Direwolves lose on Thursday and Avant able to get the win.
And like you said, don't want to potentially play the Chiefs there. Also, that means the 5 to 7 spots are also up for contention. Sudden Fear, they will finish 8th, but who's going to finish 5th for that safety spot there and get back into the OPL, and who's going to be fighting in relegations?
Yeah, exactly right. The intense battle to avoid those challenger teams now begin between Absolute, Immunity, as well as Sin Gaming, so we'll have to see who comes out in that.
And like you said, we saw a couple subs this evening. The challenger teams are no jokes at all, so it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, it's going to be down to the wire. Every single game matters now.
It really does here. I mean, to be honest, it's hard to see just how crazy the playoffs are going to be because we've got top 4 teams, probably the best 4 teams to make it. Playoffs going to be crazy. Challenge is going to be crazy. There's a lot to love here.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it was a crazy night. So if you want any more stats, standings, want to take another look at the games, check out the VODs. Go over to that website, oce.lolesports.com.
Yeah, make sure you hit that up. It's got all the things you want. But for that, we are done for the evening. It's been a great night of League of Legends so far, but what are our semi-final matchups going to be? Which teams are going to be playing in relegations? Find out with us on Thursday.